Hey Dan, what do you? I'm chatting with Circle.so in an hour. If you ever wanted to see
Oh
what I'm
yeah, are you going to be on a Zoom or what?
probably a Zoom. Let me find the email. One sec.
Yeah, let me know if I can join. I crashing
Yeah.
Zoom, man. That'd be awesome.
Uh-huh. All right, cool. This I should have the guy on fucking Twitter Spaces. Can you imagine? I should. I'm gonna ask him.
It's got to make a community appeal.
It would be interesting, right?
Yeah, I mean we should. Yeah, I mean just better mediums to get together than the norm. Dude, this guy can't wait to meet you, man. You can.
Yeah. Hoping that because I just got off the phone with Zach. Same thing.
Yeah. How's Zach doing? All right.
Yeah. Yeah, he's chilling. Pearls, hello. How are you?
Hello, Harvey. How's
That's more of a Peter.
it's been a bit more Peter.
That's Marco. There's like a spectrum
Yeah,
from Pearls to Peter to Marco.
the West Coast does have a bit of a different accent to the East. Mic check. How am I coming through? Okay.
Yeah, you're nice. I have to download that stuff right now while I have you on the phone, Pearls.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, I've lost all motivation with those projects.
What? I thought we were going to replenish the earth with saplings.
Oh, it's just testing. It was a good opportunity to do stories. I actually met some people, interesting people through the community. Um, there's an Indigenous group that's tied up with local community groups, and they've just created their own nation within Australia.
Shut up.
And yeah, and gonna go and check that out this Saturday. It's like having a celebration. So they have to declare peace with the Australian government, the UN, with everything that's happening in Australia. The UN has said to the leaders of this new nation, we're on the call. Like if you find at any stage things start to get threatened or anything like anyone's lives get threatened or anything like that, give us a call. Apparently, the UN is not is trying to engage in conversation with the Australian government and not and sort of coming to a dead end. If that makes sense, like they're not being
Mm-hmm.
responded to. So apparently,
Yeah,
there's factions of. What?
go
Sorry, what
ahead.
was that?
No, go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm still waking up. You choosing poor words, but yeah. So it's an interesting time anyway.
Well, Mr. Roger, what are you at 1,000 yet? What's going on?
Nah, not yet.
Let's see.
I just broke 850 something.
845. All right, 845.
Oh, 845. Okay.
So
It'll get there
155
when I
left.
get there, bro.
Oh no, I'm interested to. I think there's going to be a moment where you go from 1,000 to 3,000 overnight.
Bro, don't tell me that.
The comments tell us everything we need to know.
Bro, the comments tell us everything.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
And then you respond to them. You're like, "Yo, man, I saw a comment like this, and the reason this guy is ass backwards is because."
Dude, dude, I have to
Yeah,
do
I
that
love it.
because motherfuckers will fucking just keep going. I'm just taking notes from other creators too. I see that they do this. They're doing the same thing, and it's been pretty. They've been successful at it, and just not dealing with the bullshit. I'm gonna just have to do it. I'm gonna just have to do it that way. Don't slip up. I mean, at the same time too, I kind of like the engagement, like going back and forth too.
Yes, it's beautiful.
It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. It's also very stressful too at times because I'm just like, well, fuck,
Hmm.
dude, what, like, what if I don't have an answer for someone's like stuff, and I'm just like, oh, that's right, I'm okay with being wrong, so I'll just say I
Hmm.
don't fucking know.
In fact, you can make a video about being wrong. You know what, everyone, this is a lesson, and it's a lesson for me. You know, I said this, somebody brought up that, you know what, that person's right. So be more like, like you can,
Yeah, I'm gonna
it's
have to do
fine.
that. I mean, I'm gonna have to do. I try to only speak on things that I know about, so I'm gonna have to. I think that's a good video to make one day about being wrong and owning up to it. Shit, I've been wrong, dude. I've cost people fucking thousands of dollars.
Look, we all have.
I've fucking cost customers, like I've had a misdiagnosis on a system, and I've cost the fucking customer like thousands of bucks. And that's the most shittiest feeling, when you cost somebody money and you're just like, fuck, like, how do you rectify this? You just fucking cost this person $1,000 in repairs, and you can't really take it back. You already put it in their system. Uh, those are the worst.
But that's the real life. Like
Yeah,
that's just real life.
those are the teachable moments right there. That's when you fucking learn.
The worst experience is the best teacher, and the worst experiences teach the best lessons.
Sometimes. Sometimes you don't learn anything and you just get
Man,
fucked.
I thought we didn't get. I thought we were doing a rule on Mondays. We don't get deep until 4:20, and then we go real deep. You know what I'm
Right,
saying?
right.
Some of us need to figure out how to make a dollar in
Right,
this
right.
world, and all you guys can't be smoking just yet. Although I might take a hit.
Hey, how's business going, Dan? How's everything going with your anime stuff?
It's it's going in lots of directions, man. It's going in lots of directions. Exiting one company, starting a new one, and then even the folks that you exit don't really want you to exit. You just kind of keep going. It's kind of all there's more opportunity than focus at the moment, so it's something I need to work on. But yeah, man.
Are you going to be posting any of your anime anywhere
Well,
so we can view it?
um the big direction, I guess the big change is things like Kyber AI came out, which really helped me kind of create actual animation movement over time. Runway Gen 1 came out, that kind of helped do, allows you to do rotoscoping. But the big thing I really liked is I've been playing with 11 Labs, and I sort of been playing around with creating voices of various characters. I create all these characters and then having them read. I wrote a lot. I did a lot of writing back in 2015, mostly about startups. And so I'm sort of taking all those stories and notes, and I'm putting them and almost making like a visual audiobook with the animation, basically me doing monologues with animated backgrounds. And I really like
That
it.
sounds really that sounds really interesting, Dan. I think I saw one there. You were talking about it had like a lot of clocks and sort of this
Hmm.
industrialized future.
Yeah,
Um, yeah,
I really like it, Hurls.
yeah, that was
It's kind of interesting because the voice is me, but it's not me. And in a lot of ways, it helps me see like the army of voices in me. You know what I mean? Even though it's the computer, sort of doing the performance of my voice, it's still my words. And so I really, it's weird to like write a piece and know it really well and intimate because like you just wrote it, you know those words, but then to hear it in a voice that is so similar to your own but slightly different, it's a it's I
yeah.
like it a lot. So
Are your worlds colliding?
they kind of are in a lot of ways. I mean, it makes me think about, okay, then there's two ways I could do this. I could do a spoken word podcast, But at the same time, I could do something on YouTube where I'm doing, a visual with it. I like the visual because it's cool to kind of see the animation kind of change in the background, and you can play around with different, and that's also a visual that you created. So it's a it's a rewarding mechanism all the way around. Now, whether or not it leads to anything, I have no fucking idea, but who knows?
That's
Was
pretty
the
cool. So,
visual?
Hmm.
Sorry, Rogers. You go.
no, go ahead, Hurls. Go ahead, brother. You got there first.
The visual that you created, was that based on the monologue?
No. Well, the
Uh,
monologue controls the pacing, so the way you speak and everything will check it will affect the pacing of the animation, and so that's actually really powerful because now you can use ambient music in the
yeah,
beginning to open up a piece, then go into your spoken monologue,
right,
and then I haven't really started experimenting with a beat or a piece of subtle music in the background while I talk
yeah,
that can change things because the animation tools are
yeah.
sensitive to vocal effect, or at least they're sensitive to sound, but mostly
That's
to beats. I mean, the Kyber is kind of oriented around like beat animation and other stuff, but it's really cool, man. I think the thing I really
yeah,
like the most is the just listening to my. It's it's hard to explain. Like I've written so much, but it's only been like in my head. You know what I mean? And so when I hear it in some other form, it really makes it come alive and really makes me want to write more, express more that way. It's almost like
that,
you're like we're
yeah.
gonna realize our
That's the only
clients.
thing that I could give.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could give constructive criticism was the pace of it,
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
way your voice is
Mm-hmm.
naturally, the pace that you bring to it, and
Mm-hmm.
the tones. Like you could be talking about the most boring thing in the
Mm-hmm.
world, but for some reason I pay attention, and that's a big thing for for a guy like me to pay attention. So,
Yeah,
yeah, if you can emulate that along that monologue,
yeah.
it was like when I was. It was like, when is this guy going to take a breath? Is he like circular breathing while he talks? How does he do that? And then
Yeah, it's
I read that you'd
yeah.
actually done that. Yeah. So I'll have to pick your brain on that. What was that app called where you can emulate your voice and your characters?
Levin Labs IO.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's I
Did you have
feel
to
like
pay
there's
for it?
other ones too, but this is an interesting one. And like anything, it's costly to go as far as you want to go with it, but I'm tempted to just do more with it because I don't know, I really like the effects. But then again, I don't know how I'm injecting it just yet. I have to think more about. I mean, I have cool capability now. What to do with it? You know what I mean? So
That's cool. That kind of reminds me of like the 1950s and 1960s, like the cartoons, how they used to do them back in the day with the narrator in the background. Oh no, Timmy, you shouldn't be doing it that way.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Is that kind of what you're going for? Like, what's your inspiration?
The inspiration really is more just the stuff I like. I think the really it's just going back and revisiting old writings and getting them in a spoken word format that I didn't have to do. You know what I mean? I just posted, that's what I really like. And then it's also got me thinking about other things like, yeah, this is kind of a weird thought, but I have all these writings from my father. I have samples of his voice. Could I create, him have the ability to read back to me in a modified computer way that be very familiar to his current voice? I think that would be a really trip. You know,
Let's train a large language model on it. His advice.
not just that. I mean, the first one is just his voice, right? So we're not asking the computer to lie, right? We're just say emulate his voice and then take what he actually wrote and speak it back to me. I mean, that's the first step, and that's definitely within the realms of power. And then the next version is, yeah, read all the scripts. So now you're doing that creepy thing where you're like, you're just trying to keep your loved one alive, you bastard. And the thing is that we're so close to that. That's a phobia that everyone talks about. Yet at the same time, anyone that's ever lost someone they love was like, fuck yeah, I'm there. You know what I mean? So it's
I mean, isn't that what like photos and videos and all the different keepsakes and stuff like
true.
that? That isn't that what that's for, right? For
I
to
think to
keep
an
the memories,
extent, but it seems like,
to keep the memories alive. I mean,
yeah. I mean, I think that's what photos were originally kind of supposed to be about. But it's like, what's really funny is like when I get together with my brothers and siblings now and family, we never take photos. It's almost like it's almost like we're all tired of that. Like we're tired of like gathering around, or you know what I mean? I don't know, but it is. It's really odd to me because it used to be you know, growing up, it was like, get the camera, time to take a picture. It was a big, it was a big deal. Now we're like, we probably swim in the selfie world, so we're just kind of like, Dad, this is stupid. I know what you look like. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. It's just but the way we can preserve people now, the common person, the common person can preserve someone today in such a way that they've never been able to, and that's exciting and scary, I guess, depending on if you're not cool with it. Personally, for me, I'm a tinkerer. I want to know these technologies, and this is totally doable, so I could do it. I would probably do it for my own stuff first. I don't think I would do it necessarily to bring a loved one back, but you could, you know what I mean? You could just hear it. Uh,
I mean, but at the same time, I mean, let's say that you have a face of a company, right? And
mhm,
you wanna keep that face,
mhm.
intact.
Oh yeah,
And let's say the person passes away. I mean, this would be a good way to, reincarnate and keep that person alive. Like for
sure,
instance, like let's say that we had Steve Jobs, right?
totally.
An AI version of Steve Jobs delivering an Apple event
Yeah,
instead of Tim Cook,
yeah,
right? So it's
yeah.
I think it's pretty cool. It would be cool to. I mean, it kind of like reminds me of the movie Ready Player One.
Sure,
How the creator, he put himself in an archive and all his memories and everything are there, so people can still kind of
right.
pick his brain and find little clues and stuff here and there, or find some sort of inspiration from this great mind that's that's fucking
And
gone.
actually,
You know what I
what's
mean?
really interesting about that is that we're at that point right now, between the ability of like what your camera can do or your soon-to-be glasses can do, the fact that it can grab volumetric depth data and basically capture a full nerf moment in full color, like everything you see in Ready Player One, going to be here. That's what's crazy is our science fiction is not science fiction anymore. It's just we just got to look at the roadmap and say, okay, when does this hit? You know what I mean? It's really
Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm kind of upset because, I mean, it was already like you said, we're here, and Microsoft scrapped it with the Microsoft HoloLens.
right.
They fucking scrapped it and they only made it developer use only. And I was really looking forward to, mixed reality, with the AR and the
Well,
VR.
it wasn't mature
And
enough yet. And they were
yeah, I don't think it was mature
yeah.
enough, but dude, I mean, the tech,
Oh
it's
yeah,
it's
dude,
right
it's
there,
gonna
man.
hit in
Like,
this summer, and it's we're gonna see all these like the Niantic just came out with its new Tamagotchi, kind of game where you walk around the neighborhood and everyone has a virtual pet, and your virtual pet's hanging out with Alaska's virtual bulldog in the yard, and you're like, Jesus. You're like, hey, don't eat my pet. And then Alaska's like, man, I turned off Sentry mode on that thing. It does whatever it wants, right? You know what I mean? It's gonna be that kind of really like we're going into the virtual pet world existence where you'll be able to see all kinds of things walking around the ground, and it's gonna be trippy, man. It's gonna be cool.
yeah, part of me is like wondering, are they going to project the image onto our eye, or are we gonna just have like some sort of like HUD display like built into our to the glasses,
Yeah,
or like a contact
that's a
lens
good
or something like
question.
that?
I don't really know on that one. I think it's probably going to be more projection on the screen than the necessary projected on our eye. However, there are going to be cameras looking at our eye, capturing maybe, for example, distance measures, or maybe reading emotional potential information, or trying to see if we're squinting, or if we're not having an optimal thing. All the hardware is going to be built for like stability first. Everything's got to be built for like stability, lag, optimization, everything. And then it's about, okay, so we establish the car can move, it's got an engine, it's got brakes. Can people still get in there and kill themselves? Absolutely. But do we have our liability case, justified? Yes, we do. Here's a liability notice. They clicked, and then they were informed a million times, and they were told not to wear the glasses for longer than 90 minutes. I mean, there's a lot of stuff kind of coming down the road. It's not going to be, it's going to be very, augmented reality glasses are going to be like a chainsaw. You don't carry it and wear it with you every 5 minutes, but it'll be specialty use for the times you kind of need it. It'll be, like a 3 hour, 4 hour kind of use kind of product. But they're definitely moving toward, 12-hour, 24-hour use kind of scenarios where it becomes more mainstream, just like we have glasses today. But it'll be a while before they miniaturize everything. But it's going there. It's all the trends are working like
There's a guy.
right alongside each other.
Yeah, there's a guy on TikTok that I follow that he has a developer kit for the HoloLens, and just the crazy stuff that this guy can do with that, like, with all the multiple screens that he can create and all the different, like, just like programs that he can run based off of that, because he can run like all these different things. It's just really crazy. It's interesting. I'm like, I really want to get something like that, just kind of play with it, and see how far I could take it. But it's like I said, it's not available, and the
Dude, this is
developer
going to be a
kits are
boon to your
fucking
industry, man. You're going to
expensive.
be able to have these glasses walk down in the basement. You're going to see full schematics of the house. You'll be able to walk up to an
Exactly.
HVAC unit, see information and deals. You'll be able to see immediate, parts and pieces within a 5 mile radius of what you need. I mean, it's going to bring all the pieces together. It's going
They
to be great for the field industry.
Yeah, they actually have something like that similar in aviation. I was watching a video of this guy that the technology that they're building for these technicians is they'll be able to just kind of pull out their phone or whatever, or put on glasses, and it'll show every single wire in the plane, how it's laid out, and where it's going and stuff like that, so they don't have to be tracking wires and doing all this crazy stuff. They know exactly where it goes and what's going on with the system just by putting the glasses on. It's pretty crazy, but yeah, it's going to be pretty awesome
Yeah.
being able to just
The
have
U.
that stuff at my fingertips, or being able to just kind of have glasses on, and then maybe have someone in my ear, like at home base, that's saying, hey, you need to look at that wire. That's not, you know what I mean? Like being able to troubleshoot with the technician, like in their ear, getting live, a live feed tapped right into them. That's pretty interesting. Go ahead, Hurls.
The the U.S. military has already got that in service where they can travel through the machines, and they wear glasses, and like you said, it also gives them things to check and inspect in those certain areas. So it can increase safety because it prompts the person to be checking the right things at the right time, and automates that sort of reporting as well. And then the way they respond to it is by this was a few years ago. They were blinking and winking and doing certain features to say if they'd checked it or if there was faults and things like that. So I'm sure it's evolved since then, though.
So, what you were actually describing about using AR glasses and having a technician remotely supporting you, that's already available. That's been available for 18 months. If you check out RealWear HMT1, I think it is. I've used them. They're pretty good. Limited field of view, but it does what you're describing with regards to having technical assistance.
Yo, that's pretty cool. Who developed that?
So the irony is, always makes me smile because I still have them in my drawer. So Google Glass. Everyone poo-pooed Google Glass, but arguably I'd say Google Glass was way ahead of its time. It was just so it's a company called RealWear, and they just took the Google Glass technology and built upon it, and built an industrial version, which they call RealWear.
Did you ever see the video where they had the mock setup of the medical environment where they're using Google Glass and its systems, and how they could so rapidly and quickly go from a, X-ray, sending high resolution images to specialists, and really speeding up the process of diagnosis in an emergency and things like that using Google Glass and other technologies? It was amazing.
Yeah, I saw that, and I'm a big fan of that kind of technology. Where it falls down for me is this whole hype around virtual reality for surgeons, because that is total BS. Um, it doesn't mean to say you can't get a surgeon to practice, but if you think about it, anyone that's used VR and those controllers, and even if you're using hand tracking as opposed to controllers, you're not actually holding the scalpel in your hand, so you're not actually making the finite cuts. But I've seen it all over LinkedIn and the like, these companies advocating that they've created this surgeon-esque type virtual reality, but that is not a way that you're going to teach those skills. Gives you a high level, but you won't train surgeons using VR or AR currently. But to your point about the scans and the X-rays, totally agree.
Well, they actually are training they're training surgeons through VR utilizing robotics. So a lot of surgeons are actually taking courses to do surgeries using robotics. So I mean, I don't know if they're going to be using it to perform actual surgeries like with their hands, but in terms of using the robot to perform the surgeries, I think that we're going to start seeing more and more surgeries being done through robotics, just because they're able to make fine adjustments like on the fly, and they could literally be anywhere as long as they have a good connection. I mean, the surgeon could be in freaking Maui as long as he has connection to this freaking robot, right? I mean, I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they have Stryker and Draeger that do the robotic knee surgeries out of Boston.
Yeah, robotics, I totally get. And I just wanted to say to Dan, not to take it off topic, Dan, I'm really chuffed that you're having a good business day, because I'm having a shit business day. I don't know if you heard, but I just wanted to say, yeah,
What
my day's not.
happened? What happened
Oh,
to your
mate.
business day?
Oh, yeah. I tried to buy a bank, and I got outbid. I got outbid. So probably rookie error. So I offered 50p for Silicon Valley Bank UK.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and HSBC outbid me because they bid £1. So
You know that HSBC is about to be a Canadian subsidiary.
Mm-hmm.
We're taking over HSBC.
And I don't know that if that was too soon, but I just couldn't resist.
Thank you.
Did y'all see that there was another bank that went belly up, Signature Bank?
And Signet. Signet is the, you know how they had Silvergate and they were using it to convert fiat into crypto? So Signature Bank runs a service called Signet, and it performed much the same function. So you're going to see fallout amongst a lot of these big crypto companies because they may not be able to find somewhere else to bank very quickly.
Yeah, and I could be wrong here, but I was of the understanding that signature was highlighted a couple of weeks ago anyway. So I don't think it was a fallout of SVB. I think they were already in there, were they not, a couple of weeks
Yeah.
ago?
No, you're right. Like,
Yeah.
if you follow that Mark Cohodes guys, that guy's been bringing that along for 6 months almost. You're listening to the Syndicate, solutions looking for problems.
Yeah, I think the bigger story is around First Republic, because
Um,
First Republic had to take on some additional funding and equity, didn't they?
well, does your failed bid, does that mean your interest in creating a bank is over? Because I'm sure there's a few people in this space that might be interested.
Actually,
Yeah,
the community that I'm meeting with on Saturday, having dramas with trying to create their own bank, and getting held back by paperwork and red tape.
Well, it takes on
Just
average 2 years of red tape, right, to get a charter, is what I've heard, even if you have everything else lined up.
yeah, so just to keep people up to speed because of everything that's happened in Australia, there's a community that's got together with the local Indigenous, and they've managed to somehow create their own sovereign nation and declare peace with the Australian. I don't understand at all what's going on, but I'm going to find out more about it on Saturday.
Marco, we're going to need you to go to Australia and meet with Hurls. How's that sound?
I can do that. And I can crack open a couple of tinnies with Hurls.
Is that like a Sheila? How does that work?
But Hurls, I'm warning you, if you crack open any of those Foster's tinnies, I'll disown you.
I don't even know if you can buy them here. I have never seen them in any of the local bottlers that I go to. Maybe down in the cities, that's something that they'd have, but yeah.
Y'all just need a good Mexican beer, and you'll be good.
Oh, we have plenty of them.
Like what, like Stole?
No,
Um,
you gotta get Modelo Especial.
Modelo, okay.
I can't remember the name of it. Hang
Yeah,
on.
Modelo,
Actually,
especial. And the Dos Equis. Yeah.
yeah, Hurls could actually dress up as the Dos Equis guys. In fact, Hurls, can you read me the Dos Equis commercial and then we can put it in the studio DID? That'd be great.
Send us a script.
Wicked. We're going to make Hurls be the Dos Equis guy.
Incredible.
Yeah. Are you the most interesting man in the world, Hurls?
Stay funded, my friends.
Well, things are
Dang, this
ramping up
truck
in the
just
workshop.
broke down.
All right. Go ahead, Miss Rush.
Oh no, I said it. So I feel bad for this guy on the side of the road because his truck just broke down. He was screaming.
So how do you feel, Mr. 1000? You're like the best case study I've ever seen in marketing recently, which is no fanfare, no microphone, no special effects, nobody holding your camera. It's just you and the job that you're an expert in. And that was enough. That was more than enough. It's authentic. Yeah.
Authentic, like Tex-Mex.
That's a confluence of cultures, you asshole. I kind of feel like the Tex-Mex of the North because I sound like this, but I'm brown. Can-Mex?
No, because you're not.
Bro, you don't even sound like anything.
What? How dare I don't even sound like anything?
Amazing.
Am I the
You sound like
prototypical
you, bro.
Caucasian
You
voice?
sound like you. That's what you sound like. You sound like you.
That's amazing. I don't mind being the prototypical Caucasian voice. I can represent Ruckus during the meetings.
Stop it.
Yeah. Sometimes he loses the right. Sometimes he defers to his native tribe speak in meetings, and it's hurting us on the client-facing front.
Wow. It reminds me of the South Park.
Yeah, the South Park, exactly.
People want to see.
People, you know what, Token? People want to see you. See you, not hear you. You guys ever see that episode? They try to create a news program and they get beat by a program that's called Animals Close Up with a Wide Angle Lens.
I had to watch that again.
He's like, what do you mean our news program was beat? Who'd we get beat by? It's by Craig. He has a new show, Animals Close Up with a Wide Angle Lens. And it's so easy to produce. It's half the budget of your show and 10 times the audience. And then they throw down their news hair on the ground. That's the best. Yeah, but they tell Token that he has to change his voice so that he can be on the news. Yeah.
So he starts to talk like this.
Hey, Cartman, I'm live on location. It's amazing.
Dude, there's news anchors like that. There's a fucking news anchor that she used to piss me off back in the day because she was Mexican, and her name was Cristina Chavez, and she would say, "Hi guys, welcome here. This is Cristina Chavez." I'm like, "No, bitch, your name is Cristina Chavez. You ain't Chavez.
Amazing.
I'm gonna Chavez my foot up your ass if you keep fucking saying
Christina Chave. Yeah.
Chavez. That's so fancy.
That's so fancy, right? Chavez.
Chavez. Ooh.
But the thing is, I say,
what are you wearing? I'm wearing Chavez.
but I say West Indian names with this voice, like Jagdeo and Ram Saran. It's supposed to be Ram Saran. You know what I mean? Like, but
Yeah, bro. But you can say Chavez if in a white voice too. It's just Cha and then Vez.
Yeah. I like Chave.
When you start changing the whole fucking name to you want to change the whole pronunciation of it, Chavez. Come on.
Yeah, usually someone's Spanish because they have to say like a Spanish country name, and then they go full Spanish for that microsecond.
Yeah, like I'm Mr. Roger. Okay.
I gotta say, Mr. Roger sounds like a premium service.
Oh, Roger.
Yeah.
Mr. Roger.
Mr. Roger. Yeah.
Oh, la la. Ooh.
I like it.
You could be like the Rick Ross of HVAC.
That's what I'm gonna start doing whenever the customers are trying to talk to me. Oh. You
hear this sound? That's the sound of your HVAC. That's why you called me. Now you can either push Dr. Dre out of the way in front of the mixers or let him do his thing. That is, unless you want to fix the problem yourself. In which case I can just leave.
Dude, you know what's funny is that whenever I'm like working on a unit, I'll like get right next to the unit and like I'm just completely like ignoring the customers sometimes because like I'm just trying to do my job and get the hell out of there. And I'll be like, "Oh, sorry, sir, I can't hear you. The sound of this motor is right in my ear."
I like it. It's kind of like you're a hands-on software developer in the field. You're meeting with a software development manager and they can't get their APIs to work. And they're trying to tell you about why they think the API doesn't work.
No, it's not even that, bro. They're just looking at me. So like they'll just be talking to me about dude, people, I don't know what it is. People just I don't know, they just start telling me all their dirty little secrets, their whole day. Like, and then I'm just like trying to do my job over here, trying to pay attention to this dude, trying not to fucking shock my hands. And then whenever it's too far and they're just like following me around everywhere, I take them to the attic and I leave them up there. And I say, "Hey, I'll be back. I gotta go grab something from my truck."
No, my
amazing. Amazing.
What?
I get that though.
Yeah.
If you're a nice guy and you like listen, people will just follow you around and just talk. And you're like, what?
Yeah,
What
that's kind of like what happens here.
I mean, how else do you get someone to stop following you around without telling them? I just leave them in the fucking attic and they can sweat. And then I come
barrel
back
roll?
up there. I go back up there and I'm like, hey, I'm gonna probably be up here for like another 30 minutes. You're sweating pretty hard. You sure you want to still be up here? And they're like, nah, I'm good.
I'm
I'll leave
good.
you to it. I'll leave you to it.
I'll leave you to it. The most golden words for a contractor.
I'll leave
Let me
you
just
to it.
leave you to it. I love it. I love it. Your experience is legit like a microcosm for anyone in a contractor like position. Could be software, could be anything.
That's why I think about like magician's smoke pellets. That I wish I had those, so I could just like and like disappear from conversations that I don't want to be in.
You do that.
It was different. I
Yo.
could just walk away from spaces, but
Allie will bring her like little game console to like weddings and shit.
I'm such an asshole.
Yeah, and then
Oh my God.
We'll be talking to a couple, and I'll look to my left, and she's gone. I'm like, where the hell did Allie go? She's sitting at the table playing
Animal Crossing.
Animal Crossing. I'm like, where the hell did how come you guys just sit down? I have to talk to this person?
You should be like, you better split those fucking Joy-Cons.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, you're gonna just have to carry one in your back pocket, bro. So when she tries to sneak off, you're like, nah, not today.
Can you
Not
imagine?
today.
Allie just starts using her gaming machine as someone's speaking.
I don't do that right in mid-sentence. I'm not that rude.
But it would be a good signal.
It would be a great signal.
You're like, what are you doing? I'm paying it.
Because like some people, I work with people who will come up and take the earphones right out your ears to talk to you. And you're like,
Whoa.
where did you come from? Where did you come from? Headphones in is usually the universal signal to leave me the fuck alone, right? Is that not correct?
Wait, are you serious? People will pull the earplugs out of your ears to talk to you.
My colleagues do that. We'll walk up, pull the earphone out, and start talking. You're like, I don't give you permission to touch me. What just happened here?
Wow. Are they like angry or pissed off at you or?
No, just like they just want to talk. So they just pull the earphone out because I wasn't listening.
What is this world coming to?
I mean, did they tap you on the shoulder? Nothing, just straight earphone out of your ear?
Straight earphone.
Oh yeah, that's disrespectful.
That's rape.
That dude, that's harassment. You should talk to HR.
I love it.
One time, I had the younger guys that I trained, they've been here for a minute, and they've already been through the cycles, and they're like, bro, like I don't know, they're like, I don't know how you can you're talking to somebody, and then you just start walking backwards, and then you just turn around.
Fantastic. That's amazing.
You guys just gave me. You gave me good.
I'll just be talking to somebody. I'll start slowly walking backwards, and then I'll be like, and I'll be like, all right, I'm sorry to cut this short. I gotta go, and then I'll just fucking go.
That's skill. That is skill. I do that. I do the hand, the one finger hand, and like start going towards their lips, and no, I'm just joking. But you just gave me an idea, Ellie. I wonder if you can get earphones. People are always losing their earphones and the pods are falling out. I'm wondering if there's something where you can get an earring that, like an earring catch, so it's like an earring.
Oh, cool.
Is there anything like that out there?
Well, I completely ditched the earphones. I don't have anything in my ears anymore. I use bone conduction headphones now.
Oh, what are they like? Are they better or are they different?
They're in terms of your ear health, they're better because you don't have anything inside your ear blasting your eardrum. But I like them because I'm aware of my surroundings 24/7. So if I'm walking around and somebody's trying to talk to me, I can just pause what I'm doing and I can still hear what they're saying. It's not like for like if I'm trying to like noise cancel stuff out. I'm kind of done with noise canceling headphones. Because I don't know, I don't really want anything in my ear anymore. But for the most part, yeah, these are pretty cool. They're called shocks.
And where do they sit? Do they sit on the side of the head or?
Nah, they sit like right in front of your ear, like literally right in front of
Yeah,
in front of your ear canal. Like it
yeah, right.
loops around your ear, and it has a battery. It lasts for like 10 to 12 hours too. The battery life's pretty decent, and you can use them for running, whatever you want. They never come off, and it's in both ears. Look, you should look them up. Shocks, SHOKZ.
Yeah, that might be a thing because I've been thinking about I can't wear earphones in the workshop, obviously, but um, phone induction that might be a way to go. Cheers, thanks for that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No worries, bro. I like technology, like big time. Like, so like anything that's like different, I always like to try it. And I actually got like 3 people in our company to buy some, and they'll never go back. Especially because, like in the type of work that we do, if I have something in my ear, I can't hear like any special noises that the system could be making, or I can't hear the refrigerant running through the lines properly. Plus I don't want to be disrespectful with the customer, like has an important question and I'm just fucking ignoring them because I'm blasting music in my ear. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
So from what I can see, the shocks it doesn't go in ear. It kind of hovers around your ear canal, I guess, at the optimal place.
No, it doesn't
Oh.
hover. It sits on your ear. It sits above, in front of your ear canal, touching your skin, and through
Hmm.
your occipital bone. I mean, is
Shut
that
your
the right one?
mouth.
I think it is the occipital bone.
Wow.
It
I'm
it
putting a picture
transfers
at the top.
vibrations
I'm
into your
putting the
ear.
picture at the top. Yeah.
That's
Uh,
what I'm wearing. That's what I'm wearing right now. That's literally how I'm listening to you guys. It's like having your own personal like surround sound system everywhere you go.
really. And does it have like a microphone?
I'm using
Is
them
it?
right now. I'm using them
Oh,
right now.
that's awesome. So what's it like with background noise when you're trying to talk to someone with lots of background noise and stuff? Does it have like
It has
noise
noise,
canceling?
so it has noise canceling for you, but not for me because I mean there's nothing in my ear.
Right. Okay.
But I like them a lot. I mean, if I'm in a place that I know it's gonna be stupid loud, I'll just put some over the ear headphones on, but or ear muffs or something. But I mean, for the most part, I'm not in the freaking club trying to listen to music or having someone screaming next to me. It's pretty quiet where I'm at all the time, so I like it.
Rockus, what's going on? Have you seen the light yet?
Which light? It's Monday, so
Come give me the lot. What you got to show?
First, another bottle of Moet. That's how they would say it in Canada.
no, I don't drink during the week, but school night, But it's Monday. It is what it is. Trying to get it out of the way.
It is what it is. I could tell the state of the economy by how many times you use that phrase.
Oh man, it's like I've never, I've never been a part of a time where, with the labor shortage, when the other departments are like, hey, we need a hand. That's like a weekly thing because there's just not, there's a shortage of skilled labor. So, um, and,
Oh, shit. Hold on. Sorry. Ruckus, you said that your company might be looking out for talent in Dallas, Texas. Mr. Rogers in Texas. Go ahead, Marco.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to derail. I just sorry, I was busy doing something. Mr. What's his name? Mr. Rogers. It suddenly struck me because I deep dived off and looked at the shocks. It suddenly struck me you could consider giving up your day job and becoming an influencer for shocks, because actually that was the best product rundown I've heard from a quote unquote
Yeah.
influencer in many a year. So you could be wasted doing your day job, and maybe you should consider it. I don't.
That's actually like, so what I'm starting to do on my TikTok platform, I'm starting to post like all the different gear and stuff that I wear on the daily. So hopefully one day, I mean, who knows, maybe like I just bought some boots by this company called Ultra, and they're a running shoe brand, and they're based out of California. And I'm a serviceman, and we fucking walk more than all these motherfuckers. We're walking all day. Like, why can't these running shoe companies start making a service boot that's comfortable for me to fucking wear, instead of, me wearing all these clunky ass work boots that, are made by, some company that is just meant to be like a sturdy boot for like construction and whatnot. You know what I mean? So
Have you
I
tried
don't know.
Skechers?
Skechers, it's the S.
Yeah, Skechers. They make a work boot.
No, they do make a work boot, but I the type of shoes that I'm looking into are, they have like a wider toe box,
Oh, I
and
see.
there's like science behind the shoe and all that stuff, and they put a lot of work into it. Like, it's like, this is like a $210 shoe, like boot trail. It's like a trail. It's actually a trail running boot, to go run trails in. But I'm using it for work because it has like these claws in it, and it's ankle height for good ankle support, stuff like that. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm definitely trying to do that. I would like to, if somebody could, wants to use me to have their stuff, that'd be cool.
Well, I've just pressed the button and I've bought a pair. So £60, which doesn't seem like a lot of money for those.
Hey, did you say that those boots you got were Ultra?
Yeah, Ultra.
Yeah. So, hi y'all. I'm some random dude. I'm actually a long distance backpacker. I've done like probably 10,000 miles of hiking in my career or whatever. And those Ultras, super fantastic shoes. That wider toe box, like you're talking about, man, they're so much better for everything. Once you start wearing them for a while, you get used to that zero drop, and you start letting your toes splay out a little bit. It's almost like having some of the benefits of like people that are real into those barefoot shoes. They're fantastic. So good choice. I wasn't aware that they started making a real boot though.
What's the name of it again? The boot? Is it Ultra?
Ultra is the brand, unless I'm misunderstanding him. Altra, Ultra. But they're real big in the long distance backpacking, like hiking community. Yeah, great shoes.
Do you like Jenna? Do you like Merle?
I'll say a medium opinion about them, which is I think they're a perfectly good brand, but I don't really consider them to be very good about design or durability. And I've just never been particularly impressed by any of their products.
Cool. These Ultras look nice. I like hiking, and then trail running, but you have to be careful because you need a really good shoe for that.
Yeah, dude. Ultra, dude. I bought their men's Torrent 5 road running shoe. Dude,
Yeah.
I can knock out 2 miles like good with those, dude. They're fucking comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, like when you're hiking 20, 25, 30 miles a day, every day for months at a time, like what you have on your feet really, really matters. And once it's Ultras can be a little weird for people because most shoes, they pitch forward a little bit. So your heel is a little bit higher than the front of your foot. And once you get used to that zero drop and you get used to that wider toe, the way that you walk will actually change, and you're like more stable because you know, like imagine you're putting your right foot out as you're moving forward on a stride, and your foot hits the ground. That little bit of extra reach that your pinky toe has out, rather than being like curled all under like a weird little toe under the next toe, like most people's are because we wear shoes that are too small. But once it starts to go out like that a little bit more, your overall stability in your forward movement improves.
Yeah, dude, and I've been using them to like, and I've actually, what I've been doing to train my feet too is I've been actually like training barefoot, like in my backyard. So like doing lunges and like body squats and frog jumps and stuff like that. And oh my God, game changer, bro.
You should do you should stand on the sides of the outside edge of your foot. So like if I'm like whatever waiting in a line somewhere for the bank or checkout or something, I'll alternate between both feet and also both of them at the same time. But if you just imagine standing on the side of your foot, do that. And if you kind of like rotate your foot over into that position, almost like you're trying to twist your ankle but under control, or like roll your ankle but under control, and you stand like that, and then you bring it back, and you keep kind of doing that. And when you're on the side of your foot, you can kind of come up onto the very front edge, like the right by your pinky toe. Kind of play around with that. I swear it strengthens your. There's like this muscle that when you do start to roll your foot or roll your ankle, it fires and tries to like pull it back. But you'll strengthen that thing up. And the reality is like, man, we spend most of our time walking in shoes that ain't right on flat surfaces that don't require us to have any type of dynamic movement adjustment as we're placing or moving our feet. And the more you can do to get like that, that side stability and keep that ankle so that if it does start to roll, it's got that strength back to pull it. But we're all walking around with like atrophied foot muscles.
Yeah, exactly. I got I actually, you're a backpacker. I got the Lone Peak all weather mid twos.
Mm-hmm. Those are great. Yep.
Yeah, those are the ones that I bought first.
Yep.
I want to get the Olympus, the GTX Gore-Tex version, but I wanted to try these first before dropping a little bit more.
I've got Gore-Tex ones. They're good. I hardly ever use them. About the only thing I ever really use them for is when I'm going snowshoeing. Generally, if it's like spring or summer hiking where, yeah, my feet might get wet, I don't bother with Gore-Tex because they just take longer to dry, and you're walking around with like soggy feet for longer. So I don't know. My 2 cents. You can check out my link in my bio. I'm pretty accomplished. If I'm super accomplished at one thing, it's hiking, but I'm kind of a all-purpose general, curious, teach myself, learn things, explore kind of person. That's why I'm right here.
Cool, man. That's how we all are.
I gotta say, guys, you're wasted. I had a moment there. I had to look down at my screen because I was absolutely convinced I was on QVC. I was listening to my wife's channel, QVC. You're wasted. You should be presenters on QVC.
Right on. I mean, I'd love to quit my old job, but till I get anything else working right, it still has to pay my bills. Yeah, I used to do a podcast that was all about we were like a long distance hiking and beer podcast. I've presented on I mean within the long distance hiking community. I have a lot of experience presenting and teaching. I used to work for Leave No Trace, if you all know who that is. It's like the don't throw things out or be good to when you're outside people or whatever, 7 principles. I worked for them for a year doing outreach and education, working with everybody, land managers. So presenting and being on stage and talking, pretty easy for me.
Raucus, we like to call him the next Don Lemon. But Raucus, your family has a background in public speaking, right? You don't have to talk about it, but when I heard that, I was really impressed.
Oh yeah, my dad used to be on PBS and talking about politics, Vietnam, inequalities in the Black community. So he was. My family's pretty. My dad and my uncle are pretty.
They were woke before woke existed.
Yeah,
Real woke.
Still waking.
they came back from Vietnam, you know, more grown up and walking into like a lot of politics. So they spent a great deal of their time in the community, like decades. So
And
it's
they were blamed for those politics, right? When they came back?
it was. I want. What do you mean blamed? Like, you mean
Like
for the war?
when they came back, they didn't exactly get a ticker tape parade.
Well, it's mixed because you know, when the blacks came back, it was they were drafted. So my dad was drafted at 19. You know what I mean? So it wasn't like they volunteered to go. They came back and they were they were drafted and
Yeah,
but
it's not like
yeah,
those drafts were fair either. They certainly rolled around and scooped up people with one skin color a lot more than they scooped
exactly.
up
Yeah.
others. So.
Yeah, so my dad had a great job at 18 since he graduated high school. So, but he was drafted at 19. So it was like, so it was mixed. Yes, there certainly, it wasn't an unpopular war, but you know, the media doesn't give the full scope of, you know, the outcome of how those soldiers came back. And it was a lot of other things that is not very palatable or you know, the American people will not be able to digest because a lot went on there.
I would love to commission a 1 hour conversation between you and your dad about culture and politics. I can't imagine what those conversations at dinner are like.
You know, my dad's changed. You know, he's a grandpa, you know, trying to get into heaven, and it's really shocking how I grew up, how he raised me. You know, we were very rigid, and he's very regimented. You know, businessman, and just very as a matter of fact. And he softened a lot, and so our conversations are really now I'm a younger version of him and I'm very, I guess he would call me more extreme, you know what I mean? Like more hardcore, you know, who gave me the nod, like you will pull the trigger. That's what I raised you and your brothers for. Like I have no problem pulling the trigger. But at the end of, you know, on the other end of it, it's like, hey, you know, you're going to be 60 one day, you know, don't take things too seriously. And so the changing of streams with he and I are just there's no conflict. I mean, I love him to death, but it's like, who are you? You know what I mean? Like you're not the guy who, you know, up at 6 a.m. cleaning, go get a job. You know what I mean? Like do this, do that, do that, do that. You know, it's like he's changed, and so he kind of expects me to be like, hey, prepare for your 60s now, or prepare for your 70s. You know, don't take life so seriously.
Dang, Raucous, every time I come into this space, you impress the shit out of me more and more. And I just suddenly worked it out when I was negotiating for SVB UK this morning. I should have had you in my camp because if I'd had you, I would have won that bid.
Thank you. Yeah, it was, you know, my dad's he's my everything, but it is such a hard adjustment. It is really a hard adjustment, but you know, I've got kids, I love my family, and you know, Dan and I talked yesterday. We had a great conversation, Dan, and just be patient with me. Sometimes the soldier's son comes out. You know, I'm a soldier's son, right? And so that's just how that's my training. You know, my dad says, remember your training. So sometimes
In that, Raucous, in that conversation, did Dan let you talk?
sort of we were talking over each other, but Dan's, you know, he's a great guy. I enjoy listening to him. But you know, it's, you know, America is, it's a big world out there. You know what I mean? America has its problems, but everyone else has problems too. So I think we get focused on ourselves too much.
Don't trigger me, Raucous. Don't trigger me. Don't get me started.
That's why your dad told you to not take it so seriously. So I have a little sister who suffers from some pretty severe mental health issues, and she does not do a very good job of maintaining treatment or medication and things like that. She's always so upset about all of these things that are happening all over the world. You know, oh man, these warlords here and the trafficked people here, and she feels like it's hers to solve. It's real easy to feel like everything's ours to solve, but the reality is we're only charged with like the next thing in front of us, and in reality, that's all we could do. So yeah, I I take life both seriously and as play.
What you just described, I have struggled with that all my life, and I don't have a mental health issue. I think it's just sometimes it's the way we're wired. It's just our personality, our moral compass, I guess, maybe the values from when we were kids. I don't know, but I like to try and yeah, I fall into dark spaces trying to solve the ills of the world.
I think the trick is to like balance between caring. You can care like to infinity, but without letting that get into this space where it's like becomes your responsibility to fix. I'm a tinkerer and a fixer. I always have been and I always will be. One of the things I've had to learn in my life, for instance, is like when somebody's telling me about their shit, sometimes they're not looking for me to be like, oh, try this and this and this. Oh, what about this? You know, and it's not actually my responsibility to fix. It's my responsibility to just sit there and care. And like it's in some ways that you can't even get anything fixed until there's enough care built up around it. So I mean, like, keep caring, like, make your heart bleed with it, but don't let your mind get into the ego trap of like, oh well, I also have to fix it then. No, I mean, like, pick some things, fix some things, pick your little thing that you can work on one little bit of and fix one little bit of your own. But I mean, you can't fix the world. You can only fix the little tiny bits around you. Yeah, that's my viewpoint.
Yeah. No. All I would say is that's easier said than done. Because I guess, just from my perspective, I like to think I'm a man of action. And I always think about this from this perspective. If I don't do something, no one else will. And there is a bit about, it's like, let's talk Afghanistan or Ukraine or stuff. People come onto these Twitter spaces and they talk and talk and talk, and it just concerns me deeply. And this is just me, and I just think actually do some action, some actual physical action of something rather than just come in here and pontificate about this is wrong and we should be doing this and we should be doing that. So that's where I fall down, and I know it's a failing.
I don't think that's I think you're right. I think you have to. I mean, you have to take action, but I think that it's like you got to take action without without the built-in thing that it's like you don't necessarily have to do that part that you said where it's if I don't do it, no one else will. Well, that second part isn't something that you actually know, and in reality, there's probably other people that are going to be trying to do things like what you're doing too. Once an idea is ready to be born, like it's born into 1,000 minds at once, like, but yeah, you still got to act, but you got to just pick up your little piece or your next action or your next step. So like as a long distance hiker, as a mountaineer, for me, it's keep on walking. Like when I started my first hike to go from Mexico to Canada, I'm not getting to Canada tomorrow. I'm getting 20 miles tomorrow and then 20 more miles. And so that's what I mean. It's not your responsibility to fix the whole thing. And it's not your responsibility to fix it yesterday. It's just, if you care enough, it's your responsibility to take action. But if you're taking action, you get to sort of, I don't want to say let yourself off the hook, but not be caught on this like angsty thing of, oh gosh, if I don't do it, nobody else will. I don't know about that second part, you know. Do it, but do it with like play and joy and ease, not like the sky is falling. even though the sky is falling.
Exactly, the sky is falling. No, but I was just thinking, actually, you in hiking, crikey, I bet you do some serious amount of reflection when you're hiking all that time.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've spent uh, just on my long distance hikes, I've spent probably something like 14 months total outside, living outside, walking every day, pretty much every day. Uh, it's a very
For
contemplative
14
thing.
months. For
Not
14
not
months.
straight, not straight.
Oh, okay.
No. So my a quick rundown is my first long distance hike was most of the Pacific Crest Trail. It's a trail that runs through California, Oregon, and Washington. I didn't make it the whole way my first time. I came back the next summer and finished the 200 miles I'd missed. That was 6 months and then like 2 weeks. Then I did that same trail a few years later, completed the entire almost 2,700-mile trail, and that was about 5 months. Uh, Later, I devised a route here in Colorado where I live. If you've ever heard of the 14ers, they're like there's 58 14,000-foot peaks in Colorado. It's the densest population of peaks that tall in the U.S., lower U.S. And I devised a route to connect all 58 of them as a single walking route. And then me and my friend went and did that. That was about 1,400 miles. And I've done hundreds of miles at a time on other pieces of trails as well. So, and when you do like that, I mean, it's like, yeah, I've probably got about 14 months, 15 months maybe of living outside. I was a guide as well. When I was working for that Leave No Trace organization, me and my lady friend at the time, we actually they give you a brand new Subaru to travel around the country and do these educational things, and so you live and work out of a Subaru for a year. So I've done a lot of being outside with a lot of time to reflect. Uh, Plus, I suppose it's just who I am.
Do your friends joke with you and call you Forrest by any chance? Because that's mighty impressive.
My trail name is actually Special. A lot of people know me as Spesh or Special. Um, it's it is impressive in its way, and in some other ways, it's just walking. Um, and that's actually what if you want to say the body was designed for much, it looks like it was designed for walking, um, running. So yeah, it, I'm pretty proud of what I've been able to do, but I in some ways I think that it's not as how shall I put this? The amazement isn't that it's something incredible that's like unachievable. It's that I'm a pretty normal dude in many, many ways, right? And I went and did this amazing thing. And most of the amazing things that happen and are built and are achieved in the world aren't actually achieved by like Einsteins or super athletes or anything else. They're just achieved by people. Groups of people a lot of times too.
You said you go from Canada to Mexico, or Mexico to Canada?
Yes, the Pacific Crest Trail, it goes from the Mexican border to the Canadian border. Most people that hike it as a through hike, as a single piece hike, go northbound, just because of weather constraints and other logistical considerations. But yeah, it's a border to border hike, a cross country hikes, so to speak. And then the 14ers hike that I did, that's all within the state of Colorado. If you look in my bio, I think I've got a link to my website, my old website for it, and it's got a route of what we actually did. It's pretty circuitous.
That's pretty cool. I bet you've seen some cool stuff out there.
Oh yeah, man. I've been very fortunate to see some amazing things. Hey, thanks for letting me chat with you guys. Oh,
And the pleasure is mine. I enjoyed listening.
I'm curious. I literally have only been back on Twitter for like maybe a few weeks, mainly because I started diving into all of the AI stuff that's been emerging. But I'd started following a couple of you already. But I, what is this? Who's the syndicate? What problems are you looking for solutions for? Why are you
Ruckus,
all here?
Ruckus, go ahead and explain that. Mike and I had about it already too many times.
I cannot
You're up.
explain that as good as you guys can explain it. You guys are great. You're better.
Yeah, and before you explain it, the fact that you had been off Twitter and you've just come back, if I could give you, and there's every get off Twitter, go back, don't stay here.
Oh gosh, yeah. I just asked ChatGPT a little bit earlier if there was a version of Twitter that I could download that would only allow me to be on it for an hour a day. Not like these other time management apps that regulate it, but like just like an app that was just a clone, but with an hour timer on it. I I try not to spend too much time on here, but I've tuned in to a few of these conversations spaces that have been really interesting. So those are great, and I don't really have people in my day-to-day world who are exploring the AI tools, exploring the AI space, messing with them, experimenting with them, trying to figure out what we can do and can't do and everything. So, there's not really anything happening in my normal world. So if I wanna try to get some brain cross pollination going on, unfortunately, uh, Twitter seems to be where it's at.
Yeah, I agree with you. It is difficult to have intelligent conversations with all sorts of different people and cultures and countries. Um, but what I would say is you probably come to the wrong place to have those intelligent conversations because it doesn't happen in the syndicate. But of course, I'm only joking. But yeah, to your point, yeah, it's if you want to exercise your brain and have, what I love about Twitter in particular is, I call it the, we're in the world of the creator economy. And when I say creator, I don't mean, artists per se. Creators are people that are starting up companies, and to have them all in one place, discuss, talking out loud what they're doing, I think that's absolutely invaluable.
It is for me. I'm working still at a company that I've been trying to leave, and in a career I've been trying to leave for over a year because I've just grown completely bored with it. I think there's kind of three main reasons to work, and those are money, meaning, and interest. And I've been trying like mad to find something that scratched at least one of those, ticked off one of those enough to and move on. But it's been an interesting time trying to do that. As I've picked up some of these AI tools, it has been to me hugely exciting. For instance, I've always been a tinkerer and a maker. I taught myself how to make a 3D printer several years ago from some kit I got from China that had zero instructions. I taught myself 3D modeling. If you look at my profile, it says Philomath. I'm a lover of learning. Beginning of the year, I picked up ChatGPT and was like, "Oh, this is cool. I wonder what this actually can do. This is really these guys have finally come out of the lab with something for guys like me that looks pretty neat." And I used it to learn enough Swift programming to write an app that uses the OpenAI API, and I launched it 2 weeks ago today, and it's on the store, and like it's got 16 downloads or whatever. But I was able to use one of these new tools to take a simple little idea in an arena that I had zero experience and create something in 6 weeks. So that's hugely exciting. I mean, I'm just getting started, right? I'm just starting to figure out what some of this stuff looks like and what it can do. But the fact that I'm able to do that, and all the little things that I've learned as I've gone through that, whatever, setting up Revenue Cat and figuring out all of these different tools that are used in the industry, and setting up a GitHub and figuring out how to manage my GitHub, and figuring out how to actually like set up my app correctly so that my keys are hidden, and like all this, every single thing. Or even after I launched it and wasted the $100 free in ad search credit, whatever, search ads that they give you when you start a new account. I mean, I didn't get a single download from that, but watching how all those keywords play out in the ads and in the impressions, and it's fascinating. So any of this kind of stuff is fascinating to me, and the best part is I consider all of this just to be Mark 1. It's beta, right? I mean, like ChatGPT was a beta. Give me a break, dude. So yeah, I'm pretty blown away with it. My brain's been on fire for the last couple of months just with all of the things that it can do. Some of these ideas that I've had kicking around in my head for years and years and years that didn't feel like there was a pathway to possibly achieve them. These tools are opening them up so that they can be done, and that's just amazing. I don't think, I'm 43 years old. I watched the internet start and I didn't do jack shit with it, but this stuff is this is going to change the world bigger than the internet did. All the internet did was connect, which is powerful enough, but now we can like intelligently organize information. We're going to take this weird mycelial net that is the internet, and we're going to start fruiting intentional fungal, like fruiting bodies with it. And right now it just happens by accident. Some silly little video goes viral. It doesn't go viral, it goes fungal and it fruits.
Yeah, it goes mycelial.
Yeah, I mean, that's what this thing is, and each person
Uh-huh.
that's connected to it is a
Mhm.
store of information. And now that we're going to be able to use these AI tools to be able to tap the dispersed information and be able to, people are going to be able to build entire organizations and products and companies and you name it in like a matter of a couple of days,
Dude,
collaboratively. People are going to be
I
on other
just
sides of the world and go like, hey, I got an idea for a thing that like you can use to whatever, do glaucoma detection that's easier for people doing Doctors Without Borders. And 4 days later it's going to be built because like some other guy who's like, industrial design, and somebody else who's software, and somebody else, and they all live in different places in different time zones, and they never even talk. They just do it all on a server. And next thing you know, they all own the intellectual property for something that's going to go out there and help people save lives, ease lives, reduce friction. So anyway, yeah, I'll stop rambling. But
you're absolutely right.
I think it's to be perfectly honest, I've been watching a lot of videos and reading a lot of articles and seeing these things that people are talking about. And I'll be honest, it seems like people that build these things often don't even understand how big of a lever they've already handed everybody.
Uh-huh.
Not down the road, not with GPT-4 dropping this week, not with whatever a year from now. I mean, right now, they have already handed levers to dudes like me. Okay, and I'm a quote unquote nobody, right? Like the, and they just handed me a lever that made it so that I could launch an app. I got 5 more apps I'm writing right now.
Oh, is ChatGPT the monolith from 2001: A Space Odyssey?
The monolith. Oh, like the no. You know what it is? It's a it's a compressed information space is the way that I've been thinking of it.
Anna Mariah calls it the calculator for everything else. To your point about the community, I just got off the phone with a sales rep at circle.so that allows you to create like a private instance of Twitter for a community, because I'm starting to teach teachers, and you're absolutely right. It's even if innovation stopped today, we'd be busy for the next 2 decades.
Yeah, it's baked into the system already. You know, I mean, I read yesterday that that somebody put llama on a MacBook. What? A 64 billion
Yes,
parameter
yes.
model on a MacBook? Are you kidding me? I mean, like I saw somebody ran it on a 4 gig Raspberry Pi. Took them 10 seconds a token, but they were running it.
By
Like,
the way, the GitHub is at the top now for that, what he's describing. So like that's how quickly shit happens,
I know.
right?
So Saturday I wrote an email to the heads of the company that I worked at now, and I was just like, "Hey guys, remember me, the guy who's been like trying to quit for a year, but I still keep hanging out and doing stuff for you? Have you guys been paying attention to AI? Because stuff's happening and it's getting here. It's here, and here's 2 tools that you guys should look at, and then you know, you guys should talk amongst yourselves about whether and how you want me to maybe start helping you guys get your heads wrapped around how to integrate this into your workflow." And I sent them 2 tools. One of those tools had a complete new feature added to it yesterday. So I mean, like, it's impossible to even keep up with. But like, if you don't like at least walk in that direction, man, yeah, it's been lighting my brain on fire for the last 2 months, and I don't think it's going to stop for a while.
Just like you, I'm coding in the background, learning how to create SVG files, you know, taking it to CodePen. Wow, that works.
Yeah,
I used to ask these guys for help on Python. They got me started on Python. ChatGPT is, and with my network of people who are teaching me, is really changing everything.
it's been yeah, it's like having a free employee and a tutor. You know, as long as you're aware that it's not giving you context, that you're the one that gives it the context. I was trying to explain this to my friend the other day. I was like, you know, I think of it as an information space. They take all of this information and they put it in this thing, and it kind of draws like a 3-dimensional landscape of ideas. And when you use a prompt, what you're doing is laying a linguistic pathway in order to arrive at a latent space that you're pretty sure exists, you know. So you can start to get an idea. I mean, I've done most of what I've been doing with it was originally figuring out what it trying to probe what it didn't know more than what it did, because it's like it's easy to feel like something knows everything when you're asking it things that everybody knows. But if you
Right.
start asking questions or giving prompts that are rather arcane. I did like 3 whole days where I just asked it, where I was trying to teach it, ask or teach or explain riddles. Tell me the best riddle, the most confusing riddle you can. It wasn't able to tell me a decent riddle for shit. And then I'd have it make new riddles, explain why it was a riddle. I would give it like 5 other answers for its riddle, and have it explain to me why my answers were better or worse. And it's like it doesn't know those things. So the only things that it can know are within like these specific contexts. And as powerful and as amazing as it is, it's still, you know, it's not like it was trained on all of human knowledge. It was trained on a bunch of text, and look what it can do. You know, you train something to be able to actually. Okay, so I'm a 3D printing enthusiast, right? If you guys played with Pointy, it's the
No,
OpenAI's
I
like,
haven't.
it makes a point cloud. So it's like
Okay, like a depth map type thing. Yeah.
yeah, it's just like a 3D point cloud of you know, whatever. It's pretty weak right now. I'm sure somebody's gonna make it massively powerful in a little while. But you know, I was playing around with prompts in Midjourney to see what kind of interesting furniture I could make. You know, standing desks that are like organic looking 3D printed types of things. I have a fascination with trash because it's a thing that actually doesn't exist. It's just I've been calling it, you know, resource in search of imagination for a long time. And one of the reasons I got into 3D printing was the idea of being able to use 3D printing in order to take trash and turn it into things. Water bottles are all made out of PET, and PET is a wonderful material to 3D print with. So like, man, as soon as somebody nails point E or a 3D model, and I don't mean skinning a texture onto a pre-existing 3D model, but like generating a full high resolution, you know, whatever triangle mesh 3D structure that I can come up with an idea in the morning over coffee, design it with with a fully 3D AI over coffee, walk out into the garage, make sure my hopper of old bottles is full, and press print on my garage size 3D printer, and come back, you know, a couple days later, and it's made an entire piece of furniture, a desk, a table, a chair, whatever, you know. So I mean, but these are the kinds of of being able to explore an idea space, your idea spaces. They're not the AI's idea spaces. These are our idea spaces. But being able to explore those in depth, rapidly, find the thing that's in your brain, and be able to pull it out and actually make it into the real world. I expect that model, the upgraded pointee, or maybe it'll hit with GPT-4. I don't know what's going to happen. Like, could be next week, but that's happening. And you know, I'm already trying to think like, all right, well, where can I source materials from in order to be able to build a 3D printer the size of a garage? So, all right, y'all need to stop letting me talk, because I will just go on and on.
No, I love it. It's great. Even as you're talking, like I'm learning how to create scalable vector graphics just with like lines of code and drawing the circles. So I just learned how to draw the circle, and right now it's not working. But hacking away at it. My circle.svg.
Yeah, my goal for the weekend had been to transfer my app over from the Text DaVinci 3 model to the new Chat GPT API. Instead, I spent like half of that time trying to figure out why I had broken my app and why Xcode didn't work anymore, and then I had to uninstall it and reinstall it. I didn't start finally actually doing coding to move it over until like 8 o'clock last night.
I'm about to get fired.
Like good fired or bad fired?
What?
So is that good fired or bad fired?
It'll probably be good, but I don't know. They fire me, I'll get a severance. So
what do all of you people do?
I work in technology. I basically help people build software solutions for their ideas, do rapid prototyping and otherwise. Also work in commercialization, helping people take things out of universities and get them to market. That's kind of what I do.
Technology, same thing. Data visualization.
I'm just a recruiter.
But you did ask a good question. What is the Syndicate? To me, it's like I look at it as a coffee shop, like Cheers, but with coffee, maybe alcohol too. And there's just a lot of talent that comes through.
Ruckus is a data scientist guy. Manish is a developer out of Bangalore. Also does really good strategic mapping on things. Peter is a carpenter that also doubles a secret life as a AI uh, artist slash deep thinker slash. He's typically bachelor number one in the Syndicate group, meaning like the chicks are always like, "Oh God, here's Peter! Here he comes! He's gonna talk about wood finishes in his Australian accent." Hey everyone, I found some pretty good wood downstairs. Oh God, right? So that's
Man,
what he
that
is.
Australian accent can be a real panty dropper.
Yeah. Oh man,
I've
he
certainly
uses it
found
all the
myself on
time.
the envious side of that one a few times.
Yeah. Mike is he's a recruiter, but he's also a philanthropist slash energy worker. Does a lot of different stuff. Does voice acting. He's really not just a headhunter. I mean, he kind of collects people and then he flips people. Like when we flip houses and stuff, he kind of flips people. He's like, you're doing this, but you ever thought you could be flipped into something else? I'm like, what?
I love it. That's great. Well, I'm delighted I actually joined this conversation. Dan, I started following you a few days ago after one of these other Twitter conversations. So I think you were actually
Awesome.
the purple I clicked on to join the room.
Yeah, I got sucked into Mario's space a couple days ago when we were talking about the Silicon Valley Bank thing, and I picked up a bunch of different folks from that conversation, which is good. It's crazy how wild that happened over the weekend, though. It's just amazing.
I was watching it. I'm not particularly knowledgeable in that area at all, but I was like, oh, great, a bank folded. Well, seems to me some of the other banks that folded in 2008 didn't have anything to do with the ones that folded at first, so that doesn't sound good. But it sounds like they've got it somewhat handled. I don't know.
Yeah, pretty much. But we'll see. I mean, like anything, we're like everybody's sort of like, where's the new speculation? Is there blood water over here? Did someone fall down? Yeah, someone fell down over here. Let me get over there. I want to see that. I'm kind of eager to see the fail culture in everyday life.
Yeah, I I myself am not real big on that. I or rather, seeing people, whatever, kind of excited almost that people are like losing money or might get screwed, and it's like
Yeah, totally, man.
maybe you should just be cheering for like you doing better rather than other people doing worse. I'm just a thought.
Yeah, it's kind of like a constant correlation of the misery index. Like how
Yeah.
how miserable do you feel? I'm about 48%. Hold on, I gotta report that in. It's Ohio, left sector, 48%. It's like we're all sort of giving a signal back. So many people are building systems upon systems to try to gauge what's happening in the real time.
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's a wild world, and I feel like it's about to just get the this graph is about to get real steep.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Hey, Rich is here. One of our favorite councils just came in the room. I wonder if she's going to come up.
Oh, Sandra. Oh, Rich. Hey, Rich. What's going on?
Council. I have a sales guy asking me, "Hey, why did this fall outside of what I promised the client?" And I want to tell him to stop being a crybaby, set expectations. But I I can't say that in an email because that's forever, right?
Well, I mean, you could always use the question with a question. Why did you think it was included?
Oh, that's right. It's good. Yeah, that's a good point. What were the expectations of you and the client, between you and the client?
How many projects like this have you done? I'm just curious. You didn't think that was a part of the line item? Maybe we need
Ruckus,
to sit down.
Hey, what's up, Rich?
is that your face?
It is. Sorry, did I mess up the?
No.
Okay. You didn't like Mike's pick he did for me, so.
I don't know. Well, that was different. That was different.
How are you?
If it's the real Ruckus, that's nice.
Thank you. That's me. Are you in the courtroom today?
No, I took the day off, and I wasn't there wasn't anything to do really, so I took the day off, and I've had a lazy, beautiful, lazy day.
That's good. I guess you can when you're boss. You haven't been in for the last couple days. Or you were a listener yesterday, I think, maybe.
I've been listening a lot, but I was asleep most of the time that I was here. I got some weird messages. They're like, what? And I didn't understand any of the messages that I got. So I must have slept through something pretty intense.
Nah. Same old, same old. But
one of the messages said, "Can these men control their cocks for 1 second?"
I didn't see that message.
I got a lot of DMs.
What was that? I missed that one.
Well, like, what did I miss? What, were you guys fighting or something? Another one I got from somebody just said, "This is nuts," and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, what were the timestamps on?
7 o'clock and 9 o'clock. The cock one was 9 o'clock. This is nuts was 7 p.m.
I don't know. The 9 p.m. one might have been the tree hugger. Tree huggers. It's not very nice. We had environmental activists in the room going at it, but I think that was it was about 9 o'clock. I think it was pretty intense.
It was intense, but it was also kind of fake at the same time.
You think it was fake?
Not fake, but kind of farcical. You know when people are talking past each other and they're no longer interested in the environment but themselves and winning the argument?
Okay, yeah.
Right? You feel when that happens? I feel when that happens.
It depends.
When people
It depends on if the
themselves.
argument's for you. If the argument's not for you, then just kidding.
I've never met Jean though. Jean, is that her?
Oh yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I've met her before.
It's also one of those things when, I mean, clearly you know I do this. When things are going off the rails, sometimes I pull it back and sometimes I lean in. Sheryl Sandberg, right? And so it's like, oh, that person's here. I know who we should invite. Fighting for an hour.
I don't know if it's lean in versus what you because let me just bring that gas can a little closer.
Speaking of gas cans.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, it's kind of like an instance of Burning Man. You know, what's that guy doing? Oh, he's just doing Burning Man. What's that? Well, he's lighting himself on fire and running around a circle and making other people hot. What can we do about that? Oh. You get used to it. Yeah, you get used to it. Besides, I think it was unrecorded, right? So at that point, I was like, you know what? Let everyone get their hatred out. You know, it's kind of like Purge, but for Twitter Spaces. Like every week, people need like an hour to kill each other, and then they get it out of their system, and then we can go back to talking about solutions, looking for a problem.
But the research says that it makes it worse.
Uh-oh. What does the research say?
And if you dwell
How
on
dare
that
you
shit-
bring in research into this?
Sorry.
My induction is all that's needed to know the truth.
Whoops.
Go on.
No, I was reading a paper about this, and the more you dwell on it, the more feelings you'll have about it. So it doesn't actually let you purge it. It actually intensifies your feelings.
It's more just adding oxygen to the...
Yeah. But I don't know, because like some people
Here's the thing.
are so lonely they just need to be heard. I don't know.
Look, at the same time, it's all kind... Nobody can deny that people having conflict, whether it's intelligent or unintelligent, isn't sometimes entertaining. There, I said it.
So, was Jean serious? That was.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, Jean was serious.
About what?
Oh, she was. They were complaining about the environment.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, so there. You remember that? Ali looks at me. What the fuck are these people talking about? Don't they know? I'm like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is not a science conversation. This
I know the environmentalist in me was going crazy.
Yeah.
Like,
this is not a science fair. This is an ego. This is an ego fair, and everyone's showing off their ego, trying to be top dog. You know, and they'd rather make somebody feel bad and be incorrect than somebody feel good and they're incorrect. So let it play out. It's fine. Let's go back to work.
Understand the point.
What?
Of verbally bashing somebody.
It makes you feel good.
Does it? That's terrible.
It does. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm the smartest person in the room. The world ended because you didn't heed my advice.
Ick.
You know how much power people get from that? Like,
Ick.
I have the advice, the world is falling, and if people implemented my idea of the Garden of Eden, everything would be fine, and my solution has no side effects, by the way.
I wonder what it feels like to feel like you have all the answers.
You mean a complete lack of humility?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes I wonder what that feels like.
You know, I will say it is a nice place to go to character-wise, though. I mean, if you're really going to work on the villain, you do need to sort of have a notion of devoid of others, just so you can actually embrace the kind of weirdness. Like, I mean, like you can't be a game weapon designer if you're afraid of a few bullets. You know what I'm saying? You should embrace the personas and actually play with them like a chemistry set, which is the proper trigger. You know, I mean, that's what Alaskoshi is trying to do, but it's no longer entertaining for him, I guess.
Yeah, he needs new jokes. He's a comedian that has run out of jokes, right? And so those jokes that used to hit, Ali will tell you, there are some people at open mics who tell the same 5-minute set the same
every week
for years, decades. I know there's certain rooms I can go into in Toronto, but I'm going to see the same
I can
people.
parrot back the exact.
I know they're set better than they do, right? But that's
did they have it tight yet?
No.
No, it just wants
not toy like a Toyota. It's just all the material
it's
they
not
have.
even a tight 5. It's just the same 5.
It's the same 5. You're talking to, remember when Bill Clinton did this? And like, what the fuck year is it?
Do you get to heckle? Update your jokes.
Look, the loudest heckle is complete silence.
Oh, that. Ooh, ouch.
Yeah, I know that one well. That's not great.
All right, y'all. I got to deal with some foster puppies that want to get out of this house. It was lovely spending some Twitter space with you.
Where are you?
Puppies.
Where are you in the world? I'm in Canada.
I'm in Colorado in the Denver
Oh,
area.
nice. I have friends out there.
That's lovely.
People.
It's pretty great. I like it. I like it. All right, thank you all.
Nice meeting you, dude.
For sure.
I don't think they watch comedies.
No?
No, they're too jaded. Mm. Mm-hmm.
Does anybody watch any comedies in this room? I'm looking for some new content, and I'm looking for something funny.
Like what?
40-year-old version's pretty
Anything.
good.
Sorry, everybody's
What about
speaking at the same
Batman
time. What are you looking for? Context, Allie? What are you doing? Talk.
Nothing. I'm just looking for some new content to watch. TV, preferably, but I can do a movie.
And you're looking for comedic movies, correct?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little like I need a little injection of comedy in my life, but there just hasn't been some good stuff out there, and I was wondering, what are some good things I should watch?
Have you seen Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid?
No, what's that about?
No, I can't tell you. You have to go watch that. You
Okay.
have to watch that, and how about Hudsucker Proxy? Have you ever seen that?
No. Okay, I'm writing these down.
You gotta
Dead Men
watch
Don't Wear
both of them.
Plaid. And what was the second one?
Hudsucker Proxy.
Hudsucker Proxy. Okay.
That's my favorite film of all time, and it's a comedy, and it's multiple tales, beautifully done and produced in a bygone era of greatness. What else? Let's see. Mad Men would be a great TV show just to learn sort of deadpan comedy. You know, artistic sort of fuck you comedy.
Excellent.
I've been saw a comedy.
What was that?
Mad Men is not a comedy.
No, but good content is good content. I'll check it out.
Content. Wise wit is better than good comedy because it's the basis of something tasty. Of course, you've seen Silicon Valley, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Good
all right.
stuff.
Yeah. If you can find it either on Netflix or YouTube, you have to look up Video Game High School. Have you ever seen that series?
No. What's that about? I'm looking it up right now.
Amazing. It's amazing, awesome, currently relevant, stupidly humorous game culture, cosplay, everything comedy. It's a really great story of geeks, technology, everything. It's sort of, if you haven't seen them, and you'll probably look them up, Corridor Digital is a video creation group online. They like to do a lot of really cool, independent produced special effects shots and crazy animation techniques. And they learned their stuff from Rocket Jump Labs. And Rocket Jump, they did all the old forget the guy's name. There's an Asian guy that ran it. He was just freaking brilliant. Anyways, he went on to do Video Game High School, and he totally did the series independent, released it all on YouTube, and then later it got into Netflix. But I don't know. I don't know if it's still at Netflix. It's just a wickedly hilarious show, though. Players on, I think it's either on Peacock or one of the other NBC networks or whatnot. It's called Players. It is a remake of Video Game High School, but done like in the last 2 years. And it's a comedy on esports. It's kind of funny. It's pretty good for a guy who doesn't really watch anything. Huh. Anyways, solar opposites, that's required. Comedy. You gotta watch
Solar
that.
Opposites is so good.
Yeah, that's so fucking good.
It is
Have you
so
seen
good.
Yeah.
Have you seen Bros?
Bros?
Bros? No.
Yeah, it's apparently Judd Apatow's latest film. You know, he did a 40-Year-Old Virgin and Knocked Up. I think those were really good, but this is like the Brokeback Mountain of rom-coms, I guess.
Video Game High School is really good. I gotta go find it and watch it again. Uh,
It seems like it would be appropriate for this space because it, like, one of the guys wins an award for best white gay man. So it'll be like a best white non-cisgender male.
completely. Maybe. I don't know. Possibly.
Ooh, I found it. I'm so excited to start this.
The main cast of characters are really good too. I mean, they like all those actors. I hope they went on to do cool things because they're really, really good.
Oh, it only got 3 seasons. All right. Queued up. I'm excited.
You should, when you watch that, you should be thinking about the Syndicate school at the same time.
Oh, amazing. All right. I'm going to keep that in mind.
Is there a lot of hazing in that show, Dan?
Wait, what was the question?
Sorry.
Down at the pool, it's kind of loud. Is there a lot of hazing in the video game high school show?
No, but there is probably a varied forms of gaslighting that we know today that would be represented in that show as potentially pranks and or kind of kind of type things, not really seen or as embodied as it is today. But yeah, it's good.
The bully's name is K-pop? What am I watching?
Wait, what now?
The bully's name is K-pop and he's dressed like a K-pop star. What am I watching?
The key thing you have to do next is savor it. try not to blow through all 3 seasons in one one outing.
Oh, I'm such a binge watcher. That's terrible. Okay, I'll try to spread it out.
Hey, Manish, if you're listening, check out if you refresh that link I sent you. I'm getting there.
So now, is that going to give us like NVIDIA like power on our Macs or something here, or what's that all about up there?
Yes. Someone figured out how to use Apple Silicon to do the calculus in the background for a large language model. So instead of using like a Google Colab notebook or connecting it to Azure or whatever, you can now use your own Apple Silicon to roll your own large language model.
That'd be fun.
Good luck regulating what people are doing on their own machines.
Yeah, totally.
We're like, we need to regulate AI. Motherfucker, the smartest people on the planet, we don't even know what they like. Oh yeah, you're gonna stop this? How? You're gonna protest? Where? In spatial? You'll be safe though, eh, Raucus?
Sorry, Mrs. Raucus is keeping me from getting fired.
Oh, good. I mean, once again, pulling you from the depths of Hades. He's the mentor with the talisman on the hero's journey. You know?
All right. Hang on.
It's heating up. So the next step is to learn how to make an SVG file responsive. If I can create the whole application in like an SVG file, then I can make an ordinal.
Thank you.
I'm gonna put some of those pizza scooch in the oven,
Okay.
in the air fryer.
Okay.
Oh, I think we have French bread pizza too.
I'm not gonna eat anything. Sorry.
That's ridiculous.
Huh?
The bullies bike away on a tandem bike. What the hell is this?
Yeah. Dan's seen all the things.
It's ridiculous. It's really good.
Wait, what now?
The bullies bike away on a tandem bike that hovers away on rainbows.
I like the title of the room, Solutions, Looking for a Problem.
The #1 startup killer.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I like solutions. I mean, I think part of the, my thought process and my job is I like solutions. I'm solutions oriented. And so, get right into it. You know what I mean? So that's what I like.
It's referring to like about what? Wow, it's almost a decade ago. 7 years ago, I was working with a lot of people who could code anything you wanted, right?
Yeah.
And so they built a monster, couldn't find a customer. And I'm like, damn, you can have the best back end in the world, and it goes nowhere. And a guy described it. Oh, you have a solution looking for a customer. I'm like, fuck. Never mind. All right, guys, back up. White, cis, gender male. We got a white cisgender male. Everybody now, white, cis, gender male. He's from New Hampshire.
Why does he take our crap? Why does he do
Because he doesn't want to be a part of a community that would accept him.
And why is that? That's funny. Why does he come here?
I'll let him account for himself.
What am I being accused of?
White, cis, gender male. We got a white, cisgender male. Everybody now white, cis, gender male. We got a white, gender male.
You're gonna wear that shit out, man.
What, should I create the whole song?
Yeah.
Oh, I can
switch it up.
No. I can write the rap lyrics.
Yeah.
And then feed it through Studio DID. Oh, man, Pete, did you run out of credits or what? He burned all his credits on making Casey.
I love it. It's so good.
So what deep discussions are being had in here?
Allie's looking for new comedy.
Good new content.
Good new content?
Yeah, I just need some content.
Well, Casey, can you run through all of the weird animes that you've watched? Maybe there's some like funny animes you know about. You guys like weird animes, right?
Start with Vox Machina on Netflix. Have you seen that?
I have not.
Oh,
I will start with
you like
that.
a little humor mixed in, right?
I do.
Yeah.
I really do.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
She's singing along too.
I love it.
But can you imagine if we figured out a way to teach Mackie the white sister?
Yeah.
That will not be happening.
Just having some children.
Can you imagine just like marching around the house? My daddy is a white cisgender male. He will protect cisgender male. Yeah, I should write out the rest of the rap. They can have Rockus read it. Oh, the other thing too is Dan. So that's true. We can, if somebody gave you the permission, quote unquote, you could clone their voice with 11 using the recordings from the space.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. You have all of our voices that you can have us say anything you want.
Yeah. So if you train the large language model on KC and on everyone else, then you could have a Twitter space with just them talking to each other.
Oh my god, that's so weird.
Oh wow. And then you use the ChatGPT link so they're really talking back and forth.
The only thing preventing us from doing a lot of this is the pricing. So for like studio.d-id, it's like $400 a month.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's good, right? You could turn every Twitter space into a video podcast with people in different squares.
But that's not shits and giggles money.
Yeah, I know.
So I'm going through all of the support assistance stuff with the state. And I couldn't help myself but to count the clicks it took to complete each application. So, like, unemployment is like 25 clicks of the mouse to get through their system.
You should probably create a tutorial for TikTok. That shit'll go viral.
It would probably be helpful because they dig deep.
Dude, if you did, and I published that and I tagged it hashtag SVB. It's relevant. Have you just been let go or had your pay furloughed because your startup banked with SVB? Well, there is a way that you can move from one form of social assistance to the other. Right? Welcome to Canada. America, Canada.
So check this out. We have food. Like it's not quite. It's kind of like food stamps. Oh, it's called Snap. I'm on like 78 clicks so far, and I'm still not done.
Ooh. Can I get an oof?
Yeah, oof.
It's funny because Anna Mariah just hold on. Anne, what happened with the? Did you have the confrontation?
No, that is this weekend or this coming
Okay.
weekend. No. I just
Are you like working out like a workout montage? Getting ready. Take it to the limit.
I know, right? Like that scene in Oh my god. No. Actually, no. I'm just finished my second to last job under this we're gonna say under this administration, and we're just gonna call it that. We'll say. So
Under this administration, I love it.
yeah. So fuck yeah, let's go. Like I'm free, and also I got confirmation on my next. You know what I mean? The next deal. So yeah, it's a go. I transitioned. So yeah, I'm very happy. I'm about to go do a celebratory beer. Well, not really, but like yeah, maybe one, and then go take some fire photographs. So I'm very excited. What's going on in here?
KC is on his 80th click applying for food stamps. And he's on 25 clicks to get the employment insurance. And so he's going to create a TikTok outlining the process so that we can help other folks.
Doesn't that
Fantastic.
That sounds so sad. Casey's on his 80th click to get food stamps. Like that just sounds so dark.
Dude, I'm from Canada. Okay? There's nothing wrong with having the government operate the way it should.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I paid into it. I may as well use it.
You funded this whole operation. They take it out of your paycheck every month, don't they? Like we have employment insurance. They take it out of your paycheck every month.
Oh yeah, that is a fact.
So in fact, you're just accessing the cash values from your whole life insurance policy.
Basically.
Ciao. You've been paying for motherfuckers like Alice Scotia to live scot-free for 20 years. Why can't you do it for a couple months?
I'm down again. I got no issues with that. I just like as a conversation topic. It's like oof, that's dark.
I tried to use the harshest language possible just so that we could bring ourselves back from the break. Be like, because you're thinking about it, right? It might not be the most proud moment of your life, but you've earned it and you paid into it.
Oh yeah. Again, I have no compunction about using it. I'm good. I'm all good with that. No issues with that at all. It's amazing to me how much time it takes, and especially like on the unemployment, the follow-up system that they have takes a lot of time on a weekly basis. But as I dig into like,
No, it's a job within a
it
job.
is, dude.
Like
It is.
that's what my sister. Yeah, my sister runs like a homeless like women and children's shelter in South Texas. So she helps people with this sort of paperwork, government paperwork, I guess we'll just call it because that's what it is. And it just she describes it to me as like a full-time job, like for the people applying. You know what I mean? Not her job, but like yeah, it's pretty crazy. Can I just change the subject real quick? I just
Huh?
saw a massive hawk with what appeared to be a snake in the middle of Los Angeles. That was amazing. I swear to God, there's more wildlife in Los Angeles than there is in the wildlife. Like it's a fact. It's a fact. I see more wildlife here than I do hiking. It's pretty crazy. Well, I killed the
No, I
round,
was
I
just
guess.
distracted by the kids. I was going to
No.
ask, did you get a picture, photographer?
No, I'm driving and talking on Spaces. Like, hold on a minute, let me juggle 5 things, and like I have my vape in my hand, and I'm like trying not to doing lane changes. No, I did not. Just like I didn't get a picture of that meteor. I honestly I can't believe I didn't. It was just like, what am I seeing? You know what I mean? It was like so unbelievable to me, like that was happening, and it's so silly because I've seen them in the wild, but meteors aren't dictated whether you see them in the wild or not, right? But I just always see them out in the out in the middle of nowhere. But then I've never seen one that come through right very over a city. So that's kind of this unbelievable sort of thing. Kind of see it, and you're like, what am I see? You can't believe what you're really seeing. Like right now, why is the traffic stopped? It's LA. That's the answer. It's just LA.
So, turns out one of the police officers that pulled me over last week has a daughter that goes to my son's preschool as well. So we got to say hello to each other today.
You got pulled over?
Last week, yeah. Or was it a week ago?
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Was it bad?
Did you throw up again?
No.
Let's bring up another one.
Did you?
No.
The vomiting.
I'm like
what
trying
I'm
to
saying is
change the
vominator.
subject.
from
Ooh,
that
snakes in the air.
from that
No.
from that instance of being pulled over.
Oh, yeah.
Then
Okay.
today realized like, oh, we have kids in the same preschool. How you doing today?
Oh, never have I enjoyed a vomit story.
I mean, come on.
Another one.
The pure utility, right?
Yeah, it's like amazing. Like that's a superpower that you have. I'm like, oh yes, another vomit story. Yay. Gather around, kids. Gather around.
This is more the fallout, the aftermath of seeing the cop at my children's preschool and him be like, "How you feeling, man? You okay?" I'm like, yeah, I'm good.
You can drive that Kia like it's an RC car.
Dude, harder, man. I really beat on that thing, dude. It's ugly, dude. It's
In my head, you have like the most souped up Kia. You know how they have like the shit boxes and then they'll like race like Ferraris, but they don't know that they have this fucking monster under the hood.
my buddy Josh rebuilt his Civic, his Honda Civic, into a all-wheel drive, like converted it from two-wheel to four-wheel drive with amazing horsepower, turbo, NOx, the whole thing. It's one of those. It's a sleeper. You look at it, you're like, what's this piece of trash? But it's got crazy power under the hood. My Kia, not so much. But yeah. All right, so I gotta say of interest, I'm watching. You're okay. Hold on. Watching Bitcoin kind of skyrocket here a little bit. What do you guys think about that?
Hell yeah. I mean, I you know me, I'm all championing it. Oh my god. I think the people on the edge of like who kind of wanted to get into Bitcoin, this just gave them a chance or an excuse, maybe, right? And also, I don't know. It seems a little fishy because some people are saying it's going to go up and then it's going to, you know what I mean?
It's like it's the standard.
Is it just a cash grab?
Yes,
Is it just a cash
it's just the
grab?
standard hype train.
Right.
Like
It is. Right. We're just on the roller coaster.
yeah, it's
right
just
now.
another little up
Yeah.
hype. That's how I feel. It'd be some shit though if the whole Bitcoin narrative played out and people started flooding into Bitcoin because it offers more safety and security, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, the other thing though is Signet is no more from SBNY, right? Signature Bank, and so that money, I imagine that since there was a bank run on Signature Bank, and they're using Signature for crypto, then it's almost like BTC is a safe haven asset for people trading on centralized exchanges using BTC.
Totally.
Uh-huh. So that's where you got a huge inflow, because imagine the payment rails for BTC investors. FTX goes down, and then Signature goes down, and then Silvergate, then Signet. Right? These are the ways that whales held and invested their money and turned BTC into ETH, into Poly, into whatever. So if those are no longer available, where do they hold their money? Was either in cold storage or in JP Morgan, but JP Morgan might not accept their business, and neither will Wells Fargo. Like we were talking to what's his name yesterday about using ordinals and being able to inscribe more value on a single Satoshi than a Satoshi is worth. And I'm sure there's a ton of people trying to figure out how to replace SVB using this. At the same time, for the banking needs of these places, using Bitcoin from a taxation or regulatory perspective is not necessarily, they have to figure that out. But I don't think they're going from Silvergate to First Republic right now. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah. It's
And what I saw was one of the people who got the mortgages through Silicon Valley Bank, they were turned down by 15 other lenders. So Silicon Valley Bank acted like a tier 3 lender, offering super favorable terms to founders who only had their equity to offer as collateral on a down payment. A whole generation of Gen Zs and millennials is waking up to their own 2008. And I don't think they're going to bank the way they used to. By the way, how many of these startups that may not be able to make payroll are crypto oriented?
That's a good question. I would hazard a guess that it's relatively low.
But 10%. Imagine 10% of people looking for a new Rails for their operation. Again, I remember that story about Y Combinator startups not finding product market fit, but investing a certain portion of the Y Combinator money into BTC, and they ended up making money. Hey guys, we don't have product market fit. That sucks, but we've made $1 million. Really? What'd you do? Oh, we just took a small percentage of the money you gave us. You did what?
No, you have to use the right terminology. We rehypothecated your startup initiative. That's
Whenever I think about hypothecated, I think about, I went Canadian there. I think about an apothecary.
right.
We get someone with Bunsen beakers and it's all steaming. It's like Breaking Bad, but with money. How do we wash this money? Well, we have this Rube Goldberg alchemical machine, and you put the fiat in here, and it comes out of a Mauritian bank. Where's Mauritius? Don't worry about it. It's better that you don't know. I mean, the Mark Cohodes guy, he was saying for months that these are payment rails for the P words. So, but then again, how is that different than fiat? Right? If Nicolas Cage from that arms dealing movie finds out about Bitcoin, he'd probably use it too, right?
So it's so wild to me because when you look at the number of blockchains that are available, like there are specific side chains structured and engineered for payment rails. That's all they do. And yet, like we have all these chains, we've got all this digital ledger technology, and we're still totally stymied on and off ramps.
Yeah, but I don't think we're living in the same place we used to as of the past week. You just saw the biggest use case for an uncorrelated asset that you've ever seen. I don't think people are going to be making the same decisions the same way.
I don't know. I kind of like, as I see the Fed looking to backstop, there's now talk about dropping the prime rate. Again, especially that there's conversations around the Fed backstopping. Like,
Yeah,
will it,
yeah, and that's probably going to happen,
right?
because of
Do you,
the
do
importance
you,
of the individual
do you
startup.
think that'll turn this into just another blip on the radar?
The thing is, it's not so much how they recover, but how they've been scarred. The entire ecosystem just got scarred, and they're not going to forget it. And people are going to ask them, "Hey, by the way, how do you plan on holding the money that we're about to give you?" Go ahead, Ruckus.
I just want to throw a conspiracy theory out there. Could it have been orchestrated? I mean, we know that interest rates were going to hike until something breaks.
Well, okay, so before you go on, sorry. How would you feel if you knew they held more mortgage-backed securities when they failed?
How would I feel?
If you knew that they held more mortgage-backed securities than Lehman when they fell in 2008.
I wouldn't feel very good about that.
So that's the case. Silicon Valley Bank held more mortgage-backed securities than Lehman when they fell, at the time they fell.
Oh, I see.
So when they talk about like threats from the outside, the threat was baked into the way they hypothecated in the apothecary.
But couldn't that been orchestrated, right?
Oh, you think that they took it on as a poison pill?
I think, yeah.
From the inside, the calls coming from inside the house. I don't know. That seems like a stretch to me. But if you look at the people who were running this bank, these people have a lot of banking experience. I can't believe that they intend. It's hard for me to believe that they intentionally failed. Right? I'm more inclined to believe that for every basis point that the interest rate rose, their mortgage-backed securities went from A to D to junk. How do you have a portfolio of mortgage-backed securities at a time when the interest rate is rising at an unprecedented level without a hedge? Is one of the criticisms I heard in the large groups, that they didn't hedge against a massive interest rate rise at a time when they hold mortgages, which are the products the most affected by a rise and change in interest rates. Marco Stradamus has given the thumbs up, and yay, therefore we know is true. That's interesting. What did interest rates rise during 2008? What caused the 2008 crash? Interest rate? The market crash of 2008 explained lenders relaxed their strict lending standards to extend credit to people who were less than qualified. Who knows more than how people get affected by interest rates than a loan officer? So Casey saw this for a long time, right? We've been talking about this for a while. You just never know what's going to push the vending machine over. Like you got the vending machine rocking.
Exactly. That was my. And I'm sorry, I'm not very,
No, it's okay. We're all wrong about this.
I
know what I mean?
Yeah, you expect when things break, you don't expect it to be like a bank of this size. You know what I mean? Like maybe I was just thinking something else. Sorry, my bosses. You know what I mean? Like I just think it was an anomaly out of nowhere. But maybe it wasn't, because a lot of banks have failed. Like 500 banks have failed since 2020 and 2021, 2022. Like these things, banks fail more often than not.
How dare you?
I'm.
Can you imagine?
Can I give
Can you imagine you lecturing somewhere?
I spend too many time in these spaces over the weekend about this stuff, so it
Can I
just
give?
seems like. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please, Marco.
I was going to say, can I give my 2 pence?
Oh, please.
Although with inflation, it's only 1 pence now. So maybe I should say, can I give my 4 pence? So, okay, few things here for me. This is just so the outsider looking in, knowing a little bit that I know. Bottom line, from a SVB perspective, and you touched on it. Track funding. Is it Michael? Is it Michael?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, Michael. Yeah, that's so much better to say. So from an SVB perspective, just bad management, really bad management. You touched on it with regards to the hedging. Who doesn't hedge, right? Every position you take, more often than not, you will take a hedge position against it. That's a basic rule of business, for God's sake, certainly when you're playing in the money markets. Who also didn't think that at some point mortgage rates were going to rise? So if you're taking a 10-year position on a debt instrument, which is typically mortgages, you've got to look at that. You have analysts who do this for a living, who will tell you that at some point it is going to rise, right? So then what you then do is you try best as you can guess what that rise is going to be. And if you think about it, and I've said this previously, the piper comes a calling. And if we think about COVID, if we think about printing the money before and printing money during COVID and continuing printing money, somewhere along the line, that has to be paid back. So that is going to have an impact on the market. And it's certainly going to have an impact on the market with regards to bonds and typical instruments like that. So I just look at it from an SVB perspective in particular, and I think I want to say I look at it in isolation. I think it's just poor business practices with regards to their portfolio management. Although here's the but, and I've said before, I don't think SVB are going to be the only bank to go under. This comes back to my point about the piper comes a calling. I think other banks are going to go under as well. I don't see any of the big boys going under because I'd like to think they learned their lessons from 2008 in particular, 2008, 2009. Plus, there's obviously legislation put into place with regards to monies that they need to hold on deposits. So I don't think the big boys are going to go under. So we won't see the likelihood of 2007 and 8. But I certainly do see a lot of the smaller banks going under. So I think this is just going to be, I'm loath to say one of many, but I certainly see a lot more going under.
And do you think that's because they had the similar practices to SVB, or that their companies are interconnected in a way that makes contagion more greasy?
Yeah, this is the way I summarize it, right? And, I'm not I pay people to be technical, but this is the way that I look at it. And obviously I sit in the meetings when they're talking their techie monetary jargon to me. What I've come to learn over many years is that when there is a market which is awash with liquidity, And we've seen that certainly for the past, well, up until last year, certainly for three years previous to that, I guess. People make decisions, and certainly in the money markets, people make decisions that in normal times they would not make. They are, it's funny we say bull and bear. They are more bullish than they would be in consistent markets, and they just make these decisions. I've seen it so many times. They make these decisions on portfolios that you would never ever make in your right mind. So I just think, I suppose you would say they become less risk averse and they take more risk. And that's the way that I look at it. These banks have probably took on more risk. They've seen opportunities in the market that others aren't taking, and they're thinking, okay, let's go for that. And probably rather than they get greedy, and rather than making a small gain, they try and go for the big gains, and then the market changes as we've seen, and then they come unstuck. Not sure if that made sense, but it's the way I look at it.
I thank you. I heard that, and the analogy I heard was, when your child asks you for $1 and you give them $1 million, and that's how flooded we became. You know what I mean? Like it was just all at once. And I don't know if you agree with that or not, or do you? I don't. The economy of the market was not designed to be flooded with that much cash at one time. If that is that a good way of thinking about it?
I'm not sure I totally get it, Raucus. Could you try to rephrase that?
So when you say that the banks took on risk, it's like, well, why? So in the country we had a stimulus.
Oh, why is simple? Why is simple? Exponential gains. That is simple.
So was it more like a gamble then?
Oh, it's and if I was in a money room, I'd get chastised for this. But I basically, I do this for a living. Well, I don't. I obviously pay people to do it, but I have a PE arm, so we do it. I liken it always to gambling, and I know in the purest forms it isn't gambling, but in effect, that's what you're doing. You're gambling on whatever asset you buy going up a percentage point or going down a percentage point if you are shorting it, of course. The difference is, and this is what, lay people can never ever comprehend, right? So Raucus, I'll pick you. You and I, let's say gold, right? So gold is, let's say it's $100 an ounce, right? We might gamble $100 on that it will go up to $105 this week, right? So that's what we would do. And if it goes up, then we've made a bit of money. In a banking institution, the equivalent of our $100 is a minimum of $100 million. Sometimes it's $1 billion. And we as lay people, we could never ever comprehend that. That is the kind of, I'm not going to say a bet, that is the kind of money they are laying down on making a gain in the market. Because if you think about it, if you're putting $1 billion on gold rising 5 cents, that's a lot of money that you might have made in a day. Because if it goes up 5 cents in a day or 5 cents in a week, that is a ton of money. My math is not that great, that you have made. Now, you and I, we put our $100 down, what if we made 5 cents or whatever it is? It's minimal. Does that make sense?
It makes complete sense, yes. Because you could do that with options contracts too, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, that makes complete sense. Thank you.
So of course, if you think about it also, and I'm lowballing when I say $1 billion, because it would not surprise me that some positions are taken at $5 billion, maybe $10 billion. Now, if you've got a number of analysts that are laying down positions, and you have they come a bit unstuck, you've got a number coming unstuck at the same time, then that leaves a great exposure to your portfolio.
Thank you for clarifying that. That makes complete sense.
Velasco, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, just got out of the pool, and I think can you guys hear me? Is this connection working? All right, so yeah, I obviously don't know what I'm talking about. No experience in the finance industry or formal education or anything, but I was listening a little bit to that Big Space Dan spoke in, the Mario Narwhal guy or whatever, and those guys, and he made a tweet about something related to these banks with the Silicon Valley, and then the other one today. And so I replied, and it's like probably my most liked tweet ever. I got like 12 likes. And yeah, I'd go full conspiracy theory almost on this one. I mean, no surprise there. But yeah, so, Jerome Powell had just recently testified before Congress that he believed, contrary to previous statements, that the Fed is able to issue a wholesale CBDC, require legislation for retail. And then this event happened. Just seems kind of sus to me. And I think, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's intentional, but it's really convenient that, this is taking place with these things that are used for these crypto type stuff. And then now the Fed can swoop in. But, I mean, just suppose they had done it intentionally. It's like, okay, you get bailed out. Yeah, the investors are losing their shirt, but, the depositors are getting there taken care of. And it all seems to fit together pretty well.
I wouldn't, so you're talking, I just had a quick look at your tweet. So you're talking about, I saw their Signature Bank. I wouldn't necessarily disagree that it could be a ploy to CDBC, because if you think about it, I don't know if I've said this before. So I have WhatsApp. I have WeChat. And I have said before that I spend a few months a year in China. So when I use it in China, I get the same functionality as when I'm not in China. And I have the Digital Yuan CDBC. I've had it in WeChat for 3-4 months, maybe 6 months now, actually, maybe longer. Crikey, time flies. But anyway, I've had it for at least 6 months. And now it's in full rollout in China. So China is way ahead, way ahead. And I've heard it mentioned a few times, which is encouraging from my perspective. A number of people have talked about the BRIC countries. And when we talk about the BRIC and the amount of GDP that's currently held within those BRIC countries, there is certainly a good argument that they are trying to derail the Federal Reserve, and I wouldn't be surprised by that, because if you think of those countries that make up the BRIC Pact, and at the core of it, those BRIC countries, a lot of them have CDBCs. So I look at it and think America is way behind. And if I go back to the middle of last year, when CDBC started being talked about in the USA, I think the Fed was saying it's probably going to take 2-3 years at least to get it implemented if they were going to go down that path. And I remember saying at the time, 2 to 3 years is way too long, because the other countries are forging ahead of them, and that then gives them the potential to, and I don't mean to be scaremongering, it's just just a hypothesis here, that they could derail the Federal Reserve by having CDBCs as a conglomerate, if you like. So I wouldn't be surprised by that at all. But what I will caveat is this, and I know this for a fact. Governments couldn't give a flying F, and I'm not going to swear, a flying F if crypto goes to the wall, right? They could not. But what they do care about is us, the consumers. And if us, the consumers, are being hurt, then that affects them because we are the voters. And therefore, they would put into place strategies stroke tools to protect us, the consumers stroke voters. And if they think that tool is a CDBC, then that is the path that they will take, in my humble opinion.
All of that except for, yeah, especially, what's happening with China and whoever they're dealing with, Russia or, I don't know, whoever, India, with the oil money and using it. And anyways, but the government not caring about crypto, but I do think, the SEC said Bitcoin's the only one that's not a security. I just feel like there's some interest from some folks in the U.S. federal government related to Bitcoin.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but we know what governments are like, don't we? You can't control Bitcoin. They can't control Bitcoin. So if they're going to go down the path of crypto, I'm just making an assumption here, they would want to have a crypto that they can control, a money market that they can control to keep control of us as they have done since day dot.
Well, I mean, if they say, what's it, like $500 billion or whatever, the market cap of Bitcoin, if they, through various means, held a large portion or a significant portion of that, they'd have some amount of control.
Yeah, and this for me is sometimes when the arguments fall down, because actually, if you take the market cap of the whole crypto marketplace, I think it's 2 trillion. 2 trillion is insignificant to the traditional marketplace. I don't know exactly what the number is. I couldn't even pronounce what the number is, but it is certainly, it's something quadrillion, whatever it is, 2,000 quadrillion or something. So crypto to the typical fiat is insignificant. And it goes back to my point earlier when I was saying about banks, taking a position. It's just numbers we couldn't understand. But unfortunately, we have crypto maxis who think that, crypto is going to take over the world. But actually, it is quite an insignificant market cap. I think we've got a long way to go yet. And I'm not even convinced, just to finish, I'm not even convinced that Bitcoin is the one, I hate to use the words rule them all, but I think there will come a time where there will be a crypto.
Oh yeah, obviously that's going to be a last coin, but just like the conspiracy theories related to what's the name, Satoshi, just say it was or not, wasn't Craig Wright, or people. Now there's some stuff about was the government agencies or whatever involved with that. So if so, or if through other means, some part of the government had acquired a significant holding of Bitcoin, it could almost become like their de facto. It wouldn't be a CBDC, but be a good little slush fund for them. They could just print $1 trillion and take over Bitcoin that way. Raucous?
Marco, I have a question. You mentioned, the government needing consumers, and it boggles my mind that a lot of our consumption in the country. One, do you see that as sustainable? I mean, the way we're consuming and what we're consuming on, and two, wouldn't crypto be a way to further consume, or maybe just not crypto, but I guess crypto. I guess that's the popular thing. Wouldn't that be a way to further, I guess, consume?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I'm not sure I have the answer. But I think the funny thing is, I liken this to sort of, are we actually trying to solve the wrong problem? And I think potentially we are. And the USA is not unique in this. We've struggled with this in the UK, and this for me is why the BRIC countries are so powerful. Because if you look at the BRIC countries, the majority of them are producers. They make stuff. And in the USA, UK, lots of other countries, we stopped making, we stopped producing, and we outsourced it to the Chinas and the Indias and the Taiwans of this world. And that for me is the problem. Well, also to the Russias of this world. And I think for me, that's the problem that we need to address. We need to be bringing manufacturing stroke production back into our own countries as opposed to being reliant. Now, of course, there's a challenge to that. And the challenge is us, the consumer, because us, the consumer, won't pay the prices for homegrown production. So we have to go through a societal change that says, do we want to keep it in-house, so to speak? I'm trying to think, what do you America first? There were a lot. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the biggest fan of Donald Trump. I think it was Donald Trump that coined that. And we all thought he was quite mad over here in the UK, to be brutally honest. But I totally bought into that, him saying America first and the things that I think he did to try and help that. And we're starting to see a bit of that here in the UK. And I think that's where we've got to move a little bit more towards, from a society and from a governmental perspective, to produce, manufacture ourselves. And we as consumers need to be willing to pay those prices, because it all got outsourced because it was cheaper to get it from China and Taiwan and India, etc., etc. So I think for me, not sure that answers Ruckus, but that is the problem that needs to be solved. We're solving the wrong problems. We're just sort of kicking the can down the road for me.
So, no, that answers a lot. What do you think about a trade agreement between the U.S. and the UK, maybe Canada and Mexico? Kind of like the Union, the European Union. Or a union between UK, United States, Canada, and Mexico. Is that possible?
I think something like that probably does need to be forged. It's interesting actually. You mentioned Canada. I popped into a space earlier. It makes me laugh, right? And I'm not having a pop at you Americans, right? Don't get me wrong, I'm not. But sometimes I hear Americans speak and I think, oh my God, you're on stage, and it was a co-host, and the co-host was on stage. I'm going to say pontificating, but was obviously trying to offer some sage thoughts. And of course, I get a little bit precious about this, so you have to forgive me sometimes. But I knew the facts. She was talking about America and real estate, and that so much of the real estate in America is being bought by the Chinese, and this needs to stop. And we're selling our country to the Chinese, etc., etc. Here is the irony. Here is the irony. Do you know who the biggest landowner outside of America of American soil is? Which country? I'll ask the question.
I don't know. Which?
I'll tell you. It's Canada. Canada, out of all the countries that own real estate in the USA, owns 31%. So they have a 31% share of land, and it's something like, because of course this includes farmland, it is something like 12 million acres. China only owns 200,000 acres of American soil. In fact, the UK owns 5%, I think the Netherlands and Italy own something like 10%. So China is actually insignificant. So it does make me smile when people quote out these, let's say, facts, and they don't know the true facts, because actually China's just a small, small part. But of course, if you flip it on the other side, America has lots of real estate holdings of other countries.
What is Canada using for that? What do they have that? What are they doing with the land? Like, why so much of it? What are they using it for?
We drink your oil.
You what?
So that was from There Will Be Blood. No, just me? Okay. We also sell all of our wood to you. You're the number one consumer of Canadian wood.
Wood?
Yep.
I've consumed a lot of Canadian wood.
Mm-hmm.
So remember, Mike, when I think when we first met, we discussed the. I went, Marco. I went to a vacation, and the guy in Mexico was just. We were Americans, and he was talking. He was excited. His eyes got so big, and he was discussing a union between Canada, Mexico, and United States, and it was part of the NAFTA. It was in 3 parts, and I got home and I researched it all, and I was like, yeah, I never knew that. But as we started, we moved away from the TPP, and I always heard and read and believed that we would have a union with that union, Mexico, Canada, United States, but also the UK. I thought that would be ideal.
Oh, you must be referring to Oceania from 1984. Yes.
Is that what? Yeah. Well.
Yeah. This is the theory of oligarchical collectivism. There's a map in the book.
Yes. Yes. And that was supposed to be a thing, right? Yeah. And so
again, sometimes you need the political impetus for North American dynamism. Does that make sense? Or Western hemispheric dynamism. The whole argument in Ukraine is because, supposedly Russia doesn't want NATO on its border. And we call that the Monroe Doctrine. So.
But NATO is already on its border.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we go back to the 80s, and Rockers, you're not old enough to remember this, but the Cold War, I was serving in the army at that time, and I was in a unit called Ace Mobile Force, and that unit was a quick reaction force out of England, out of the UK, to go to the countries that bordered Russia. So I went to Turkey, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, because they all bordered Russia. And so I've never bought. I understand the argument with regards to Ukraine because Ukraine is such a big country, and of course it used to be part of the old Eastern Bloc, so I could get that. But there's a bit of me. Here's the conspiracy theory, the cynical side, if you like. It's a bit like America, UK, and Libya. It's about resource. I'm convinced it was all about resource because Ukraine is so rich in so many resources. What was it? I don't know if this is exactly fact. Grain. Wasn't Ukraine the biggest grain producer in the world? Something along those lines.
Especially with the petrochemicals. I can see if I can find it, but if you look at the sheer amount of chemicals that are pure that come out of that region, it's astonishing.
But to your point, I think it's interesting you say you need some catalysts like this to galvanize governments to do something. And just going back to the BRIC side, last time I looked, the BRIC consisted of 12, 13 countries. Of those 12, 13 countries, they made up something like 32% of the world's total GDP. 32%. So that's not insignificant. But here's the kicker. There are another 20 countries wanting to join the BRIC Pact. And of those 20 countries, vast majority are what we call emerging markets. And that is something to be feared.
You're right. You're spot on. That is scary. You're right.
So think about it also, and as I said, pure conspiracy. So China has a CDBC, the digital yuan. China is the leader of the BRIC countries. What if they all take the digital yuan as their currency? I'll just leave that thought hanging.
So yeah, that's interesting. I was just going to reference what Raucus had said about this union of the NAFTA countries and such. It's an interesting term, union. I mean, my stepfather did advise the Silicon Valley Bank on investing the first 20 million when he was at Wells, but my father was a big union guy, Carpenters 1281 and IBW, but he had a thing he'd always say when I was younger, that NAFTA is a shafta. Like the United Steelworkers are pretty opposed to it, Ross Perot and so forth, because they just increased the minimum wage in Mexico to a couple hundred pesos, like $11 a day. So all these jobs got shipped from the U.S. and Canada down to Mexico, and then also the Mexican farmers were displaced by imported agricultural products from the U.S. So then you have the illegal immigration and so forth. But yeah, just interesting how the impact of NAFTA and whatever New Deal they come up with on labor and the unions.
Yeah, as we move to different, I believe I'm all for a union now, and I kind of feel dumb like that I didn't know that much about NAFTA. NAFTA was in 3 parts, and when I got home and I started reading and researching it, it was like incredible that this was moving. That like Ross Perot was spot on. He'll go down as a hero, or but this has been moving, and it's sad because the country cried about high prices and wanted cheaper things, and the solution was to send them to China. That's the sad part. I mean, we did it to ourselves.
But was it really people crying for cheaper prices, or was it more like the wealthy people wanting to make more money by doing these things? Because
I was there. We cried for cheaper prices because we couldn't compete with the other products that were cheaper.
Yeah, but we used to not want that cheap crap. We wanted made in America stuff, and we didn't want
No, but the thing is, low prices are the artillery with which foreign powers batter down walls. That's Karl Marx, right? So the siren song of low prices is going to convince any nation, especially ones that run on scale, right?
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, exactly. Like they were artificially lowering those prices in a lot of ways. China.
No, they weren't artificially lowering those prices. The prices were cheap for a reason. I mean, I'll give you the perfect example: the Toyota Cressida. I'll never forget it. I mean, I know you don't remember that, but it was efficient. It ran well. It was reliable, and it was quality, and it was cheaper than what
sounds
was
like
here.
an expensive car to sell.
You would think, but how do you move something so fast like that? You move it in volume. I mean, it was just an incredible vehicle.
Well, what about like all the people with their houses that were built with the imported building materials from China that are no good, the foodstuffs and all these other products?
Would they rather go hungry without food, and would they rather go without a house?
Well, I don't think they're going to want a house that's uninhabitable.
You might be surprised. People eat, junk food all day. Maybe they want to live in junk houses if the prices is cheaper and the down payment is affordable.
You have to understand, Alice Goshi, consumerism didn't just happen overnight. We've been spending like this for decades. I mean, this is not new.
No, I understand, but I mean, I know initially they'll buy the house, but if you spend 300 grand on a house and it ends up being worth 100, or you have to put 100 grand in it to, fix what's messed up 5 years down the road, you might regret that decision.
Yeah, people do that with cars.
But that's not what you're thinking about at the time. At the time,
Right, yeah.
it's what we call price sensitivity, isn't it? At the time,
Yeah,
we want the cheapest product that we can buy. We don't look down into the future, that if something's going to go wrong or it's only going to last for a year or 2 years. To your point about the cars, Ruckus, it's no small surprise that America at one stage took this huge influx of Japanese cars, because if you take something like a Hyundai, for example, Hyundai's come out of the factory with a 7-year warranty. What American cars have 7-year warranties?
There's also like the most profitable way that companies have figured out how to keep making money by making the same thing is this idea of built-in obsolescence. And you can see this with Apple slowing down and destroying their old batteries, so they have to upgrade. Oracle did the same thing, and this is how profit gets wringed out of an economy. And we might call it different things under Web 1 and Web 2 and Web 3, but the people haven't changed all that much. And the revenue models are fixed. Look, my family lived in a basement, and if there was a cheap house that was above ground, we would have bought it. And somebody would have told my parents, hey, aren't you concerned about Chinese living materials? And we'd be like, we live in a basement. We'll take what we can get, and we'll be happy for it.
Yeah, and Marco brings up a great point, Alice Goshi. Look at Hyundai. I mean, it's happening right before your eye, right in front of your face.
No, I've seen it. But those early Hyundais were pieces of crap. Like, we got this Sonata. It's nice, but
you're making your own point. You're making your point.
I'm not. Yeah, I am making my point. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to fight with you, man.
No, I'm saying that. Look,
I was hoping that you guys would.
No, but listen, Mike. Look at where Hyundai came from. You're making your own point, because if you look where they were, years ago, they were not a very good car company, and they got it right. They absolutely got it right, and here they are. I mean, it used to be Toyota Honda Nation on the highway in America. Now you see a Hyundai before you see a Toyota or Honda.
Yeah, the Sonata is better than the Accord. I mean, yeah, I 100% agree with you.
They knocked it out.
The Sonata is the car that you buy when you're West Indian and you get a bit of money. Like, you start with a tinted Honda Civic, and then you get an Acura, and then like between the Acura and the Civic, sometimes you'll have the Sonata, the big body black car. Yeah, it's nice.
It's just incredible times,
The market will be satisfied.
Yes, it will.
Yes, with all these ideas of what people want what they can afford, and just about 20% above that. And if they can get it on sale, giddy up. Hey, this thing has asbestos, but can I buy it though? I'll deal with the asbestos in 5 years. I'm just starting my career. Things like that.
Do you remember when Hyundai workers were like rioting at the plant? Like, that was 20 years ago. Do you remember that? They were Hyundai locked the gates. They were like, you know what I mean? It's like this company used to be a crap company, and here they are now. It's like incredible.
By the way, Marco, I cut some of the speech on SVB. I'm going to send it to you. I use Studio.D-ID to animate your body explaining the real reason.
Thank you guys for the conversation. I'm going to go to the gym, burn off this hamburger I ate today.
Have a good workout.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Thank you, Goshi, Marco, Mike. It was a great conversation.
I got to drop also. So good to chat with you guys. Catch you later.
See you, Margo. Man, thank God that Raucous guy's gone. What an asshole.
I'm still here though, but
oh shit,
it's all right. It's all right. Rocky's here though. Rocky.
Let's go. You can be a piece of shit to Rocky. He's a really nice guy.
Well, you gotta be the American idiot, every once in a while. Like, and we're living in this idiocracy, so if there's not another one around, I gotta stand up for my people.
Hey, Rocky, how's it going?
Hey, Mike. Did you actually try out the llama insurance with?
I have not tried it yet. If you want to, I don't know. I'm a recruiter, so I'm learning code through ChatGPT and the friends in here. So I wouldn't even know how to get it started. But if you know, maybe we can start training a model using this overnight M2 that I'm not using.
Unfortunately, I don't have an M1 chip.
I do.
MacBook.
I have an M2.
So, I got an extra M1 MacBook if you need one.
There you go.
Yeah, I saw it up there. That looks pretty cool. It looks like it has directions on that GitHub you linked. I think you've advanced beyond Google Colab. I finally got it to load up here in the room, so I'm going to check it out. They even have Wi-Fi here. It's almost like living in America or Canada.
Doing this video of Marco right now. I'm just uploading it. He had a great take on this SVB. It was really tight.
Do you know any Mike Meraki if Silicon Valley Bank was involved with securities lending at all? Because like I understand they were doing whatever the overnight stuff and then using that to invest in the more long-term like treasuries or whatever. And the rates changed and they got caught up with that. But yeah, I was just because I know like that was what Scott, my stepfather, was doing back in 2008 when his former employer Lehman went under. And he'd had like a big deal with the whatever it's called, the trust department there. Alaska USA was like a top 10 in the country credit union by assets, and he was in charge of launching their securities lending. Meeting with all these what are they called, corporate credit unions or whatever. And then it was like overnight, it just what was supposed to be impossible to happen happened, and the auctions didn't clear. So I was just curious if any of the, I think they made, put some regulations in place. So I was just curious if anyone knew if they were involved with that at all.
I'll just say I definitely didn't keep up with what they're doing, but I am aware of the basics of what's going on, kind of what you said. I just was going to say that, yeah. I know banks do all kinds of stuff to make money. They do whatever they can, get their fingers on. It's pretty normal. But yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't want to assume.
Yeah, because that securities lending was pretty interesting. Because it was like tiny, like 50 basis points or whatever, and it was just overnight because, they'd have these really secure assets and then they'd just lend them overnight and, make a few basis points, but, like on $1 billion or whatever, a couple 100 million, that adds up. But until the auctions fail, and then, wasn't very good. Bad for commissions.
Oh man, Scotia, you lost Rocky.
Oops. Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't think it was securities lending, but I don't think they're really. Anyways, I don't think that was what happened with SVIB, but I don't know. Just interesting. Reminisce about old times, 2008 or so.
You're listening to The Market Can Remain Rational Longer Than You Can Remain Solvent. Are you interested in a bit of kryptonite, some Twitter space kryptonite? That's right, Scotia on stage. Welcome, Dan.
Hey, everybody. It's good to be back. I was experimenting with some.
Gosh, I'll be back to you later, guys. I gotta answer the phone. Sorry to interrupt you.
Jesus, that seems crazy. Yeah, I was playing around with some voice tools. What did I miss over here? What I see? I guess Ruckus is gone, so something must have happened there. But then again, what are we talking about?
Everyone left because Scotia kept talking.
Yeah, but we'll.
So I think they're slowly coming back.
Is it? But I mean, what have we have been talking about in general? We're still not talking about Silicon Valley Bank, are we? I mean, that's old news.
You know what? Actually, I took a sound bite from Marco because he's really great at the 2-minute. You know what I mean? Now that I've listened to all of the conjecture, here it is in my English accent in 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Nice.
So I ran it into studio.d-id, and then I put the oddly satisfying videos on the right.
Nice.
And then I added the subtitles. So I'm gonna send it to him soon if he's okay with releasing it. The AI Marco. Then
I was actually
we'll see what it's
I
like.
just digitized a short story I did.
Nice.
To about I guess it's about maybe 8 minutes of audio. So now I'm thinking about either doing Kyber, or I could do a mix between Kyber and the videos from the other tool, the IDI thing you're talking about.
Okay, so let me ask you this today. If you were going to create a manga today and had to do it within 8 hours, how would you cut together this manga? What would you do?
Well, I mean, like audio, or I mean, if it's manga, that's
everything, using all the tools you have: Playground, DID, Midjourney, Kyber.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I'm just kind of thinking that through. I don't know. I mean, right now, I need to go and play with the IDI, and then I would probably assemble it together and some sort of assembly kind of program. But I would try to use as many things as I can to hack my way through it.
You know anyone who knows how to use ControlNet?
Not really. Maybe Peter. Peter's been using
Maybe
it.
Peter, yeah.
Yeah, Peter probably would know it.
Because if we can add ControlNet and rig some of these characters, then you can have, like, I saw an API that if you create the rigging, it'll make them using code run, crouch, jump.
That's crazy. Yeah, man. Hey, what did KC decide to do? Is he going to work for himself? What's going on?
I think so. I mean, even with the ordinal stuff, right? Now that we have some options, it's like, we have people that want to do inscriptions at the very least. But the same people who want to do inscriptions want art, they want video, they want music, they want you know what I mean? So I think it's a good way in.
Okay,
but
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
He's going to work for me once I take over the syndicate.
Oh, you're taking over the syndicate?
You can take it over.
Fucking cool. I thought
That'd
we were
be
gonna
awesome.
do a special Alaskan franchise, but I don't know. Right now we're taking interviews for people to run that sector. Are you thinking about applying for the Alaskan rights?
Tell me more.
Well, we just need a video entry. I'm just talking about how you would represent the syndicate in whatever region. Right now, basically California, San Francisco, DC, and Miami is available. All the Ohio got bought up first, really fast. We couldn't really get into Canada because you know how they are, buddy. Guy, what do you got, guy? You know what I'm saying? It's all good.
Yeah, not surprised Ohio went first, and yeah, Canada's a tough nut to crack.
Yeah.
What about the west coast of Canada? Is that open?
There's this guy that's applied for a Balale Valley High. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't talked to him yet. You know.
So what do I do? Post a TikTok or just host an empty Twitter space?
Yeah, TikTok or Twitter Space, and then just giving us a video of why you should be representative. Why you represent your region better than anyone else. Bonus points for any unnecessary racial slurs or things that aren't really needed that you could drop in this phrase that would represent your character in the truest form fashion, although you'll completely deny it at the same time.
Easy enough.
Perfect. I know it's cakewalk for you, man. Cakewalk.
I just got to hit myself in the head with the hammer, and I can knock that out in a couple hours.
It would be nice to see testimonies from your other characters on there as well. Like it shouldn't just be you alone. Obviously, it should be all 5 of you or something.
You want me to bring the other Twitter characters in?
Yeah, I mean they should be on there as support. Sort of like like MAGA followers. They should be kind of on there going like, "Yeah, man, I've been with Lasco all my life." Who's just like, he's a good dude. There's a lot of people in this world that aren't good dudes, but that man is a good dude. And what we need in this world right now are good dudes. We're in a world with a lot of dudes, but how many of them are good? I'm bringing good dudes back. I mean, dudes have been fucked over for a long time. There's been white dudes, and yeah, we got bros. But bros, that wasn't part of the grand design. We got to get back to dudes. Remember back in the day when you used to say, "Hey, dude, what's up?" Or like, "Dude." We don't do that anymore because we're ashamed. We're ashamed to say dude because we think it relates to drugs and hippies in the 70s. Well, I'm willing to bet you that if you were in the 70s, you'd be fucking a lot more than if you were out fucking right now. That's because everybody has mental health problems. And that's because we don't use the word dude. My name's Alaskoshi. Vote for me, dude. You know what I mean? I can see that.
Dude. Where's my car?
Peter, about I guess I could just look it up, but the roadmap to using ControlNet to animate a character, which may or may not include rigging. Hopefully I can find a rigged character on Sketchfab.
Oh, fuck. I don't know what state that's at the moment, but I think it should be doable, right? Because I know the Warp stuff already has ControlNet in it. So with Warp you can do it. I'm just not sure if you can do it with the Forum in that way. I think the Forum has ControlNet. Yep. But it's work in progress. I don't know if you can do the pose stuff.
Can you imagine if we had a bunch of poses for a speaker? Then you can have
Yeah.
the speaker walk on the camera, you're probably wondering why Silicon Valley Bank failed. And you've probably heard it could be this and it could be that, and it could be the CCP and it could be blah, blah, blah. Well, here's Marco to wipe away all of the mythology around SVB Bank. And he walks in the camera and now his hands are moving like he's doing a TED Talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you. That's something I was interested in a little bit ago. So, like, I don't know. I think it should be doable, but I think, you know how you were looking at what was it, rigging like a Sailor Moon?
Yes, I won't admit to that publicly, but I heard someone say that. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you just took something like that, but you just took a blank output, you should be able to use the output directly in like the forum or Warp Fusion or whatever with the control net stuff, right? So you've already got a video of a rigged
Hold
thing.
on. What's deform and the other thing you said?
The forum is the thing I use to animate stuff usually. Like, you know, that's the way I've been doing SD for a while. And Warp Fusion is the one which is really more for taking video input, which is what I was trying to get for your mate, Mohit. I ran some stuff, but the input footage I had was a bit. I had some frame rate issues and things, and like my whole setup broke, so I had to like fix everything, which I finished yesterday. Like I've got everything running again, but fucking Python. My Python environment basically like shat bricks for some reason. But that's what I was going to try to do with the Mahit thing. I was going to try and see what I can do with control net and the video input. And, I've still got to figure out what I can do about the voice stuff. But I'm going to look into 11 Labs. My friend actually jumped on 11 Labs as well. So I'm like, all right, I'll check this thing out.
Hey, Dan, if I gave you a bunch of my voice, could you create a voice model? Like some MP3s?
Yeah, absolutely, man.
How many MP3s and what length?
Anything under 10 megs. So I'll probably need, I don't know, maybe 3 minutes of audio or something.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll,
man, we can do
record
60. We can do 60 voices. So let's go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty
That
cool
was
doing a short story. It was, and I was checking out the site called what's it called? Findaway Voices. Findaway Voices had it had some ability to leverage Spotify's new audiobook program. So I was like, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so you could basically sell audiobooks on Spotify. And I was like, well, this is interesting. So I could train my voice, make my own audiobooks and upload them here, sell them direct on Spotify. I mean, it's just fucking around. It doesn't mean I'm doing anything other than fucking around. So
how much does it cost to run through 11 Labs? Because I looked at Uber Duck's pricing, and holy shit, it's expensive to just like if you want to train a voice, I think it's like a good few $100s for a yearly subscription that you got to pay for. Which
I'm doing the creator plan on 11 Labs, and that's $22 a month, but it's 100,000 characters, which is basically 2 hours of audio per month.
Okay, that's not too bad, but it's monthly, right?
It's monthly, but you can buy additional characters, so you can buy additional 1,000 characters for 30 cents, and then you can go do other tiers, create 30 custom voices.
Whenever I hear tears, I see the spelling TEARS.
Pretty much.
After a while, though, you have to it's like you have to go and look at your startup team, which is basically you and your credit card, and going, all right, which of you services is up on the chopping block next? You there? What do? I make icons. You're out. You know what I mean? Because you got all these fucking services.
I don't have that much time. Dan, quick question: have you already trained a voice using 11 Labs?
Yeah, I have.
Okay. What's the output like? What sort of duration output can you get that's still decent? Because with Tortoise, you can get really high quality sounding outputs, but you can only do like say 30 seconds before it falls apart. if that makes sense. For some
Yeah.
reason,
So I
the
think
model
this
just
is about
disintegrates.
4 minutes. This will do up to 4 minutes at a time. 5,000 characters is kind of what they give you in allotments. But then again, I'm pulling from a 100,000 character budget. Voice wise, there are voice controls. The voice controls you get. So let's see, I'm going to use Dano. Voice setting controls allow you for a stability, which is, they define that as increasing the variability to make speech more expressive without output varying between regenerations can lead to instabilities. And then they have clarity and similarity enhancement, which is, what is this? Yeah, basically you have low to high in that. Right now, to me, it feels fast. That's just the only thing I feel like. But at the same time, um, I haven't really dabbled with playing with too many different voices. The other thing I've noticed that is that if I try to impersonate voices, I feel like it still understands me. So it's a little uncanny. It's like, oh, you're just trying to impersonate somebody else. You're still Peter. You're like, fuck. I want you to pick up my impersonation, but I don't think I haven't really tried super hard yet. And I've only been using very small samples. I was amazed at how fast it was able to capture my phonetics of my own voice, with a very small sample. So
What sort of, again, like what size samples are you using to train with? Like, how much do you have to give it?
I gave it probably 45 seconds of me just talking directly to my computer on a captured QuickTime file, saved that to an MP3, uploaded it. 7 seconds later, I was ready to use that voice. No
Sick.
time.
All right, cool. If I send you some stuff later on, can you run it for me?
Yeah, man.
I would
Yep.
like say Wednesday or something. I can
Yeah.
get onto it myself, but at the moment I'm in that position of payday's coming, so I can't really afford to jump onto a new platform and spend money on this stuff. The whole
Yeah.
point of having a local rig is that I'm supposed to be able to run all this stuff locally, right? But fucking still
Yeah.
same shit every day.
Yeah, not a problem, man.
Python breaks or this or that.
Yeah. Anyone. Yeah, whatever. Can do.
All right, I'll message you later on in the day. You might be asleep at this point, but I'll send you some stuff and whatever.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, Marco, let me know what you think. Why Silicon Valley Bank Fell by Mark Horrible. The only 2 minutes and 20 seconds you need to understand the next 2 days until something else happens. Hey, Casey, how's it going?
Decent. Yourself?
Right side of the bars, right side of the ground. You're familiar with the fact that Silicon Valley Bank had more mortgage-backed securities on their book than Lehman when they fell?
Yeah, what's the context? How much did Lehman Brothers have?
Marco, go. Sorry, Marco, go ahead.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I just watched that video, and Michael, that is bloody scary. That is actually very, very good, but that is bloody scary. Well done, sir.
Can I share with the folks, or is it too spicy?
No, you share with whoever you want to share. I'm happy to put myself up there as a guinea pig. At the end of the day, I'm all for artists. So the fact that you spent some time putting that together, kudos to you, sir. But it is scary.
So for context, Dan, I did a video of Marco using studio.d-id on just a little clip from what he said about SVB in this space. So yeah, it's not perfect, but we know where this is headed.
Yeah, that worries the shit out of me, especially when I myself I try to be a little bit protective as to what I put out there, which is why I'm not actually the greatest fan of recorded rooms, and I am always conscious in recorded rooms exactly what I say, just because of the nature of the work that I do. But something like that, oh my days, people could just, yeah, the mind boggles.
Me too. I'm really careful about what I say in recorded rooms.
I forget. I just don't even think about it anymore. I really just assume like anything I say in a recorded or non-recorded is recorded somewhere.
Correct.
Correct.
But the interesting, but what Michael's done, if you think about it, the fact that I'm speaking in a Twitter space, and I appreciate, the fact that the record button is going, and I'm very well aware that even if the record button's not going, that everyone has the ways and means of recording. That's not a difficult thing to do. But the fact that Michael's now took that audio, made it into a video, and has now pumped that up onto YouTube with all the SEOs, etc., then is able to go on the various web browsers, search engines. That for me is a little bit scary because, and the video is by no means perfect, and I know you just threw it together, but when the technology gets there to making it perfect, people could watch that on Google or Brave, whatever browser they use, whatever search engine browser they use, and think that I actually was being videoed, physically videoed for whatever it is I was saying, which was not actually the fact. It could be I just popped into a audio room of some description and just said a few things. That's scary.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves just did a recently interview about stuff like that. Like he doesn't let them do alter his stuff in the editing because all this deep fake type stuff they can do.
There is one saving grace for me, unlike I don't know if it's different in Canada, but unlike Americans, the fact that we have GDPR, I could just get hold of Google and say pull that down, which I have done many, many times.
All right, I put it to the top. Take a look, guys. Let me know what you like better, Marco, the video, or the oddly satisfying animations, which I saw is popular on TikTok.
Yeah, I did like the animations. I get bored of watching myself anyway.
Yeah, right? The animations really help give some eye candy, keep it consistently interesting. You used to stay in stand-up.
It's so weird. Yeah, but it's like I don't know. Because I see so many of those, and it's just like it's strange.
It definitely is strange.
So, Michael, was that just a photo you took, and then you?
That's right.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me send you the link. You get 15 free credits, which gives you. They have an API as well. Just think about the. So imagine what, because I'm kind of putting this together in my head, right? Talking to Dan and talking to these folks, which is okay. So if it's true that we can clone a voice, and it's true we can generate AI images, and it's true that we can interpolate between two scenes, and it's true that, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm just like, okay, what is the slow pathway towards this, right? Where's the stage daisy chain? If I had a client who wanted to move forward and create, I don't know, 10 hours of e-learning, right? It's not to say we would use the tools in their current form, but when that form is available, ciao. Maybe so the next step for me is to send Dan 10 minutes of my voice. I'm going to hook up my microphone, do some recording, send him the 60-second MP3 files and see what he comes out with. Casey, what do you think? You saw it?
And do you
I
want?
am so sorry.
Oh, sorry.
I'm totally distracted. I apologize.
Oh, good.
That's okay, Casey, because I'll talk over you like I normally do anyway. The funny thing is, I hadn't thought about that, Michael. You could be onto something. So as a as a pioneer of e-learning, and I think I've shared before my disillusionment with what e-learning's turned into. I think you could be actually onto something because anything that we can do to move away from PowerPoint on steroids, which is the current e-learning format, and make it more easily digestible, make it more interactive, shall we say, to the viewer, I think is a big bonus. We don't need to make huge gains. We can just make some incremental gains. So yeah, this could have a place.
I have like right now I'm teaching math and music with one of the school boards out here. So I had a meeting like this afternoon with one of the sales reps from Circle to talk to them about how I can use that platform to kind of have a private instance of Twitter for a specific community. In this case, my community is teachers teaching students how to learn music.
Do you remember about 10, I want to say it was about 10 years ago, maybe it was a little bit longer, when in e-learning courses in particular, when talking heads was a thing. Yeah, I mean, they didn't last very well. I'm not sure if they're still, I don't see so much of them nowadays, but that was a real thing, and people were talking about that. Certainly instructional designers in space were talking about that being revolutionary, but
Like
I don't think
20 years ago,
well,
20 years ago, I worked for an IT company, and they did three things. They did ITIL consulting, IT service management, or ITIL consulting, best practice out of the UK. And we used to do e-learning, and I was in charge of staffing. And with the idea that any one company always needed any combination of those three vertices. It worked out well. The e-learning was just starting to offshore from having animators and developers over here versus India. So yeah, the e-learning stuff is still flat today, but the flat is now moving to Python.
but it did start flat though.
Yeah, so I've been looking at the different.
So
Go
yeah,
ahead.
if you go back 20 years ago, you know, we were using that fantastic tool called Macromedia Flash,
Love it.
and that was pretty damn engaging and
Yeah.
interactive. It was when the articulate storylines and captivates came in. That's when it became flat.
The best websites were created with Flash 20 years ago.
Yeah, yeah.
When I saw the things that you could build in Flash back then, and I downloaded and then you could do tweening, right? Tweening is like what we're using all of these AI machines for.
Bring back Flash games. That's all I say. Far better than these bloody things nowadays, built in an Unreal.
Yeah, I missed the Flash games generation.
There used to be these games called Original. Do you guys remember Original? It was like 30 games. It doesn't run anymore.
I kept a PC on purpose. I have this old laptop on
Ooh,
purpose.
nice.
That still has Flash installed on it, just so that I can still interact with some Flash games and interactions. I will not. I don't. It's not linked to the internet or anything, just because I would hate for it to be removed.
Yeah, like when I look at that Marco video, I think about the autonomous news channel.
The funny thing was, though, I was talking about this in a space the other day, actually. I want to say it was 2 years ago. I want to say it was 2 years ago. Maybe it was a year. I mean, everything's such a blur nowadays. But I remember watching some news in China, and it was a news segment. And it was after the news segment, they made an announcement that one of the segments, the presenter, wasn't a real person. It was an AI. And I remember I wasn't watching it intently, but I remember sort of glancing at the TV just because I was interested in the particular news segment. And I couldn't tell. It was only afterwards I thought, oh my God, that wasn't a real person. That was pretty damn good. Obviously, I rewatched it, and then you know, because you were looking for it, you could tell that it wasn't a real person. But just at a glance, it was an AI.
Here's how I see it being used right now. the world learns how to code from Indian software developers, right? I don't think anyone can deny that. And what I'm noticing is that the Indian software developers have started using AI voices instead of their own voices to voice their tutorials.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
And some diversity folks might scoff at that, but you know, the views are up. I don't know what to tell you. And now you can have the little avatar with whatever race you want to cosplay as that day. You know, be that little avatar in the bottom left-hand corner. And I think if they just added that avatar in the bottom left-hand corner, they would probably 5 or 10x their viewership, because the viewers would feel like they're talking to someone presenting, like when somebody does a Loom tutorial. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Geometry of Music, day 1 of 100 days of music. By the end of today, you're going to know how to play along to Bob Marley's Jammin'. You ready? All right. I don't have to film that anymore. In fact, they have an API for it. So I'm just going to write down all of my scripts, and then when I'm ready, press run. Like, even as we're speaking, I'm using ChatGPT to figure out how to make a responsive SVG file. Because I want to represent all of music theory using an SVG file. And I want to use an SVG file because I know it'll fall under the 4 megabyte limit if I ever want to use it as an ordinal or an NFT or as a book that people buy.
So I was just thinking then, as you were talking, so there will come a time when I will consume audio, and I will probably have in the screen somewhere a button that I could select a pre-formatted voice. So let's just say it has a selection of Brad Pitt or an Englishman or an Aussie or whatever it might be.
Or
so
Brad Pitt and Snatch.
Yeah, that will just synthesize, and then I took it a stage further. I'm assuming there will come very shortly after that a tool that I could use to record voices. So, for example, when Elizabeth speaks, no, not Elizabeth, KC, because I do like KC's voice, it does send me to sleep, that I'll record a sentence or two of him talking, and then I can put it into a machine, and then that will give me a KC voice for my audio content, whatever I consume. So I could have an audio book, for example, and that audio book, I might have a little button that says, in the voice of KC.
Yeah, you could have, like, we often ask Casey to read us Dr. Seuss books, but he never does. And so this is a way for us to have Casey read us bedtime stories by Dr. Seuss without his permission. And I think, you know, that's really freeing for the economy. We can make Casey do what he doesn't want to do, you know?
Yeah, so I think you're asking him to read the wrong books. So as he has a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old, I'm guessing if we asked him to read Winnie the Pooh, that one might happen.
Here's the thing, like, if you go to zealous.one, it's called zealous.one, you can get a list of all of the Syndicate spaces, for example. And if you wanted to, you could isolate by speaker. And if you wanted to, you could download little snippets. And if you wanted to, you could upload those snippets to 11 Labs and train a voice model.
Is that Gregarious's?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah, I was on a. He pitched me a couple of years ago, actually.
You're kidding me.
No, I want to say it was Clubhouse days. It was. So
wow.
What? 23, 22, so 21. I want to say it was around about March, April 21.
Wow. Yeah, it's I've been interacting with him with do you know the lady from Flogen? She has a similar concept.
No, I don't.
Oh yeah, FLOJIN. It allows you to get the recordings from your Twitter Spaces and download them. But you know, these services have started adding the audiogram, where they'll turn a voice snippet into a video that has the audio animation and a picture of your profile.
So Michael, do you put your recordings onto Zealous then?
It's automatically uploaded to Zealous.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And there's an RSS feed that's automatically generated. So now I looked online and it's like, wait a minute, Apple Podcasts. Okay.
I shall dig out my login tomorrow. Have a new look at Zealous.
Yeah, it is taking the recordings from all your Twitter Spaces, it uploads them, and if it's under 2 hours, it'll automatically generate the transcript for it. And if you want to look up individual speaker utterances, it's a simpler drop down. And if you want to turn an utterance into an audiogram, I'll give you an example. It was one of the Ruckus ones, obviously. The best of Ruckus. Hold on. Latest. Where is it? Where Ruckus? No, I could probably go videos. No. I've made so much stupid content about Ruckus. Oh, here we go. This is a good example. Barbecue outfits with Ruckus. What is Ruckus wear to a barbecue? It's exactly what you think. There is a social aspect to learning. We discovered that there is a social aspect to learning because kids haven't up their grades since the pandemic started. And what I see here proves to me that if you get people together who are like-minded, they can learn a lot more than they would learn if they just had YouTube University and Substack.
It's the whole, you can just Google something, but why Google it if you can ask someone and they give you a quick response?
Well, yeah, because the initial query you have is based on the limited amount of information you have and your ability to write the right. Sometimes finding something is knowing how to ask it. So if somebody comes up and says, hey, I want to clone my voice, or I want to how do I make the computer sound like me? That's how they may say it, right? And somebody might ask, well, do you mean clone your voice? And they'll say, yeah, right? Because you finally found the words that work. And sometimes just saying, oh, you mean you want to clone your voice is enough for the right person to go on their own.
And there's also the social aspect of it, right? Because we kind of in the exchange of information, it sort of builds relationships. It also builds like value in some sense between individuals. Hey, how do I show that I know these tools, that I know this thing to someone else, if not for someone asking, and this kind of thing, right? Or obviously there's the execution side of things where you can produce a product or something like that. But even just being knowledgeable is valuable in some sense. So if someone asks a question, you're able to answer it, then by default. So we give back in the same sense. We ask the question instead of just going straight to Google or going straight to ChatGPT, because by having that little social play, we build relationships within our little communities. We meet new people. We discover new things in a more very human way in some sense. And I think most of us kind of lean into that, as opposed to just the YouTube University thing's fine because there's still a human element to that. But usually it's someone that sets you down that path. Hey, what YouTuber would you recommend, right?
I put a diagram to the top. They analyzed how gamers game, and they found that gamers seek 6 experiences broadly: purpose, mastery, autonomy or freedom, relatedness, which is socialization, change, and rewards. And so they seek purpose, mastery, autonomy, relatedness, change, and rewards. And so that's why I talk to the circle of people, because if I can create a private instance of Twitter that's specific to a certain people who are interested in obtaining a certain outcome, which is teaching music to kids, then I want them to teach each other more than I teach them in the end. If they begin teaching each other, I believe the community will thrive and outlive me, hopefully. Mendes, what's going on?
Mic check. Good morning, family.
Mendes, are you speaking? Can I not hear you guys? Oh, okay.
He was speaking. He did say good morning.
Oh, I didn't hear him. Let me see if I can add him back. Hold on. I always have this challenge. I wonder if it's an Australian internet thing, but I've never had it with Pete.
Yeah, but that's because Pete's impotent. I'm sorry, I mean important.
Fight me, Maka.
I think the most interesting thing I heard today was Hurls. Hurls said there was a new country created within Australia. What are you talking about?
It wouldn't be the first time.
Really? Maybe I just don't understand enough of the history.
Oh, it's we have a little sovereign nation here in Western Australia, I believe. Is it in WA? I think it's in WA, but it's it was a one-man army, so to speak. Literally, it was just one dude, and I don't know exactly how or why it happened, but if that's happening now, that's interesting because we've never had something at scale.
If anyone were to create his own nation, I could see it being Hurls. Casey, how you feeling? You chilling?
He's reading Winnie the Pooh to his kids.
No, we've got about an hour left before it's story time. I am still just over here plucking away through the system.
Are you reading Winnie the Pooh, Casey?
No, we are actually using Dr. Seuss and some of the older books. We haven't really approached Pooh yet, though, I'm sorry to say.
Paddington Bear? Is that a thing where you are?
So, Berenstain Bears have been on the radar. We got Berenstain Bears on lockdown. But no, again.
Marco, can you get Casey to just talk in little soft sound bites like that? We need to train his voice on 11 Labs, but don't tell him what we're doing.
Yeah, we do. So, Casey, just why don't you talk? Why don't you
Read
talk?
read me a bedtime story, buddy.
Yeah, Casey, why don't you just talk your normal diatribe? It's not that we want to record anything, but it'd be great, just as an
You want me?
exercise.
I'm gonna talk in only like.
You know what, Casey? You've got the greatest laugh, but I must confess, I am not sure whether it is a false laugh or whether it is a real laugh, because you just go, yeah,
Sounds like
see,
a laugh track, eh?
that's
Some
real.
old
But
bad
the one
show.
before was, yeah, the one before was just a ha ha ha. I'm thinking that's pretty fake. I think I think when you do that laugh, in your mind you're going, that stupid dumb Englishman. Ha ha ha.
There's nothing worse than like a halfway triggered laugh. It's like, ha ha ha. Like, oh, that's not the message we were trying to put out there, but yeah. No, I don't know. I like to laugh, man. Stuff's funny. I'm not going to hold it in. So,
So, further to our conversation earlier, I'm sure you've had some time to reflect. Have you yet decided what path you are going to take on your journey next? Are you going the self-employed route, or are you going for the corporate world? Have you decided yet?
no, I have not.
That's good. Take your time.
Yeah.
Maybe take a month to decide.
Well, I feel like there's some general housekeeping squaring away that needs to be done. Some safety nets that need to be reinforced. And that's taking a little bit longer. I somehow thought that I could blast through that in a day, and I was woefully underprepared. So, adjusted to that, plowing forward should be done in the next couple days at least. And while I'm doing that, in the back of my mind is all, thinking about gaining perspective on options in front of me. So, yeah.
Are you leaning in any particular direction?
My heart, my brain, and my wallet are all going in different directions at the moment.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, Spaghetti?
Not much. Hey, here's some advice I'll give real quick. I don't know if y'all are trying to talk about this very much or not, but I've worked in the corporate world off and on for over 10 years. And I'll just say, I mean, I do a lot of self, like I've been working for myself for a while. And I was an IT guy from, by the time I was an adult. So like, I thought I knew stuff, and yeah, I did, but I had no clue how the corporate world operates. Just because I knew how to like set up a Linux server and, automate billing systems and, configure game panels or whatever else is I did, DNS and web hosting and all that. Like I had a pretty extensive experience. Like I had no clue how like an actual like company operated. Like I knew how to like operate it my way, but like you know what I mean? Like I had no clue that you had like KPIs and metrics and then SLAs. Like I knew nothing about any of that. No one ever talks about that kind of stuff. And then on top, I didn't even know that QA exists, like quality analysts and stuff that have to review phone calls. I didn't even know that existed. And like so just something to keep in mind. Like um there's a lot of aspects of the corporate world that like are very good to know, because if you're going to be self-employed, unless you're, if you're doing anything in tech at least, there are a lot of industries that none of that matters, but like if you're opening up a nail salon, but but that's, aside from that, yeah.
Well, as I contemplate these things, I have my children crawling around on me, using me as a jungle gym. And, that colors the perspective when I'm doing the mental exercise of figuring this stuff out. Um, it's an interesting thing to be assessing yourself, your wants, your desires, your needs, and trying to, squish it all into a form that you can work with. But the self-employed route, is something that I want to be cautious about. There's this weird, like, I don't want to say mob mentality, but there's this like kind of like excitement around like, yeah, do it, come on, get it. And I can really appreciate the excitement around someone deciding to venture off on their own, go self-employed, spread those wings, the freedom and benefits that come with it, the lifestyle potentially. And then, there's just the practicality for the situation you're in. And I'm not necessarily in the best or worst position at the moment, so I've got a little bit of runway to consider these things and mull it around, and I'm gonna definitely like take my time and see if I can hit a sweet spot between the head, heart, and wallet. So yeah.
So
Hey, Casey.
now's the time to put the feelers out. And
but is it the head is thinking about?
I'm sorry. Well, let's just do this one. Mintis, go ahead with your question, buddy.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You talk about head, heart, and wallet, and it feels to me like your head is thinking about your wallet, or your head, heart, and wallet actually going in 3 different directions? Because that's what you keep saying.
Well, I'm just trying to come up with a turn of phrase to consolidate where I'm at without like doing a full hour montage.
No, and I'm more,
yeah.
I'm more delving into it. Like, are there 3 directions that you're being pulled right now, or is it really your head is thinking about the wallet and your heart is thinking about something else?
It starts off pretty simplistic and then kind of splinters out like my
fractals the fuck out of your future.
Well, kind of, yeah, it starts out with just looking at the skill sets I have, the experience I have, and looking at the industry that I was in, and that's the most obvious play, is staying in the same industry because that's my background. My soul yearns to break free. I yearn to break free.
I want to build the metaverse.
Dude, I want to break. It's really, the mortgage industry is, from a corporate standpoint especially, is incredibly toxic, man. I'm like, I get that the grass is always greener, but the fully commissioned sales industry in whole is, it can be tough. So I want to explore other things. So that's super awesome, Maggie. So that's part of the consideration, is the practicality, and it's art time in here. Marco, please tell me what you were gonna say.
So just very quickly. So as I was saying earlier, in the earlier space, your space where you rubbed it because Ninja was saying really nice things about me and not you. And I see you, and that's going to stay with me forever, Casey, and I will get you back at some stage. But in all honesty, you're a human being. So as we well know, here's a little saying for you, and this is from me. Change is painful. So we as human beings, change is painful. But all I will say to you, Casey, changing your underpants is a good thing, is it not?
Yes, it is. All right, yeah, that's succinct, I think, is the right word. We got Lascoshi and Spaghetti. What are your thoughts?
Just, I think Casey is trying to avoid looking for money in all the wrong places. If you do go off on your own and it doesn't work out, the Panda Express on Diamond, if you want to move back home, is hiring a manager for $63,000 plus bonus. So there's always that option to fall back on.
I love the pitch for move back home. That's awesome. Nice one.
And speaking of which, I'm about to go get some sushi at Jimmy's. So you guys have a good one.
Be well, buddy. Be well. What's up, Spaghetti?
Hey,
What's on your mind?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, no, I like talking about this, so I'm not trying to necessarily give advice to you because I know you're like, it's like you're sitting in our room right now and people are like, let me tell you how it is. So I'm not trying to do that at
All
all.
good,
I'm
buddy.
just trying
All
to,
good.
you
All
know,
good,
so
man.
so here are some thoughts that come to mind. I'm not saying you're doing this at all, but I talk to a lot of project creators, and when I'm talking about that, I'm not just talking about crypto. I'm talking about SaaS, and then also other types of business where you do contracts, whether it's governmental or anything else. It doesn't matter. The point I'm getting at, and I also talk to a lot of real estate people as well. 99% of the time, maybe not that much, but I would argue 80, 90% of the time, the people who are considering working for themselves, which, you know, we all know if you work for yourselves, you really work for someone else, but that's beside the point. If you talk with them in private, what you'll find is someone who hasn't really done it for themselves before, if they haven't left, it's workload. That's what they're really concerned with. Now, I'm not saying that's the case with you, but I talk to a lot of these guys like almost daily. I'm going to be honest, and like at least a couple times a week, and it's almost always a workload issue. And they want, and you only find out once you get down to brass tacks. And um, people want the, and this is a very human nature thing. I'm not saying it's a negative thing, but people want the most amount of income with the least amount of work, and that's fine. That's what happens as you move up in the ranks in the corporate world, et cetera, et cetera. But um, you know, it's almost always a workload issue. And then the second one is they've somehow gotten themselves stuck in life. You know, not to be cliche or anything, and I'm sure some of y'all have heard this, but you know, most men live lives of quiet desperation because they've gotten themselves stuck. And even if they have money, that's not the point. It's a matter of they not being able to. It's not just here's all the options on the table. I don't know what to do. But the reason I say it's a workload issue is because what you'll find is the person who's okay with just doing it, they will pick any route. If someone's truly an entrepreneur, they will pick any route possible and work their freaking ass off. And because it's never a concern of like, I have to do what's my passion explicitly. It's more about like, you know, what's going to fulfill. I don't know. I'm not going to go over all that right now, but you get what I'm saying. Like, it's just they'll take any of the routes and they'll just go for it. And that's where you get the true entrepreneurialism, like from, because they have 10 things that failed. Maybe the 11th one works, right? And but to get there is an extreme amount of workload. And what Web3 has done a lot, just kind of pivoting to that, is you have all these creators that just get the group together. I call it the Dan Pena effect. He's a billionaire, but all he does is he gets the group together, takes a cut off the top, and that's very normal in business, but it's an extreme case in Web3, and that's because of workload. And so it's just something to think about. I'm not saying that's the case with you, but generally speaking, um, when people are finding it hard for words to say, that's the case. That's all. And I don't mean to come across rude, but that's usually the
Dude,
case.
you're solid, man. Don't worry about it. You don't have to preface what you're saying. I'm feeling where you're coming from, and I appreciate that greatly.
Hell,
Salud todos. I just have a quick question. Is brass tacks the same as ass tacks?
Maybe. I don't even know what that is.
you're listening to the Syndicate. Casey's karaoke space gets real.
This is an American saying that I just don't understand.
I
Was
don't know, but
tax?
brass tacks would be like if I say get down to brass tacks, it means like I had a real
No, I know. I know what it,
conversation with you.
I know how to use it. I don't know where it comes from. So that's why
It's probably something messed up, as most of our sayings.
that's why I said ass tax. That's why the question was about ass.
I've heard of ass backwards or bass backwards.
Is Aztecs what you have to pay if you have an OnlyFans account?
I mean, OnlyFans is new. It used to just be you know, you knock on that door.
It's a premium subscription, I think.
Wait a minute. Are we saying that I need to go towards OnlyFans for employment? Is that what we're...
Hey,
Hi.
only Casey.
You got
Casey, your voice. Remember, we've already always known that your voice is the most attractive thing in the syndicate.
well.
Nobody's going to deny that.
You can narrate your feet walking. You can sell those feet pictures and narrate with that voice.
Mentis, you're down with only Casey.
Now coming to
The
you
fist
from
in
the
the air.
metaverse, it's OnlyFans, Casey's Foot Special. Yeah.
You see, Wepa.
I don't want the feet, but I would.
I googled the brass tacks thing, so there's a few different.
I
There's a
chat
few different
GP'd it,
theories.
Satima. Did you actually Google
Oh,
it?
did you? Yeah, because I have ChatGPT open writing articles on finance and geospatial tech right now, and there's like three different. It's like
You didn't
different
want to
windows open.
give ChatGPT a fourth job right now,
I
so
don't
you're
want to mess with the
deferring to
last like
Google.
4 hours of my work. Yeah, and I mean this is a pretty straightforward question, so I figured Google can answer it. So did ChatGPT give you the same answer? So it came from the phrase, or it came from the idea of removing all the tacks and coverings before reupholstering the items. Yeah, so it has to do with like the reupholstering process. It's like the last thing that you remove before you.
I mean, a couch doesn't have bronze or brass, or is that the nails? Like, is that the framework? What the fuck? This is funny. What does
Well,
ChatGPT say?
inside they probably would, like underneath the upholstery, you'd have the tacks
Similarly, I
that.
mean,
I've upholstered before. Where's the brass? I don't understand. Wait, what does ChatGPT say? Mentis. ¿Qué dice?
Yeah, I've only ever reupholstered with staples, but I mean that's
so
like
Yeah.
contemporary reupholstering. This must be like old style
Yeah.
so yeah,
Okay. Now.
ChatGPT says the tacks were used to fasten the fabric to the frame, so that must have been an older thing they did. If that's not, it says the theory suggests the phrase comes from brass tacks used in upholstery, but this says it was just used to fasten them to the frame, and it may have originated from the idea to get down to the basic structure of something, like a piece of furniture, not about like, okay, it's time to pull them all off or something. But it also said that its origin is uncertain, and there are a few theories, and it lists them. I don't know if you got a few different options.
Yeah, I got another theory that was in 1863 that it came from the idea of the brass tacks in the counter of hardware stores or draper shop used to measure cloth in precise units.
I'm just glad it's not something racist because, to be honest, like a lot of our sayings in America, you pull them, like you go back to their origin and you're like, oh, that's kind of racy. I'm just glad it's not.
So, not to be confrontational, but as our history is, a couple of thousand years older than the American history, I can tell you where it came from. So brass tacks was used in upholstery. So it was used as a form of measurement. So brass tacks were tacked into sofas and the like in spaced intervals, and it measured out a number of brass tacks, measured out a particular length of fabric. So that's where the phrase "let's get down to brass tacks" came from.
So is it TACKS? Tax?
Yes.
TAKS? Okay. Now I get it.
TACKS.
Okay. Now I
Yeah.
fucking get it.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Another
Okay.
syndicate Casey karaoke space gets real miracle.
Ay, hueputa. No.
What's up, Guy File? How you doing?
I wish I could cast real light on that brass tacks phrase. I've always heard it, but they referring to brass tacks in upholstery, or sorry, in on store counters to measure the yards of fabric seems to make the most sense to me.
Well, now that I
because they actually
yeah.
used them for that.
That's what this guy, Mr. Marco, said, that it's
Hmm.
for upholstery. But yeah, now it does make sense because like the tag, Stefan, you said that you use gun like a staple gun. I used a staple gun as well, but in the like the tags are in there like Tuft. What's that called? Tuft sofa. The Tuft
No, well,
TUFFD.
well, well, they are used in upholstery, but getting down to brass tacks, the saying doesn't fit the use because the tacks are the things that you put in last as you're building the furniture, and so they're the first things that come out. So the phrase doesn't work that way. So it's unlikely for a phrase to be
On
for a physical simile to
hi,
or
guy Fo.
physical metaphor to be
I think so.
unworkable.
I'm sorry, it's rugging. Hi, by the way. Yeah, I hear that, and what I'm reading, at least what I'm getting from ChatGPT, GPT, is it gets more into the meaning of the idiom itself. Is that it really means to focus on the most important aspects, like to stop discussing general ideas and talk about the specifics or the details. And from the concept of actually upholstering or building a piece of furniture, it makes perfect sense, where we're no longer talking about what shape it is or how many people can sit on it, but we're going to actually put the material onto it. So if we're getting down to the brass tacks, if we're at the point where we're finishing it, we really need to get into the specific details now. And that actually makes sense to me. When you're constructing furniture to get down to the brass tacks, it's not about tearing it apart, but getting to the point where you can actually finish this thing.
That disagrees with my experience of the use of it because
Of course.
it seems to refer to stripping the away the non-essentials and and focusing on the part on the basic on the basic indisputable essentials of the issue at hand. So the idea of refinishing upholstery is inviting. I just resist that interpretation because the metaphor doesn't quite work. And in my experience, the thousands of phrases in common use over the years that I've seen always seem to have a logic to them at the time that they were first used. It might be ludicrous, like 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 I could eat a horse, but or it could be it or something like the world and his dog or the world and his wife, uh, when you as a fancy way of saying everybody. But you're but there's always there always seems to be it seems to be self-consistent, and the and getting a saying backwards is a step that comes later after it becomes a cliche, and then people get it mixed up, like what people who say I could care less when they mean I couldn't care less. But the first version catches on because it actually does make sense, and that's why I think some other meaning like the like like a true like a test, like getting the stuff out of the way and clearing the counter so you can work on it or measure the goods with accuracy is more appealing to me than the idea of stripping furniture when the brass tacks aren't what you get down to. and getting down to in that context just doesn't seem to work if you're trying to talk about finishing the job, because that's not what the saying says in any context I've ever encountered it.
Mantis?
Thanks. Yeah, Gaiaphile, I agree with you. I think it makes more sense within the context of stripping away to get to the brass tacks rather than getting into the details to build it. I do, though, think that probably that sense of it is, I don't know, it feels to me like that would have an older origin than the concept of like the commercialization of furniture building and people making space on a counter, which is probably more of a modern thing. Whereas I feel like the term goes back longer than that. So I'm more likely to think it means, as you suggested, to strip down furniture to get to the brass tacks, to sort of peel away the superficial things and get to the heart of the matter or the foundation of what's being built. Makes more sense to me than the idea of the counter, as much as I get the idea of either on a counter having the measurements for the brass tacks, or, which is interesting, as ChatGPT suggested, it said it comes from the idea of measuring cloth, but it would involve laying out a piece of cloth on a table and then using brass tacks to mark the corners of the desired size. Then once these tacks were in place, the extra fabric would be cut away, leaving only the necessary amount, which is different than the idea of a few on the counter for measurement. I'm just sharing the information. I'm not saying I necessarily agree, but it's interesting to see another theory, as wrong as it may be.
Pegging the fabric down before cutting it isn't what I was talking about when I was looking it up to make sure that I didn't go wrong. Yeah, I ran across a quote from 1880 where Ernest Ingersoll, in a story called "The Metropolis of the Rocky Mountains," described a store with a little square counter heaped with calicos and other gear, except a small space clear for measuring, with the yards tacked off with brass tacks. So so that sort of a fundamental marking in the surface. Brass doesn't rust and make rotten spots in the wood. It's more and it polishes up nicely so you can see it easily. So it would be a good marker that could be put in without requiring factories, and that you just measure it and then pound a tack in at all the right spaces, so an ordinary carpenter could do that. But
you're listening to the Syndicate. Casey's karaoke space gets real exciting. Hold on to your hats, everyone.
This is a long conversation on
I blame
the
Melody.
origin of brass tacks.
My joke was ass. You guys brought it to literal.
Look,
we're getting down to
I don't want to
brass
get kicked
tacks
off of Twitter Spaces for this Alex Jones talk about brass tacks, guys. Try to keep it, within the Overton window.
Thing to stem inflation, the U.S. government is bringing in a brass tax.
Yeah, it doesn't fit the phrase, but
it's the wrong spelling of tax too.
Yeah. But there'll be some people who'll say that's the way it must have been. That's what they were talking about.
There was a brass tax after the Depression.
Well, there have been taxes on brass, although not specifically. And
we're having the most exciting conversation of all time.
Oh yeah, what's it about?
About the etymology of brass tacks.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's going swimmingly.
I was thinking more like the tax, like you sit on it, or like, those little torture, like, what are they?
Yeah, I'd hate to sit down on brass tacks.
I was I was
I
going to ask if anyone knew the meaning of the saying, and I'm not sure if this translates, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, but I don't think I'll bother.
two
Yeah,
hands
that
in
one.
the bush.
That one's
What?
that one's all over in English anyway. I think it gets go. I think it's widespread in the English speaking world.
I don't think I've ever heard that one. Well,
Ah,
No,
I get
let's
my
under.
confused too. Like I say Spanish ones in English and English and Spanish, and it makes for a funny.
But Gaia, like, what do you think the origin of that Marco utterance is? A bird in hand.
a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
Hmm.
Easy. Yeah, if you they. It's similar to don't count your chickens before they're hatched. Although that one refers to one of Aesop's fables. The you can it or the game that you've already caught, shot, or trapped, and you have in hand, that's worth something. But the ones that you haven't caught yet, it would more than the one in hand is worth more than two of the ones that aren't even caught yet. That's is that clear?
What I'm curious
It's
of
clear
though
as
is
mud.
the origin, not the meaning. I'm familiar with the meaning as well.
Okay, I don't know I don't know where it would originate. I would imagine it to be a hunting or trapping thing. Gerald Durrell and his wife went on animal collecting expeditions. He before he founded his own zoo, and and her memoir was Two in the Bush. That was the title of the book.
I saw that movie, Two in the Bush. It was on at late night.
That's
Oh,
actually
cool.
kind of what I was. Two in the bush actually is similar to what I was going to mention. I like to take idioms and find ways to turn the phrase. For example, the camelback breaking straw, or what was
Yeah,
The
translated.
straw. Go
the
ahead.
straw that broke the camel's back is the camelback breaking straw.
Hmm.
It's the same thing. It's just you turn the phrase.
Yeah.
It's like interest rates for SVB's mortgage-backed security holdings.
So like like instead of saying, don't count your chickens before they're hatched, you say, don't count your unhatched chickens.
Yes, there's those alternate phrasings are less likely to catch on, though. Yeah.
Maybe in this new world that we live in, we need to come up with some new idioms, maxims. It's a bit like and the reason why I say this is I was in a space earlier today. Oh, just this killed me.
You mean like not your keys, not your crypto?
No, not that one. Oh, this it's worse. It's worse. There was a co-host, and she said, "Oh, somebody said something." She said, "Oh, I love this. I love this. You're defining Maslow's hierarchy of needs." And I am not kidding you. My eyes just went
Did
up.
your
But
ears
then she
start
said,
bleeding?
No, it's better. It gets better. It gets better. She said, "I
You
love
just
it."
lost KC when you said Maslow, by the way. We just lost KC.
But it gets better. It gets better. She says, "Yeah, you're defining Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which is something that I really live by. And what we need to do in the Web3 space is we need to change things. We need to be more forthright in our thinking." And I'm just shouting at the screen, going, "When was the last time Maslow was updated?" This is like mad. So it
Well,
made me think of that.
I'm not clear what's wrong with that.
It was it's outdated is the bottom line.
What's wrong? What's outdated about it?
Well, there's two key component parts missing for me from Maslow's hierarchy of needs. One is social. So we are social creatures. Social is not on the hierarchy of needs. We need that social interaction. And lastly, probably more importantly, Wi-Fi is not in the triangle. We need Wi-Fi in the triangle.
What?
Isn't social covered under like acceptance and esteem and stuff like that though? Or love and acceptance?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I thought he was being satirical, but wow, I misjudged that one.
It's hard to tell.
No, I
Marco, you and your
misjudged it.
British humor.
Yeah. I'll see if I can find a version of it to pin for people who might not be familiar with the phrase Maslow's hierarchy of needs. But
I've been
go ahead.
I was thinking a lot about the hierarchy of needs when we were talking initially when ChatGPT started to get really popular a few months ago. I was thinking a lot about the hierarchy of needs, and this gets so complicated because I have not even talked about or articulated this in a while, and I don't even know if I articulate it well. But I'm just thinking about like what AI's place would be in our lives with the absence of language, right? Because these are language trained models. Now, somebody tried to explain to me that some AI is not being trained with language. It's being trained with like behavioral models and stuff like that. But still, it requires language for input, right? So what place would AI have in a setting where language ceased to exist, right? So and you think about that, and that's really just when we're looking at your hierarchy of needs. That's the top of the triangle. It's this place of enlightenment and transcendence. And the best case example of that on the planet would be like Buddhist monasteries, for instance, where nobody speaks. So so I was thinking about like in the absence of language, what place would artificial intelligence play, or would it be completely arbitrary? And also like what could we do to maximize our experience as humans and work towards that enlightenment or that transcendence at the top of the triangle to differentiate ourselves from artificial intelligence, because everybody's so concerned about the sentience and consciousness and all of this and how AI is going to be different than humans. Mentis, you had your hand up. But then you went down. Did you wave or did you have your hand up? I don't know. I think you were waving.
I thought he had his hand up. He maybe had to step down. I don't know.
It's not. I really agree with the lady who enthused about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, because I've got. I mean, I've had a version of it on my Twitter profile for months now. It's my own version, but it's based on the same concept, and I don't see it going out of style. And the way that the way it relates to AI would be the way it relates to any other tool. If you're going to apply it to any problem, being aware of where on the hierarchy the problem lies, whether it's more fundamental or more, shall we say, optional, it should reflect on the priority that and the resources that you apply to the tool. So if the AI has benefits in self-actualization, but costs in the ability to meet physical needs, for instance, then then you've got a problem. But if it and solutions that work at the more basic levels should be prioritized when you have a limit of when you're apportioning limited resources. Sorry, I should be talking in shorter words.
You're listening to the Syndicate. Casey's karaoke space gets real exciting, and we've lost Casey.
Can we do karaoke? I want to hear some karaoke.
Yes.
Actually, I hear E-Rich is a very good singer. I don't want to put you on the
Incredible.
spot,
She's our
E-Rich.
best singer. She's
Oh, I
by
don't.
and far our best singer.
Oh man, I'm not going to put you on the spot, E-Rich. But if you felt like indulging us in some,
I think if all three of us invite her to speak at the same time, then we can peer pressure her into karaoke.
That was the song Margaritaville.
Or you can make a song up about the another turn of phrase.
oh, she's so downing. No, we won't put you on the spot, E-Rich. But I do want to hear you sing one day. Maybe when we're in a small space with just a few of us, you'll sing. I've never heard you sing.
What are you guys up to? I'm learning how to code in the background.
Literally doing nothing for once, and it feels good.
Nice.
I'm chat GPTing, writing an article, and applying for a new apartment.
Isn't it hard where you're at?
I had a meltdown last night.
What do you mean, was it hard where I'm at? What do you mean, spaghetti?
Well, I don't know. Well, wait, I forget. Never mind. I get mixed up. I keep thinking you're in like New York, but you're not, right? You're in.
I go back and forth between Vancouver and New York, but
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah. Okay. So never mind.
Yeah.
Well, even in Vancouver, I bet it's not the easiest, but never mind. I know in some major cities it's like you know unless you get put on like month or 2 or 6 month waiting list in some cases. I know in New York it's crazy, but never mind.
Oh, New York is a nightmare. I was supposed to take over my friend's lease in April for the rest of her, for the rest of it, because she's getting married and she was moving out of her apartment anyway. But someone scooped it up because it was a rent stabilized apartment and it was really nice. So I'm applying for a place in Montreal right now. I think I'm going to move to Montreal in the summer.
I'm semi-nomadic. I don't know. I guess technically I move every few years. Usually to a new state, not all the time, but usually. Like I mostly lived in the South though, in America, so that would be like the lower right, and so like Tennessee, North Carolina, Florida, Texas, all the good old Southern boy type states. But anyways, I thinking about moving to Austin or somewhere. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I think it'd be cool. I'm on the coast of North Carolina right now. I don't mind saying, but it's pretty cool out here. It's cheap. Well, it's cheap compared to a lot of places. I'll put it that way. And not cheap for me, but anyways.
Well, that's something that people say nonchalant, like just whenever they just throw that in there. But it's like the cheap states are the poor paying states too. They're the states that take the most federal funds, and they love talking about criticizing other states. It's just kind of crazy.
Well, I work remote, so I can make it's a huge range. So like an entry level position, I can make on a terrible, low end like 30,000, 40,000. But like, to be honest, I'm more around the well, I usually don't talk about this, but I'll just say I'm more around the like, minimum like $40, $50 an hour mark. So in the South, it's, absolutely plenty. So if I work for someone else, but I generally work for myself. So, but like, for example, I started a pressure washing business one year and I did that for a year. I didn't last, but I was charging like $100, $200 an hour in some cases. But I do anything and everything, to be honest with you. But the point is, yeah, in the South, I mean, I can work remote, and as long as the company's not using where I'm hired as an excuse, which a lot of companies do, by the way, where like let's say it's a Seattle job, they may pay people who live in Seattle like 80K, and they might pay me 60, and it's like, well, so I won't even take that, to be honest with you. But even though it's plenty to live, but But yeah, no, I'll make the same that someone's making in like, you know, somewhere in the West or what have you. So, which is good, but it's not always the case. So.
No, it's not. The majority of people don't work remote. That's a new thing.
Uh,
And this is something that people are
it,
kind of like not really with it.
it is for the people who don't run the infrastructure. I mean, I've been working remote jobs for years before COVID was a thing, but that's because I was, you know, um, I was doing tech jobs. So, but you're
Yeah,
right. Like if you're a
you know how many
construction guy
people
or
do tech? You know how many people do tech? That's
no,
my
I know I
point.
didn't. I'm not implying or saying that most people work remote. I'm saying I put myself in that position to do that. That's all I was referring to.
Yeah, I left a tech job because they made me come to the office. I was like, fuck that. You get everything I can do. I can do remotely. This is ridiculous. And then I just decided to freelance. But the interesting thing is in Canada, if you want to live in Montreal, you have to be bilingual to work there. But if you're working remotely for another company in a different part of the country, you can live in Montreal. And the funny thing about that is like in America, the cheaper cities are usually the more dangerous cities or have like, they're a little bit more of like the shitty, scummy cities. Whereas in Canada, out of Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal, Montreal is the cheapest city and it's actually one of the safest cities in the world. It's always in the top 3 safest cities in the world list on The Economist. So like, it's kind of it's kind of unique up here. So I'm gonna try Montreal and see if I like it because I have never lived there. Although French people in Montreal are kind of dicks, but we'll figure it out. Nothing I can't handle. New York people are dicks too, and I kind of like it.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, I've never confirmed that. But what I was going to say as well, there's a lot of I don't know if industry is the right word. I don't know the word I'm looking for, but types of job roles that people aren't thinking about as well, like that are not necessarily IT or tech or whatever you want to call it. So, like for example, all the people who are working the call centers, all the people who work in those tier 2, tier 3 jobs as well that are not tech related, and then all of the VPs, managers, directors, supervisors, all that stuff. Most of them that work for corporations, they're not having to like go in unless you work for like I mean, there are a lot of jobs you do, but the majority of companies that are out there now, if I'm correct, are a lot. Most of their work can be done from behind a computer. So, but they still don't like those positions being at home, like, which is silly. But I get it. If you're hiring some guy um, to uh, to answer calls for like CVS Pharmacy or something. Let's use that as an example. They hated hiring people to work from home. They made people go back into the office, if I'm correct, just to justify the huge expenditure on their building. Plus, helped with metrics, obviously. But when you compare like metrics and stuff with people who have been doing IT work from home for 20 years or whatever, you don't really see a difference there. So, but there are an extremely large amount of people who can do their work from behind a computer, and they just don't. They're they're never going to let them go back um, to work from home without a huge fight because it's hard for a lot of companies. Generally, HR makes this decision, but and VPs, but it's hard for them to justify entry level and mid level jobs that are not tech related to work from home, just because a lot of people use it as babysitting, and a lot of people use it for, like, I was doing tech work. This is the last thing I'll say. I was doing tech work for this company through like contract work, and everyone I talked to, I heard their kids screaming in the background, their TV on, like all kinds of stuff. Like they would talk to me, like they would talk to me on like their personal cell phone with speakerphone. None of them had their own headsets. If they had computer problems, they had to not work for 2 weeks or a week or a minimum of a few days, while they waited for another computer. It was just terrible. And none of them were tech people. And so, you know, it was just, I get it, and I get why companies don't want to. Even, yeah, I mean, I've done senior level positions before that they were hesitant about letting you work from home. And, you had to like almost beg them.
Man, we lost Marco on that one.
What's so funny?
No. We were having the most boring Twitter space ever, and we're like, and it's interesting to see everyone like cycle through. Let's go. We lost
Yeah,
KC, and the space is named after him.
I'm sorry, nerding out on brass tacks
No,
was boring.
no,
It was
we're just
epically
having
boring.
fun. I'm not a nice guy. We're just having fun. You, Rich, what's going on?
Yeah, they were rejoining. It just wasn't showing it right off.
No, I'm just joking. Good times.
All right, so one of my biggest fears came true. Did I say this the other day? So I have things in my hand. I'm carrying something from my car up to the apartment at my cousin's, and keys are in my hand. I walk over. I'm stepping into the elevator, and I went to get a better grip on the thing in my hand, and the key slipped and fell through the gap of the fucking elevator.
Ooh.
Has anybody ever dropped
Oh my God.
something in the fucking elevator?
So
Mr.
frustrating.
Rob, can you fix that? You can get down in
Dude.
there.
So I just had to pay $300 fucking for the maintenance people to come up here and like retrieve it because I could literally see it down at the bottom floor of the elevator.
Oh, so they don't have full-time staffers, so like when they call, they pay, right? That
Yeah,
sucks.
yeah. I was so tempted to hit that emergency button, but I think that's like the fire department. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to do that.
Yeah,
You could
I
have hit the
wonder.
button and been like, I swear I heard an animal down there or something, and then when they open it up, be like, oh, how did my keys get here?
Right. That's what I told my cousin. I'm like, I could just say whatever, I'm stuck. And he's like, yeah. And then when you say you got to get your keys, what's going to happen, Melly? You're going to be like, bitch, you just called the fire department to open this. So,
Yeah, it's I hate it when there's a random day that you have to dish out money like that because like it'll be the day that you go out to eat and then you go to the store and buy something and then like you come back and your keys are locked in the car and you're like, well, there goes another $100 and or 50.
ridiculous. Seriously.
Well, I'm glad you got your stuff back.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad too. That was today. They came today. So it was like, whatever.
And when you said that was the what one of your worst nightmares, I'm very glad that it turned out to be something that was fixable without anybody hurt or any permanent losses.
Yeah, there's some pretty crazy. I'm not going to go into detail because it's graphic, but there's been pretty crazy videos online of like elevator problems where not elevator problems, but
Stop. No. Hi,
Miss
everybody.
Wood, hey.
I'm gonna interrupt because you've been talking for like hours. Hi. So
what?
why did you say that, Mike?
What?
That I was the best singer. That's just not true.
You are the best singer.
No, I'm not, and I'm not trying to get attention. This is not the point. Oh, look, he left.
Are you sure
Darn.
about that?
Darn. No, I'm just
Oh
so
shit!
sad
You
that
got
guy
rid of the guy.
left.
What happened?
The E-Rich came up and she took a jab at one of the boring guys.
Very nice.
And he left.
Aww.
Don't all. He's been talking for 6
No,
hours
I
straight about
listen.
nothingness.
Womp
Mr. Raj, what's the name of that brand you're wearing of the shoe? I want to tag them on Twitter.
It's called Ultra, ALTRA.
Especially when you got people like Mr. Rogers on the stage. That guy going on and on.
Hey, but y'all want to hear something funny though that just happened to me? So, okay,
Yes.
so it's kind of racist, but it's towards me, so it's okay. And it was kind of it was funny too. I thought it was funny, so y'all better not be getting offended because I thought it was fucking funny. Okay. Anyways, so I'm at Target and I'm at like I'm in the bougie area. I live in the Austin, Texas area, and there's these different suburbs within Austin. There's like one called Westlake Hills. There's another one called Lakeway, and like this is where like all the rich people live in these areas. So I go into the Target because I'm like, well, fuck, I don't want to go to the Target by my house. That's like the shittiest thing, is that you drive home and then you got to get off the car, then you got to go inside the store. And I was like, man, I ain't trying to do all that. So I'll just like, fuck it, I'll just go to this bougie ass Target. So I go inside the store, I'm walking around, and like I'm surrounded by white people. Like there's nothing but white people in there because that's like the type of area it is. Tell me why I'm not even wearing a fucking Target uniform. I have my work uniform on. This fucking lady asked me if I fucking work there, bro.
Were you wearing a red shirt?
No, my shirt's fucking blue and it says my company name on it.
Okay, well that's on them.
That happened to me in Mexico, where they asked me to get them a drink.
Yeah, but that's
Septima, the most
understandable,
boring
bro.
people were up
That's
here earlier,
understandable.
so I'm sorry.
Hey guys, sorry I rugged. I got a call from a real estate agent. What was happening with the boring people?
That boring guy was up here, so I.
Okay, well let's talk about something not boring.
No, just that one guy, the spaghetti guy.
Recorded space. I'm not going to call anybody out for being boring, but I hear you, Elizabeth.
I'm just being honest. He left as soon as I said something, so it's okay.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you what my wife always tells me, okay? Just because it's not interesting to you doesn't mean it's not interesting to somebody else.
That's fair. That's fair. Thanks for making me feel like an asshole, Mr. Rogers.
It's fair. Maybe there happened to be somebody in here that wanted to learn about jobs in tech and working remotely. And
Yeah, it's only fair
was he
that
talking about relocating to Austin, perhaps?
it's only fair. It's only fair, Rich, that I pass the. My wife does it to me, so I gotta pass it on to somebody else. So I can't do it back to her, right? So I gotta do it to you.
Yes. You have to take it out on the people at work. That's how it works. Why is this guy upset today? That's right.
So they're replacing the roof at my apartment building, and I just saw somebody walk past my window, but like I'm on the third floor, and it really freaked me out. It was the silhouette. Let me back up. It was the silhouette. So I'm like, holy fuck, someone's floating. But I think they must be at my door. Anyway, that's all.
Did you not pick up a tool?
You're a tool, Smoking.
Erich
Just kidding.
is a
Not a tool.
savage. Erich, what's your problem? You got a guy.
I
A
just
guy
woke
just
up.
left. By the way, I only came in to talk to that guy, to be honest with you, because like that guy had a PFP and it looked like that he was wearing an Arsenal kit on that ute, but you've just messed that all completely up. Thanks, Erich.
He'll be back and he'll be boring.
Why is he boring? Erich, that's his. Erich is on. Ooh, you're violent today.
I think he's on the right track, though. He's on the right track with moving to Austin, though. I would move to Austin alone for the vegan food.
Erich,
Oh my
tell
god, they have
Septima
the
she's been
best
boring
vegan
now.
food
Go
in
on,
America.
tell her. Septima, that's boring. Don't know about that. People leave because of that shit.
I'm
Wait,
sorry.
am I boring?
No, you're fine. I just can only stand his monotone voice for so long before I want to kill myself.
Do you guys make vision boards for every year?
Nope.
No, they make shadow boxes.
I do. I think my news feed is basically my vision board, though.
Your new what?
My news feed on like my social media. I think that's kind of my vision board, though.
That's a good thing because then you can just always go back to it and see if you're kind of keeping up with your objectives.
Right. And it's really handy because like with with a vision board, generally they're like these big, huge boards that you keep in a stationary place. You can't bring it with you. And if you
That's true, but you could take a picture and put it as your desktop on or like your wallpaper on your phone.
Right. But I think it's, for me at least, it's easier to have it as like my social media. And then if I'm having a rough day, I just kind of go back and go through it.
I do that with my videos that I make. So like I was making a lot of content on Instagram,
Uh-huh.
and I went back and looked at a lot of it, and I actually started crying because like all the stuff that I was preaching back then, I stuck to it,
Mm-hmm.
and my life is like so much better for it. And I was just like thinking to myself, I was like, "Fuck yeah, baby, you fucking did that shit, boy, you did it."
Right.
So
I watch some of my old videos and
You're a treasure, Mr. Rogers.
I watch some of my old videos and I remember like all of like the, just some of the gut-wrenching emotions that I was going through at the time that I made some of those videos, and when you're having a crappy day, it's good to go back and like reflect on where you were 6 months ago, you know, and versus where you are today, because today might be crappy, but it's not anywhere near as crappy as it was 6 months ago, you know?
at least you would hope so. I mean, right?
Right,
So
right.
I don't think it's always the case, but it's a good way of looking at things. I guess it depends. I mean, if 6 months ago thought you were happily married and your spouse cheated on you or something, you're going through a horrible divorce now, you might be looking back at things differently. I don't know. Trying to think of scenarios where 6 months ago could have been better than now. Somebody who's like perpetually unemployed because they were in a career that they loved and they lost their job because of, I don't know, company downsizing or something.
Mm-hmm.
Or or your family is irreversibly changed by death, for instance. Yeah, so sometimes you would be, yeah, it wouldn't be satisfying to compare your circumstances, but nearly all the time it is, because every change comes with costs and opportunities, and every, yeah, and and we have a natural bias toward uh, looking at the world in a way we can live with, and that is by accentuating the positive and minimizing the negatives, as we say in modern jargon, or just look on the bright side, as the old saying goes.
Well, you know what? I had popped in here. I can't stay very long today, but I wanted to, I was communicating with Mike earlier about the they were headphones, and he said that Mr. Rogers was do you already have those, or
yeah, I do have them. I've
oh,
actually had them for like a few years already. Like I got their very first pair, like it was like a generation one, and just to test them out, and I really liked it. So then I
mm-hmm,
was like, well, damn. I was like, let me get another pair, something more comfortable. Maybe they have like an updated version. So I
mm-hmm,
got their they have one just for communications. It's called the OpenCom. It has a boom mic on it, just so
mm-hmm.
you can talk. Like that one's for like professionals, like businessmen and women and business people. And then
Noise
and then
can
they have the one that I have, which is the Open Run Pro. They're a little pricey, but I mean I like them. These are about $160, but I like them way better than I've had AirPod Pros, just AirPods. I have had Bose noise canceling headphones. Like I've had like so many different headphones, and I actually prefer these. I don't really care too much about the bass. I just need to know what I'm listening to. You know what I mean? Like,
right. But how are they for like noise canceling, do you think?
They don't. There's no noise canceling at all. It'll noise cancel on your end.
Uh-huh.
Like if I'm driving, you won't be able to hear the background noise too much. But on my end, there's no noise canceling because there's nothing in your ear. But
Oh,
if you wanted to, they actually say that if you really wanted to, you could just stick some earplugs in your ear, and it actually amplifies the sound. Remember, because it's bone conduction, so you're sending vibrations
oh.
to the inner ear.
So it's like the old jawbones then.
In a way, but the jawbones were still in your ear.
No, the
These,
jawbones just went and they rested on your just in front of the ear.
oh, those jawbones. No, these are different because the jawbones actually had a small speaker inside. Like these have a speaker, but these use like the the vibrations to vibrate to the inner ear. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a different science. I know what you're talking about, the jawbones. I had one of those. It was just like a little small tiny speaker that like instead of it being in your ear was on the outside.
Yeah. Or it would they had other ones that hooked it actually went across your jaw and it would
Hmm.
vibrate out. I don't know the science behind it either,
Oh well,
but
maybe it's the same concept. Yeah, maybe.
yeah, but it like vibrated the bones in your face
Oh
in
yeah,
order.
then that's what it is.
Yeah. Okay.
I like it. I have them on right now. I'm talking to you.
Oh, cool. Oh, they're really clear too.
Yeah, I have them on right now. I'm talking to you. I'm driving around. I mean, they're pretty good. I mean, the cheap ones that I have aren't good. I mean, if you're gonna pay $70, $80, yeah, you're not gonna get like the best microphone. But if you want to spend, double that, and you want to get something that's better quality, that's weatherproof too. I mean, it's waterproof. It has like a wireless, I mean, like a magnetic charger. So there's like nothing that you open. You can use it for running. You can use it out in any weather.
Mm-hmm.
I like them a lot.
Cool. Okay. Well, I didn't just want to pop up in your DMs, so over some and have it be like, "Hey, so do you know those headphone things?" You're like,
I would know exactly
you're
what you're talking
here
about too.
about no freaking headphones.
I would know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know. I'm just trying to take better care of my like myself in general, like my hearing and my sight and stuff like that. So I'm just looking at the different like ways that I can not damage my ears so much. I
Right.
listen to loud music as it is in the car. I don't want to like, you know, fuck up my ears more than I need to.
All right. Well, I am going to hop off of here. Thank you guys for having me again. Oh, you're inviting me to co-host. As soon as he invites me to co-host. Yeah. All right. I will
Reeling you in.
I will see everybody later.
Yeah, don't
Bye.
get stuck in that fucking quicksand trap that Mike tries to lure everybody into.
Right?
Fucker.
Co-host and everything. I'm like, because I can't just leave, you know? Anyhow, I will see everybody soon. Bye.
It's even hard to leave as a speaker in a small room. It feels rude. Does anyone else Irish exit Twitter Spaces?
All the time.
100%. All the time. Well, no, Mike, you don't ever go to rooms to leave them. You're
I
too
leave,
busy
yeah,
hosting
but
them.
it's an Irish entry and exit.
so stupid.
I tagged Ultra, Mr. Raj. Let's get you sponsored. If everyone can support that tweet at the top there. Let's turn Mr. Raj into a spokesperson for male products.
Wait, what?
Marco said we should turn Mr. Raj into a spokesperson for manly shit.
I don't want my shit to be manly. The fuck?
For manly shit?
Hmm.
Bro,
Like boots and, you know, grilled cheese makers, things like that.
Like in Target?
Hmm.
Are
Yeah.
grilled cheese makers manly shit?
I couldn't think of something else.
Why
I
did that
actually,
come to mind though?
it is such a random thing to come to mind. And who actually even owns one of those as a kitchen appliance? Like, wouldn't you just own? So, see, this is why you own a
A
George Foreman,
pan?
right? You just own a George Foreman grill. You can grill anything on a George Foreman grill, including your grilled cheese sandwiches and your paninis and all of that. I don't
Or
understand why
just a
separate
pan?
devices for all these things.
It does the edges though.
That's true. I will say those grilled cheese makers that when the cheese like comes out and it makes the little burnt edges and like makes burnt cheese on the outside of the bread. I'm vegan. I don't even know I'm talking about this. But those things, when I used to eat grilled cheese sandwiches, amazing.
stop salivating over there. We can hear it already. Jeez.
I actually don't crave cheese. The funny thing is when you go plant-based to like you stop craving anything. And I think it's probably the first couple of months are a little bit bumpy, but I can't really remember because I became vegan like 6 years ago or something. But the first couple of months I remember it feeling like a little bit bumpy and your tummy gets used to your tummy gets weird because you're switching and eating a lot of products that you would normally eat when you're not vegan. So like pea protein and soy and stuff like that. But once you get used to it, the interesting thing is like you stop craving anything. Like I could just as easily be satisfied with like a plate of nachos or a cheeseburger or like a salad, and it's just kind of I'm just kind of indifferent to what I eat. And the food's actually super good because you have to get really creative with the way that you cook and the spices that you use and stuff to make plant-based food good. So I don't know. Giving up meat was one of the best things I ever
It's pretty good.
did.
I
Made me a
was
much better
actually,
cook.
sorry to interrupt you, but I was actually vegan for like 6 months, like straight vegan. So, I mean, maybe for you it was that experience, but I was craving fucking barbecue like every day. I'm in Texas and I grew up on like a ranch, so I want fucking brisket. And I was dying, I was miserable. I was trying to like go the falafel route and do the Beyond Meat stuff, and it just I'm sorry, I'm a Texas boy. It didn't
Why
it
did you
didn't
go
do it for me
vegan for 6
because
months,
my wife
Mr.
was
Rogers? Why'd
my
you do
wife
that?
wanted to do it, and I just figured that it was probably easier for me to support her that way than for me to be eating fucking burgers and shit in her face. So I tried it, and then I told her, "Look, it's been 6 months. I can't do it no more."
That's so
Really,
sweet of you though that you tried.
that is very sweet. I've never had a vegan partner nor anyone who was like willing to try veganism with me. I'm just okay with the fact that somebody sits across the table and eats a big juicy steak in front of
But
me.
Mr. Rogers, did you not cheat on the sly? Like a little cheeky
I mean, of course I
cheeseburger
did,
on the.
bro. Of course, come on.
So you didn't do 6 months. He's telling everyone, look, E-Rich, and they're
to
going, oh my
hey,
God,
to my wife,
Mr.
to my
Rogers,
wife, I was
you're so
vegan.
sweet.
Okay,
And
I
I'm here
only ate
thinking, nah, no
vegetables.
way. Mr. Rogers has been having a side piece. Do you know what I mean?
A
And then it's
side
like,
three piece, a side three
Side piece
piece
of
with some
tenderloin.
fries.
So I was gonna ask Mr. Rogers how your body felt after going vegan for 6 months, but I guess you can't give me an accurate answer because you
No, I
cheated on
didn't
the
cheat.
side
I didn't cheat. I
products.
was I was just joking. I actually did go vegan for um for 6 months. Yeah, it was my body changed a lot. The one thing that I will notice though is that I used to have a really high like animal meat protein diet. So I noticed that it was gonna take me much longer to like see the benefits. Like I'm talking like a few years down the road, because it was my body was just so messed up. I was like taking like whey proteins and taking a bunch of stuff that I probably shouldn't be taking, but I was still taking it anyways. Um, and it messed me up. So now I just moderate what I eat. We try to eat at home, a lot more veggies and stuff like that, and we try not to eat as much red meat. It's like just all chicken. Um, Pretty much just chicken. That's it.
Green beans? Do you eat green beans? Because they're my favorite.
Yeah, we eat green beans.
Oh my god, green beans baked with like
Rich is
chopped up garlic and
Rich.
maple syrup are so good.
Was that like a self invitation to dinner type thing?
I just like
I like
green
green
beans.
beans. He's like, yeah, we have green beans. Mr.
Green
Rogers.
beans and
Yeah,
grits.
but
I was trying to participate in the conversation. I can't talk about being vegan because I'm not vegan. But I do like green beans a lot. They're my favorite
bro,
vegetable.
don't lie. You're you got them freaking them sides, them green beans with the freaking bacon in it, and the little pieces
I
of
don't put bacon
tomato.
in my green beans.
Oh, you
No,
don't do
no, no,
that?
no.
Oh, you're missing
No, no,
out.
no,
You're
no,
missing out.
no.
Oh yeah, they're actually
That green
really
bean
good with bacon.
casserole, girl, you tripping.
Yeah, I make
I
my.
like all green beans, but when I make them myself, I don't make them with bacon.
How do you make them, eat rich?
It's a secret.
I used to work at a restaurant that had like Szechuan green beans, and they were so freaking good. A little bit of like sweet, garlicky, salty.
I feel bad because I know some people are listening to this because they're like at work, and this is what they have to listen to.
Well, shit, they don't want to be listening to.
Looking at you,
They don't want
Peter.
to be listening to work. I mean, I would say this is better.
Mr.
This is
Rogers,
better
did you
entertainment.
know? Mr. Rogers, did your blood pressure and cholesterol go down in the 6 months that you went plant based?
Oh yeah, definitely. Everything went down. Everything went down in the
Did you
first month. We're not just talking about.
did you lose a lot of weight?
No, I actually gained weight.
Were you one of those like beer and Oreo cookies vegans?
No, I don't even drink that much. No, I gained weight because I was consuming I was like working out too. Like I was working out, so I was like eating a lot of like starchy stuff, and it was let's just say it went straight to the gut.
Hi, Casey. It's good to see you.
Hello again, E-Rich. How you doing?
I haven't seen you all day.
I know it's been a minute.
Casey, can you do the announcement from the top?
Sorry, say again?
Can you do the announcement from the top?
The Syndicate. Comment on the post above, and let's get Mr. Raj paid.
Is that what you wanted, Mike?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep, just another
I need
stash in the
7 more.
library.
I need 7 more Casey samples so we can copy his voice and have it read Dr. Zeus and Winnie the Pooh to us.
He'll do that without question. Just get him the book.
He's stingy with that stuff.
Is he?
Uh-huh.
I bet if we asked him nicely.
Who are we trying to get to read Winnie the Pooh?
Me.
Casey.
They've tried many, many times. Many, many times.
Casey.
Don't they need someone more jolly sounding to
Yeah,
read
I'm with
Winnie
you on
the
that
Pooh?
one.
So I don't know if that's a Winnie the Pooh voice.
Have you not heard Casey when he's excited, Septima?
No, the reverse psychology is appreciated. Thanks, Septima.
Oh.
I'm trying to think of what writer or what writer would make the most sense for Casey. But Winnie the Pooh needs someone like excited and jolly and like, I don't know, Casey, get excited about something. Tell us.
Hey, Casey.
Get excited about something. What's like? Do you like music, arts?
Ordinals. Ask him to tell you about ordinals.
Ask him to tell you about stock car racing.
Why don't you tell us
RC
about
cars.
stock car racing?
RC cars.
Let's hear about RC cars.
You guys are fucking horrible. You're manipulative and just bad people.
Come on, tell us a story from back in the day.
Hey, buddy. It's okay.
No, now I'm all nervous. Fuck you guys.
What is so exciting about RC? Now I'm actually genuinely curious about this. Do you collect RC cars?
It's just a
Hey,
hobby.
don't let them hate, bro. I'm about to get me some RC cars too. Shit. We
RC car Casey's experience in RC cars is opening up opportunities for him to work in advanced drone AI companies. So it's coming in handy.
I mean, all of us are tinkering with weird shit that's probably going to open up career opportunities. It's. I think that's why we're living in Twitter Spaces right now. But that sounds like a unique skill set, Casey. Tell me more.
I feel like I'm in a shell space.
You are. Shell us yourself. Welcome, Casey. Imagination at stage.
Casey, I just want you to know I didn't tell them shit. So this all must have come from somebody else or out of your
Oh
own damn
yeah.
mouth.
Oh yeah. It's all me, brother. It's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Then I would just tell them, because just if you own it instead of being embarrassed, then no one has any power over you.
No. Yeah. No. All right. Well, there's a little chess game going here. Can Michael get enough of my voice to train an AI model? That I'm trying to, stymie his efforts a little bit.
We'll just have one of us talk over you at the same time always, so he doesn't get a good sample.
Perfect.
Or Casey,
You're
why don't
welcome.
you just use a voice changer on the app?
That too.
He has Android. He doesn't have those features.
No.
He doesn't have an Android. He's an iPhone.
Yeah. Oh fuck it. That's right. I forgot the voice transformer.
Oh my goodness. See, this is what happens when people don't take a second, take a tactical pause, and think through all the things, and they just jump to the worst case conclusion that he's going to get enough. Maybe he trains an AI model on you and it turns out to be the best AI model ever and everyone wants to pay for it and you become famous. Or maybe it's the voice they use for the next serial killer voice calls to police. I don't know.
That's really dark.
That's super dark. Is the voice transformer working? Is it good?
Now you definitely sound like the thing they would send the cops.
Yeah, you sound like a serial killer for sure.
Would you like to play with RC cars? They're really fun.
Do you want to play a game?
Would you like to play a game?
That's really creepy. Stop it. Make it stop, Casey.
But you have
Dude,
to
talk
say
about
no. You
smuggling
have to
eggs
say
into the country, bro. Talk about smuggling
no,
eggs
no,
into the
no,
country. Come on.
no. You have to quote accurately. You have to say, "I want to play a game with
I
you."
want to play a game with you.
Okay. That's enough. Make it stop.
Can you imagine? It's like you like corner the SVB executives. I want to play a game with you. You've been screwing over startups in California for too long, and now you're stuck in a contraption.
All right, so you guys really want to talk about RC car racing?
See,
Yes,
there
please.
you go.
This I can handle. This I can handle.
Now it just
Hey,
sounds like
shit,
you're on
you sound like
helium.
Mike, bro.
What? How dare you?
Oh my God, you do sound like
So
Mike.
what you have to understand
All
is
right,
that Plato's cave will make it so that you don't
you two
understand.
just talk.
That's hilarious.
Just say you see a lot.
Ah, you see. You understand now. So.
Yeah. You know how when you go and you buy a can of violet paint, you see now. It's just like the most random shit, and then he believes that we've just like picked up on it and like we understand the entire rest of the conversation. It's wonderful.
This whole time they were using Mike's voice for the AI model for that voice changer.
Or Mike doesn't actually exist, and it's just been this voice changer in KC the entire time.
It's the same account. Same person, different accounts, voice changers. It's all a show. It's all a show.
So tell us about the RC cars, You
Dude,
see?
love RC cars. Love RC car racing. I love building, engineering, designing, and beating the hell out of RC equipment in general. How's that work?
how is your background in RC cars influencing your current career landscape?
Well, because it's remote operation and the mechanical act, the vehicle being piloted is high performance, it transitions pretty nicely to rotor AI, making a harness that you can implement into any full-scale helicopter and fly remotely. So as they're building up all their models and modeling, they're using a lot of RC gear, and it's perfect. And you go down there, and it's just a whole warehouse.
What's the harness used for?
So the harness is used for the actual control panel on the helicopter. So there's actuators for the manual control aspects, but all of the electronics are programmed. Does that make sense? So like sorry, go ahead.
You see now.
You see now. You understand now. Good. Okay. You rich?
I forgot what I was gonna ask.
It sounds just like it. Oh my god, it's so funny.
I don't sound like that.
No, not at all, Mike.
No, you don't
Not
sound
at
like
all.
that, bro. I love you.
Mike, grab Allie and ask her.
No,
She's on the
no,
call.
stop fucking with Mike. Leave Mike alone. I'm sorry, Mike. I should have
Yeah, leave me
never
alone.
made that fucking
I
joke.
love
You guys are
Mr.
mean.
I feel like a
Rogers.
dick now.
You guys are meanie baninis.
I mean, I'm never taking the voice changer off again, so get used to it. But yeah.
It sounds like you're having a really alone but pleasant afternoon on your couch. It's like you're shaking.
Hey, Casey, could you slate as Mike?
So I don't know if I have the words. This is the Syndicate. Comment on the post above, and let's get Mr. Raj paid. That's right. Do you like to be together, alone? Do you want to be with other people but hate being around other people? Welcome to Together Alone.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
That is really close.
Can you tell me which voice you use? Because I just want to use it, and we can all be Mike.
Yeah, it's the... Hold on. It's the balloon? Yeah, the balloon.
Right under
Don't
smart
listen to
ass.
him.
I think it's right.
Don't listen to him, guys. It's not as fun as you think it is.
It's way more fun.
Is this working for me now?
Perfect.
Do I have the
Oh,
voice
no.
transformer? I've never used the voice transformer before. Is this working? Do I have
Yeah. It's definitely working. You've got the helium voice going.
Do I sound like anyone? Wait, does it stay on this until I switch?
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
that's so funny. Welcome to Together Alone.
You guys just sound like a bunch of kids right now.
You're a bunch of kids.
Your mom's a bunch of kids.
Don't talk about my mom
Yo
like that.
mama. I like being a kid. There's nothing wrong with being a kid.
You're listening to Together Alone. That's right, Together Alone. Have you ever wanted to hang out with other people but just hated being around other people? Well, that's why we created Together Alone. Let's get together separately. That's the script.
All right, Mike 2.0, go ahead.
No, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm all done. I feel dirty. I can't do it.
Now we got to see if one of the voice changers makes Mike sound like Casey.
I have Android. I don't have these things.
Androids don't have voice changers?
Nope.
Time to get an Apple.
Get a real phone.
Dude, do you know how awesome it is for Mike with his audio background engineering skills to be called out in public for having a shitty mic? That is the fucking best thing I've ever heard.
I don't think that's funny.
I
You guys think it's funny? I don't think
heard
that's
your
funny.
heart breaking while he was ripping on your audio quality.
Who was
Look,
ripping on him?
Some musician, DJ, somebody.
Oh, I missed it.
I'll plug in my
I didn't know
microphone
we
right
were just.
now.
I didn't know we were just piling on. I'm sorry.
Look, as soon as I get to 15%, I'm going to plug in my microphone for 5 minutes. I'll show you. Dan, do we have enough KC for the 11 labs?
Did you send me some stuff?
I'm about to upload everything.
Yeah, just send me a file folder, and I'd be glad to replicate him.
All right. I'm going to tell you an RC story. I'm going to tell you a little, I'm going to give you a little taste. So every year we'd fly out to Vegas and they'd have a big track inside of a huge hotel. And it was basically a week of racing, smoking weed, and playing pranks. And one of the premier guys at the time, this guy Travis Shrevin, they called him Micro.
Oh, 1 second. Really sorry. Can you bring my G up? Like, so my mates
Of course.
in the audience, can you bring him up? Alibaba.
What's up, Alibaba?
Alibaba. Jump up.
I like how Casey said, "Of course," like he has any power down there as a speaker.
Well, I was the one speaking, so to make sure that it's like okay to
This-
interrupt,
Casey,
Gave
the
the
story.
order.
What do you? Okay, I want to hear the story about Vegas. Is this something you legitimately do?
Yeah. So I was a sponsored RC pilot, is the terminology, but I was getting paid to fly around the country and go to competitions where we raced our RC vehicles. Yeah. So it'd have like sponsorship for motor, electronics, battery.
RC stand for race car.
Say again.
Does RC stand for race car?
No, it stands for remote control. I like race car better though, for sure.
Race car racing.
I love that. Racing.
Yeah, you guys want to go race car racing? Yeah? Welcome. Okay, you have a car? No, you can use mine. I have an extra one. I can use the dog one.
I use the dog one. I'm really good.
It's really good. It's really fast.
So we're at this event in Vegas, and this guy, his nickname is Micro because he's like 38 years old and he's all of like 4 foot tall, right? So everybody call him Micro, super fast guy on the track. We spent the entire week sending male prostitutes to his room, to his pet table, to the stand while he was racing. We probably spent like $2,000 at $50 a whack because it was $50 minimum for him to just show up. So we.
Why'd you have to say a whack?
Yeah, well,
Chicken.
just saying.
You've traveled all this way. It would be rude if I didn't make it worth your while.
Phrasing.
Yeah, lots of hijinks.
You're gonna get $50. You're gonna get $50 in a whack, and the guy got really disappointed when he left.
We got one guy to dress up as a priest. It was awesome.
Oh my God.
See,
the thing is, I forget that you're from Alaska sometimes. You're masquerading as New Hampshire.
Yeah.
If we ever all meet in person one day, can we go out for like a priest pub crawl, kind of like SantaCon, but dressed as priests?
Oh, priests and nuns just getting hammered.
So yeah, Alibaba, this is Spaces, by the way. Yeah, and this is what we.
Nice to meet you, Alibaba. How you doing?
Usually it's kind of it's like nice. It's good stuff. You learn a lot.
Hopefully you're not Catholic. You might be offended by the current conversation.
I'm actually just trying to handle as to what you guys are actually talking about.
Absolutely nothing.
Anyway, I'll just have to listen and then I don't know, input when I can.
Alibaba, don't worry about it. We're voice training an AI model, so we're talking stupid and talking about anything just to keep the voice going. So it doesn't matter what we're really talking about. So please hop in at any time.
Yeah, just tell us what's on your mind, Alibaba. That'd be nice.
I'll let you lot speak. I'm listening.
This is the perfect title for this space right now. Speaking of voice training, AI model
But
says everybody talk to their families and close friends about having like a secret password in case they get an emergency call from you, because we're in spaces all the time. So someone's obviously going to rip our voices and use it for scam calls in the future, I'm sure.
That's a hot take. That's a real hot take. What are you thinking, Zach?
Alibaba, we need one.
I always mess up your name. Gaia-file?
Gaia
Is that how you say
file.
it? Gaia-file. I was just wondering about you posting Maslow's hierarchy up above. I didn't know when it was mentioned. I was trolling in a space what was it, yesterday, and I mentioned Maslow's hierarchy in one breath, and then the very next breath said that we need to update old and outdated doctrine, which no one except Marco, who I didn't know was in the room because he changed his little profile picture. So apparently Marco was in the room, and no one else called me out on it, which was funny. But the irony being that Maslow's hierarchy is outdated, and that's what I was kind of commenting on. But everyone kind of hinged on the Maslow's, so I was just wondering what the context was for it being posted in the nest.
Guy, are you still with us? She might be away tending to Mother Earth.
Was anyone here? I just was wondering what the conversation was about.
Yeah. No, yeah, we the same sentiment you expressed is the same one that Marco expressed to us.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to be ironic, and I don't think it came across as ironic to anyone else except Marco, who then messaged me and was like, I see how you used outdated doctrine in one sentence and then talked about how we need to update it in the next. And I just thought that was funny.
Sorry, I couldn't answer right at that moment. Trying to type something somewhere else on Twitter gets in the way of responding when your name's called. And no, I don't care which way you pronounce it, just as long as I know who you're calling. But I don't see how Maslow's hierarchy of needs is outdated. I don't see. Yeah, or I'd like to know more about what the ideal way of weighing the more important concerns, heavier or considering the more foundational, would look like to you.
I think
What's different?
I think it's more that research has shown that in terms of human satisfaction, in the way or order in which those are taken care of, there are many people who have very little safety and some of those basic needs met that still are happy in the way that they've found their purpose, and they're willing to put up with some increased risk and lack of personal safety in pursuit of that. So I think that that's what studies have at least shown, is that it being a pyramid and you needing the basic needs before you can really focus on the upper needs is what a lot of people have gone against. Little evidence has been found to support the ranking system and the pyramid structure that he proposed.
Thank you. That clarifies the objection a lot. I see what you mean. There's a yin yang mingling rather than a hard straight boundary. Yeah, of course, he never actually drew a pyramid or a triangle on it. He was just saying some things are more fundamental than others. But yeah, you when you've got a whole skin and something in your belly, it's then you can then something like security or political action can be a higher priority than knowing where your next meal's coming from. Even depends what you're invested in. I see what you mean.
I was more just wondering when it was put up there. I was like, oh, this is I I when I saw it, I went, wow, that's interesting that it's kind of happened twice in the last 48 hours or 24 hours. And then I thought to myself, I was like, I better ask about this because there's no way that's coincidence, which it wasn't. Okay. That was all I was wondering, if it had a connection to Marco and the conversation and him. So, one of those things.
It was at least half an hour ago, I think. It took me a while to get that to get it posted, and it was a short reference. But I thought that when we said Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it doesn't. Some of us know already what it is, but I thought it would be unfair to people in the audience who have no idea what we're talking about, and it would be more reasonable to put a link to what the heck are they talking about in there.
Well, that's pulled us off course. It's supposed to be a show about nothing.
Well, okay, so here's nothing. Whale Watcher Guru just posted that Signature Bank board members report that regulators shut down the bank to send a strong anti-crypto message only.
The plot thickens. Here it comes. Do you think they're going to use crypto as the scapegoat for all the woes?
They shut down the bank to send a strong anti-crypto message. It didn't have anything to do with bonds with long-term bonds at 1.5 whatever it was percent. Decision making on the bank's part. I don't know.
I don't
having
know.
trouble following.
I don't know if Signature Bank had a long-term treasuries investment or not. I know that Silicon Valley did. I haven't looked into Signature very much, but someone who's maybe more into cryptocurrencies may know kind of the details of where they were invested. I just know that they were like the largest cryptocurrency bank or bank for cryptocurrency projects available at the time. So I was just thought that was an interesting thing.
Did anybody else hear somebody screaming for their life just now?
That was my daughter behind me.
What are you doing to that poor thing?
She's 2, so you don't have to do anything for her to scream. She just is.
I'm just kidding. Can you see that video of your kids running around the bed, stopping to get their drink? It was so cute.
Yeah, we were setting up the rooms and they needed to run. So let's have a race.
Like, oh, Maggie's now, she's stopping by, she's getting a sip. Oh, no. It was so cute.
Yeah.
I posted a screenshot somebody posted that I thought summed it up rather nicely. That the previous thing, sorry, harking back
No
to
sorries.
the question.
I do want to say hello to Elf, who stopped by. Hello, Elf.
Hi, Elf.
Oh, is this
Don't forget to say hi to Mentis.
hello, Mentis? Sorry, brother. Hey.
Mr. Rogers is back. I left because my dad brought me green beans. True story.
Elf, am I wrong? Are you the flutist?
I don't know what that is. I was also going
Flautist.
to ask what happened last night. Like, last thing happened was I couldn't hear anyone, and then the space had rugged, and I was like, oh, so Yuana must have just fallen asleep.
It was the Irish goodbye.
I've heard it
That's
called
kind of what I
Irish
did, but
goodbye.
as a host.
I don't think you can
So
do
it
an
was just
Irish
like,
goodbye as the host. I think that it's a little too much to play people out with music because I feel like, we're all mortal. Like, we don't need goodbye music, but
mhm.
notification that the
I
space is ending, I think, would have been helpful. But I think also simultaneously, I was rugging, so I wasn't sure what had happened.
learned it from Casey.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna
All the worst traits we got from
I was
Casey.
gonna make mention. Mike, how did you like the rugging from earlier today?
Oh, that was great with Ninja and Marco.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it now because I never know how to say goodbye as a host. So I think just no. It's the end is always nigh. Let's say.
I think you could put your hand
Yeah.
up. You can put your hand up as warning, like a minute
No,
before.
you
But
just
there's no
if you're
fun in
the
that.
host,
Nah.
you get to do rug hard and rug often.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's like, dude, like if you can have like a real life
That's the move.
cliffhanger, if you can have a real life cliffhanger, that's what it is. You just rug the space.
Mm-hmm. Especially like I'll wait for something like really interesting. You know, like
Yeah, wait.
sometimes there's a dip. Yeah.
No, you just wait for someone to just like be at their peak and just rug that shit.
Wait, is
Mm.
it coming down? Are you about to rug us?
No, I'm just thinking back to the worst rug of all time, which is, in my opinion, when Casey rugged me. Casey, where do you put that rug in the history of rugs? No, I'm not going to rug the space. That would be setting up. No, I admit it. I'm not going to rug.
I don't think it's a good idea, mainly because it just increases a culture of anxiety that is already there because of bad connections rugging. And then you go through the familiar, like, shuffle of, oh, it was probably my phone. Let me, like, turn it off, turn it back on, reset the app, clear the cache,
I almost
open
rugged
it
her
up
as you
again.
were talking. Man. Yeah, but
But
I
you know
Yeah.
what?
understand the anxiety.
But you know what though?
No,
Subconsciously,
but
Mike's hardening your mind. Subconsciously, Mike is hardening your mind. You get enough. You get rugged enough.
Mike.
You get rugged enough.
who's
You
Mike? Is
will.
the host Mike?
Yes. So you is also known as Mike.
I see. I disagree because not only does that happen for connection reasons, after it ends, it doesn't even matter how many people are in the room. Let's say it's just like 8 or 10 people. After it ends, then you're making all of those people worry that like something happened to
Yeah,
the host. Like,
Spaces is the best at gaslighting. Like it gaslights you.
Or maybe Mike is just hardening people's minds.
you already said that. Why are you repeating yourself?
Ouch.
Why are you trying to change something that doesn't need to be fixed? Mike's been doing this forever. Mm.
I mean, I didn't even know his name was Mike.
Yeah, his name is Michael.
Yeah, he's a pretty good guy.
He's a good
I'm
rugger.
He's a
like, I think
terrible
I've
person, but a
become
pretty
more
good
Just so,
guy.
sensitive
just
over
so.
the past week of people repeating things in spaces because sometimes they do it like without realizing it after the first hour or two, and that's understandable. But I forget who it was, but there was this guy, he was like super nice, but the problem is like, I think I was co-hosting this at some point. I don't remember. I must have been co-hosting. And he repeated the same like 3 points, like 3 different times throughout maybe an hour and a half. And the important thing was he made the same institutional references. And to me, that like spoke of the sort of verbal style optimized for brainwashing people. So that's like my personal kind of it triggers
I
like
mean,
my
sometimes people
wariness.
repeat things over and over and over because that's the easiest way of explaining something. Like, why do you need to explain something 10 different ways if you can just break it down and just regurgitate the same thing over and over and over instead of, fluffing it up to make it sound prettier.
Are we
Yeah,
going from
don't fluff it up to make it sound
Maslow's?
prettier.
Are we going from Maslow's hierarchy of needs to Bloom's taxonomy? Da-na. No, Bloom's taxonomy. Anyone?
I was
Never
not
mind.
listening to who you were talking about, Elf.
Too smart, Mike. Dumb it down,
I
please.
think there
I'll put
was
a.
somebody in a different space days ago, but I was co-hosting and I was like, he was bringing up like two different companies, and I have no attachment to those companies. I just like when people give the exact same examples and make the exact same point like a couple of times, or I think three strikes you're out in my book. Like if you have to do it within 90 minutes in the same space, I feel like you've hit your limit, and if you do it again, you can be told or asked to just like not make that point again, because
Mike likes to repeat himself a lot, though. Like a lot. Like
Was
a
it
lot,
was
a
it
lot,
Mike
a
or
lot.
was it me?
You
nope,
understand.
nope,
It could have
nope,
been
nope.
me.
That
It could have
person
been
is
me.
not here.
You
So Mike
understand.
does this thing. Mike does this thing. Do the together alone thing, Mike. Do it.
Sorry, I was posting a picture
It's
of Bloom's
called
taxonomy.
slating, E-Rich.
I just posted
Sorry.
an image of Maslow's hierarchy of needs and Bloom's taxonomy. Have you ever wanted to hang out with other people but just hated being around other people? Well, that's why we
I
created
think that's
Together
a
Alone.
lot of introverts. I think introverts
Hold on.
don't like
You're
people.
in Elf. You got to let him
I
finish the
like it.
spiel. It's a thing.
Oh, it's a spiel. My bad.
Yeah.
It's a commercial.
Yes. Have you ever wanted to hang out with other people but just hated being around other people? Well, that's why we created Together Alone. Well, that's right, Together Alone. Let's get together separately.
Now you can talk, Elf. Sorry.
Dude, I just saw a TikTok that is literally like this, but it's about a non-neurotypical family.
I like it. That's what I would call us.
Yeah, because in the TikTok, somehow I'm pretty sure TikTok videos must have gotten longer, because I feel like they used to be like 30 seconds and now they seem longer. But anyway, this one went on for probably whatever the maximum length is now. Felt more like a minute. And it's just a member of a neurodivergent family going around asking every member of the family if they want to hang out. And like mom, dad, siblings, every single person saying, I'd love to, but I'm doing like insert very esoteric activity. So in the end, the protagonist of the TikTok clip just says, okay, then I'll go over in that corner and do insert another esoteric thing. And that is the end of the TikTok. If I find it, I'll post it.
Yeah, post it because I think I need to watch the video. That's like one of those things that you have to like watch because what you said that didn't really make sense to me.
Or maybe I'm strengthening your mind to help you become a
Maybe
more
you are,
imaginative
but I mean
individual.
you're trying to describe something. I think you should post it.
I was trying to mock you from earlier.
Oh, I know you were trying to mark me, but it doesn't mean anything to me.
Why are we mocking each other? That's enough.
I don't respond well to being told that, my community needs to work better on politics. This is like a very common spiel.
What
In
is going on here?
Oh, so
This is from
you're
yesterday.
still talking about yesterday?
That's why. Wicked.
Wow, that's fine. I mean,
Oh,
that tells
did I
me
miss
everything that I
something?
need to know
Oh
about
yeah,
you.
I don't think you were here, Elizabeth. I think it's fine. I just I think after the space rugged, I woke up in the morning and I was like,
No,
we'll
but can we have?
probably need to see each other again.
Can we rehash this because Ruckus is here and he loves participating in racial discussions?
Sure.
But I love the shades though. I need those sunglasses. That would look terrible on my face, but it looks great on.
Looking like a snack.
Hey, we've got
So
people in the audience, so
tell me
let's
this,
remember,
okay?
Mr.
Sorry.
Rogers.
I'm gonna
hold
try to
on.
be as unbiased as possible with this, okay? So tell me this. So
Wait,
Yeah, I'm gonna
Mr.
be
Rogers,
looking for
can
the
I say
video
something
first.
first?
Go
Can I
ahead,
say before y'all get started? We do have people in the audience, so please don't talk over each other because it does sound like gobbledygook from the audience when you talk over each other. And so just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So, however insensitive I am, I said that because Elf was saying that her family, they came from Korea and they're having some minority, issues. I'm a minority myself, you as well, right? So we can relate, right? So I told her that, that her family probably came over here for a better future, and she said that I was wrong. That's a poor misconception. I could take that.
Wait, hang on. My audio is rugging.
Community.
No, that's
My
him.
audio is
That's
rugging. I'm gonna leave and come back.
that's him.
No, it's him. Elf,
That's him.
stay. It's him.
Am I
That's him.
messing up? Am I rugging?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
he was rugging a little bit. He was rugging a little
Oh,
bit.
Oh, can you
sorry.
hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead.
okay. So she was stating that there should be more, Korean descent representation or Asian representation in Hollywood films and stuff like that, and mainstream Hollywood. And I said, wouldn't you want more representation at like a legislative level, because they're the ones that control, all these things that go out into the mainstream media. And she said no, that's not what they want. So I can let her go ahead. You spin it from your point of view, Elf.
The last part of it because my audio was rugging and I had to come back. But I was also simultaneously trying to look for that neurodivergent family video. But I failed, so maybe I'll get back to that task later. I don't want to make you repeat what you said, but I think the main part that that remained with me was, and this is also not personal. Like I feel like Mr. Roger was like perfectly nice and was trying to communicate. And the main reason that I react or respond the way that I do to certain things that are said is because of the accumulation of many things that have been said to me by many other people over the years. So, but I'm just trying to point out that another very common misconception of Asian Americans is that we are not political. We have no political opinions. We are passive. We don't participate in the community. We don't give back. Like, this is just a narrative that is spun by various political, whatever you want to call them, groups. Like, it's just something. It's like a narrative that they tack onto Asian Americans because they feel like there needs to be a narrative there, and I guess they don't feel like waiting for Asians to say what our narrative is, because when you encounter politics in America, the first things you encounter are these stories about who we are, but it's like almost never made by an Asian person. So one of the other key, what is it, stereotype or, easy to remember things about Asians that you hear is, of course, the model minority myth, but that's not even something that an Asian made up. It was a white guy. So in the same way.
And you're good at math, right? You hear that a lot.
I was good at math,
right?
so that's another problem.
See?
See, here's the
Yeah.
thing. Like, the model minority myth is definitely a problem in the context of like wider American politics, but another reason, there's so many reasons. Another reason that whatever the mainstream political narrative about Asian Americans, the reason it doesn't hit home for Asians like myself is that if you say that the model minority thing is a myth, it's like defeating a strong man.
What is the model minority thing?
Oh, you don't know? Okay, I'm gonna do it as quickly as possible because it's my least favorite topic. But I want Elizabeth to be looped in. The model minority thing is in the latter half of the 20th century, is my guess. This white guy wrote in a paper, I think, that like praising Japanese immigrants for being such good citizens or something, and like they created the label model minority. But I mean, I think that's all I know about the origins of that. But clearly, the intention was not to actually, what's the word? Compliment Asians. It was designed as like a passive aggressive insult to every other minority, is my understanding. And this perfectly encapsulates the Asian American experience with politics, like by the time you're like old enough to like understand newspapers and radio like broadcasts, whatever, you just are constantly told that like, okay, there is a model minority myth and you cannot subscribe to it and blah 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 blah. And you're just like, these are fights that like people who are not Asian picked with each other before the majority of, you know, Web3 Twitter Asians were born. That's another problem. But yeah, like the problem with the mainstream narrative though is that whatever they're trying to prove, that like not all Asians are good at math and not all Asians are model citizens. We know that. Like Asians know that. We're not going around saying that we're all good at X, Y, or Z. That's like something that other people created while we were probably not in the room. But it's definitely just inaccurate to generalize about Asians being politically uninformed or unopinionated or uneducated or whatever, like just not political. Because if you look at
Yeah, but who said that?
lots of people.
Who?
No,
I know, but
I mean,
that doesn't have to do with what we were speaking about yesterday.
no, because do you
So,
remember it kind of went along those lines because I was trying to say
well, it didn't go along
it
those
did
lines
go it
because I
did go
never
along
said
the
that.
lines because you were talking about how art is not necessarily political. I think this is where we disagreed.
I said you can make
No,
art
see, this is where we
political,
disagreed. This is
but
exactly where we disagreed. I said all art is political, and you said art can be political.
it can be. All art is not political.
This is where we disagree. I think all art.
sorry, go ahead, Ruckus. I can hear the smallest violin on the planet playing, but go ahead, Ruckus.
So I was going to let Elf know. My wife's Korean also, and she kind of agrees what you were saying. She's here. Are you South Korean, Elf?
This is another question that needs to just be removed from the lexicon.
You know what? You know
Which
what she
Korea are
says?
you
You
from?
can't win,
I don't want to be
Ruckus.
disrespectful, but you know
Yeah,
what she
you
says?
cannot win. This
She's like,
guy
you'll
tried
never.
to protect himself as
Hold
much
on.
as he could,
Hold on.
and he
I
still
tried it.
got blowback.
What do you say?
Okay,
Tell him what you say
my
when I.
family is the
So she tells me that I'll never meet a North Korean
this
ever.
is it, man. Like
Well, I'm asking. I'm trying to be an
You don't
ally.
no, I know
know.
you're trying to be
How the
I
fuck are
gotta
we
be.
supposed to know
you're
that?
you can
Yeah.
know that
I
for
mean,
this reason, and I'll tell you now, so now everybody can know. The Korean Peninsula has been populated by probably descendants of, you know, the people that populated the place thousands of years ago, like 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, the entire time. And there were different like countries and stuff that existed on the peninsula over those thousands of years, and there's a whole history behind that. But importantly, the main like cultural thrust of things didn't change, so much so that if you Google it, you'll find that we have the dubious honor, like Koreans, of having had the longest unbroken chain of slavery, perhaps in all of human history. Because whoever won the next war basically just experienced a peaceful transfer of slaves. So that's one thing. But until like the not the Mason-Dixon line, the DMZ was created and North and South Korea was separated, and the political borders aren't what they are today. Before that, everybody was just from that same peninsula. So only like 2 or 3 generations ago. So if like you're talking to a Korean on a Twitter space now, their great grandfather or grandfather could have existed in or grandparents could have existed on a peninsula that was not separated. So to ask people, it's like asking somebody from Germany, are you from East Germany or West Germany?
hey, oh, my bad. I didn't
That's all
look.
it is.
I didn't. I didn't know. Okay, but my
I'm not
bad.
angry. I'm just, this
Okay.
is like one of the pet things. You go to a cocktail party and you get asked in every party, where are you really from? And you try to explain to them you're from here. You tell them where you're born. You tell them where you live. You tell them where you're raised.
Yeah.
And it never ends. Like 3 hours into the party, the drunken person comes up to you again and asks you one more time, but where are you really from? And finally they're like, which Korea are you
Really from?
That's what happens.
You know what, Elf? I completely agree with you on that point. There's an
Wait,
article
wait.
written
Did we
by
get switched
Cindy
to
Lee.
Ruckus's wife? Are you Mrs. Ruckus?
Oh, I'm Mrs. Ruckus.
Hi.
Hi. I just want to say I completely agree with what you're saying right now. There's an article written by a really smart woman. Her name is Cindy Lee. She's out of, I think, Washington State. And she wrote an article about being a conditional American. And this applies not just to, she happens to be Korean American, but it can apply to um, any other minority race that's always constantly questioned if they're American enough. And what you described just now, where someone's asking you where you're from and they don't believe you, doesn't matter how we speak, doesn't matter how we sound, carry ourselves, because of our face, they will never accept us as an American. So I completely agree with the comments that you're making right now.
Yeah, because
I
think
mean,
about it,
I
Mrs. Ruckus
completely
and
agree
I,
with
if we
them
were on the
too.
Twitter space and we never mentioned that we're Korean or Asian, how the fuck would you know? You wouldn't know. But if you meet us at a party or at a conference,
That would be the first thing you'd see.
it's the first, it doesn't matter how educated the speaker is. I've had university professors dance around, oh, but like, what's your heritage? He was asking which kind of Asian I am. That's what he was asking.
I've had university professors assume that I'm an international student and actually offer to give me help with my test. They actually suggested, if the written test is too difficult for me, that they can give me an oral test after the class.
And when you speak,
You should have just taken them up on it. Just
well,
why would you?
Yeah, you have to lean in like Sheryl Sandberg.
I was,
Lean in,
I was,
everyone.
I
Lean
was
in.
just flabbergasted. I was just, I was just speechless that this is the mindset of a professor. Now, I will admit that when a professor offered to excuse me from an oral presentation, I did accept that.
Oh, how dare you? How dare you?
I did get out of doing a 3-minute presentation, but I've never had somebody assume. I mean, I've had people assume that I don't speak English when I first meet them. Even in the workplace, I had, a colleague come up and say that she didn't want to have conversation with me because she didn't think I spoke English. And
Jesus fucking Christ. Go on.
That's so funny to me.
I have.
Because they think you're just like a quiet Asian. Amazing.
I don't know how she thought she was not going to talk to me, because at that point I was working in the operations team and I did everyone's schedule. So had she requested any amount of time off, she would have had to come through me.
There's
So
there's a story about that with Shaquille O'Neal and Yao Ming, the Chinese basketball player, when he came over to the NBA. And Shaq fucking assumed that he couldn't speak English, and Yao Ming just worked it forever. It's like a really funny story.
Incredible.
Yeah.
I love it.
In my 20s, I was very offended when people thought I didn't speak English. In my 30s, I didn't correct them. And now in my 40s, I just let them. I start off with, I don't speak English if I don't want to
You have a
talk to
better
you.
vocabulary than I do, and I was born and raised here.
I have a plan.
Yeah, but that says more about you than it says about her.
I have a plan that I dreamed up to combat the ridiculousness of the repetitiveness of the question. And my dream, I dreamt it up sometime during the pandemic, like you have nothing else to do. And my plan when the world opened back up, my plan was to be like, anytime asks me that question, regardless of whether that person is the same person who asked me 10 minutes ago in the same party, I'm just going to use a random number generator and that generates a random country and tell them that. Or an updated version of this game that you would tell them that you were from, whatever the fantasy universe is, like a planet from a sci-fi story or a country from, I don't know, tell them you're from Narnia.
Gaia,
like
go ahead.
Wakanda.
Like Wakanda.
Yeah, I'm from Wakanda.
I'm from Wakanda. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Gaia, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot I'd left the hand up. But I apologize on behalf of anybody whom I might have been asking impertinent questions of before it finally
No, you're good.
penetrated that who. No, I mean over the years. I'm apologizing on behalf of myself and everybody like me that who's asked people questions that aren't that
I'm
I
just gonna say
really
I don't
stuff we
apologize.
don't need to we don't need to ask. We don't need to know where your ancestry hails from, and while I am perfectly content to answer that question, it would be pretty strange if people didn't take my nationality as an answer. And if they do ask, then I give them 3 generations of genealogy, and they tend to stop asking. But it's just.
Oh, that's really sweet of you guys. I don't think anybody's expecting people like, I mean, I'm assuming you're what, like a white lady, but
Yeah.
like, yeah, from context, but I don't think
But
anybody,
actually, they do ask me.
of course, I think it is a legitimate way for people to try to connect. It's just that for whatever reason, and I have not tried to unpack this very deeply, for whatever reason, when it comes to East Asians in particular, it has always felt like there's some kind of blockade there. And I think the only conclusion I could reach after, decades of being an American citizen, is that I at first thought that if I polished up my English to a level that would seem indistinguishable from everybody else, the questions would stop. So A, that has not happened. But B, more importantly, I thought that after a while, I realized the sort of meta message is they're not the literal words. They're not literally interested in where my grandmother was born, where my grandfather was born. I can answer that question 20 different times. Like, that's not a problem. But the problem is that's not what they're asking. It's not even a question. They're saying, whether they realize it or not, you don't seem like you belong here. You don't seem like you're one of us. So who are you really loyal to?
I'm quite sure that's what the subtext is. I've seen it when people my color are talking among ourselves. I hear people saying, "Oh, I don't, I don't." I listen for an accent before I say whether there's a vacancy or something like that. It's just it's not
Wow,
it's
I
not going
listened
away
for an
anytime
accent
soon.
before you say that there is a vacancy. You heard somebody say that?
Yes, of course, that's somebody. Yeah, if he were alive now, he'd be about 110. So it's a bit of a holdover, or maybe 120. I can't remember now, but
But you guys really care? Like, let me ask
so
the
it might.
people.
It's not
Like the people,
not as overt in a lot of people younger than that.
the people who have like skin color in the room. Do you guys care? Do you guys think about like inclusion? I could give a fuck if somebody thinks I belong or not.
I mean, I think everybody has color. Like, I mean, it's not like European descent people are invisible.
No, I'm just talking like, okay, let's talk to the Mexican and the black then. Can I say it that way? How do you guys think about like, oh, I wonder if they're gonna accept me? I could give a shit.
I mean, at this point, no, you can't give a fuck because we got shit we got to do.
That's all I think about.
The thing is that, like I was trying to explain to Elf yesterday, and like I said, everything that you said today, I completely agree with. I still do not agree with you saying that the way to, to reach your youth and to reach your people is through mainstream media. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that at all, and I never will.
What do you mean, reach my people?
Because you were saying that you wish you had more representation, and then why did it take 95 years for this woman,
But
this Asian woman, to?
that's not to reach my people, or like not my ethnic community. It was more about being able to have what, in film or novels, there's this phrase that people use, establishing shot, or is that what it is? Like, yeah, in film. In cinematic language, I believe the phrase is establishing shot, and you just sort of pan the camera and show like the landscape or something, right? And in the same way, I just feel like that's missing for many Asian groups that are in the country. So people don't know when people first came here. For the Koreans, it's been well over 100 years,
But you
and
know why
nobody
it's
fucking
missing,
knows
right?
that.
But you know why it's missing, right? It's missing
Why do you
because
think it is
it's
missing? Because I may
it's
not agree with
missing.
you.
Okay,
You're welcome to say why.
it's missing because not enough individuals like yourself have stepped up to start creating that content.
And
And
that
guess
is
what?
why we
And guess
disagree.
what? And guess what? My minority group, I'm Hispanic, I'm Mexican, my minority group, we have done that. Black individuals, they have done that. They literally have people that are doing those things, fighting the good fight in the background for people to be able to put mainstream stuff in the freaking films.
That is what you said
It's
yesterday, and
hidden.
that is why I took offense. And if I may, I will explain why I took offense.
I mean, that's
But
not
Ruckus
offensive.
has Ruckus
I'm not.
has his hand up.
Go ahead. Go ahead. That's fine.
Go ahead, Ruckus.
Michelle Yeoh just gave a great speech. She just won an Oscar last night, and I'm not sure of her nationality, but she's
Malaysian.
Malaysian, and they have struggled to get representation. Representation matter, yes, and even white people have painted their faces to play an Asian role, and
then got Oscars for it.
And they've gotten Oscars for it. And so it has been a struggle. It's not that they're not trying. Yeah,
exactly.
They've been oppressed and shut.
Margaret Cho in the 90s was trying to get her own show, and I think they initially wanted her to speak with an accent, and she refused. And there were certain images that they wanted her to uphold, which is white standards, and she refused. And so her show didn't make it. There's countless stories of Asian Americans trying to make it in that industry, and guess what? Hollywood isn't ready for it.
That's not even all of it. That's like already when you get to the television point. When you think about how talent is, what is the word, nurtured in American society. I'm sure if you went to public schools or private ones, you remember, like, I guess what I'm saying is if you're not homeschooled, you may remember that schools had school plays and school musicals and other performances that could be traditionally one of the ways people get on track to have a life in media. For Asians, there have been multiple barriers. Even if you try to present yourself as somebody who might be heading towards media as a profession, there are enough things in place structurally that and culturally, not just from Asians ourselves, but from like sort of societal expectations that mean that if you show any talent in school, you are being pushed towards a very limited number of things. But more importantly, even if you're good at whatever performing arts it is, you might just have had a very racist or biased like play director, like the teacher who's in charge of putting on the plays. So, I had a firsthand view to things like this because simultaneously to going to public school run by, I guess, like white people, I was also going to, on weekends, Korean school. And in Korean school, we also had performances put on over summers and weekends and things like that, over spring break and whatever. And because I guess it was all a bunch of Asians, like nobody had trouble getting parts, or if you got a part, you were also Asian. So it was like a micro society was functioning fine on this front. But when you went to regular school and you tried to get a part in a play, for whatever reason, even if the school was like 30% Asian kids, even if an equal number of kids tried out for parts, somehow all of the kids with speaking parts or any part at all would be, white. So I don't know, like, yes, you can say like, first of all, there are like, I think more of you, but I think I know what you're trying to say, but to phrase it as your people have not been trying at all
No,
is, I think, very, very.
I didn't say you weren't trying. I just said
I
that there
think that's what
wasn't
it comes
enough of
across
you.
as. That's how it comes
there's
across.
not enough of you doing things in the background to make stuff happen.
There's plenty.
Isn't that the same thing?
There's plenty over the. You
Dude,
go back.
are you serious, bro? We live in 2023. Everybody has the tools to create their own shit and put out their own
Not when you don't
content.
own the tools, dude. When
You
you don't
need
own
to
the
own
tools.
Dude, what are you talking about? Anybody
Not
can
when
make a
there's a
simple
glass
film, bro.
ceiling.
You can make a movie with your iPhone today. Come on,
but
bro.
you're not. Let's hold on.
Come
Let's
on.
look at historic. Let's look. Go back
Dude,
50
anime
years.
has taken off like fucking crazy, bro. Come on,
Anime is not even an American Asian American.
I know it's not. I know it's
anime
not American.
is from a
but
different country.
It is from a different country. So how are you going to tell me that there's not any Asian representation? People, they have literal.
Oh, okay. This is where we're not understanding each other. This is partly why you're talking about any Asian representation. I'm talking about American Asian representation.
Everybody in America.
Why are you yelling, though? Why are you yelling?
I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling.
You kind of are.
I'm not yelling. Maybe nobody's raised their voice ever to you and spoke out of passion. That's not my fault. Maybe you like to speak in a monotone voice and not have any emotion. That isn't my fault. But this is how I project myself. Anyways, like I was saying.
That is another stereotype about Asians, which is not true.
Well, you're the one
If
saying
you
it. Why am I yelling?
You were kind of loud.
if you think there's so many Asian Americans out there, can you name at least 10?
Good luck.
Can
10
I mean
Asian
I'm
Americans?
yeah,
I
10
didn't say
Asian
that there
Americans.
wasn't
I'm
that many
curious.
Asian Americans out there. I didn't
No, but
say
the
that.
problem is you blaming Asians as if we don't
I'm not
have.
blaming anybody. I'm just saying that if you want representation in these things, you have to start somewhere.
Why do
do you
you think
think the
that people have not tried
NCAA?
though?
Yeah, why do you think they haven't tried? I mean, do you know
What
how long
makes
the
you
Oscars
assume that?
are?
Like, why do you think you know that people have not been trying, as opposed to people who have been living in these communities their entire lives, like myself?
But you're just talking about it. That's all you're doing. You're just talking about it.
That's what do you know about me? I'm anonymous on the internet.
So what are you doing to help the situation?
That's not the point here. The point here is that you
Okay
made
then.
assumptions.
Okay then. Then there's nothing to talk about. There's nothing really to talk about. I mean, we could talk about it all day long. I know what my Hispanic brothers and sisters are doing in the background to
Right,
fight
and the
for our
part that you're not
people.
understanding is you don't know what we're doing and you're making assumptions, and that's something that you should probably think again about.
How long did it
Well, then
take your
what are you
Hispanic
doing?
brother? How
So
long
then
did
what are
it
you
take
doing?
your Hispanic
It
brothers
took
and sisters to get
years.
there?
It took years. Years.
Decades. We're going back decades, right?
Years. Exactly. I
Okay.
know that. It took forever, but right now we live in a society right now where all that shit's changing. You're older, bro. You're older. I'm 32 years old. I live like literally right between your generation and the fucking Gen Zs. I see things completely different than a lot of people see
But
things.
Mr. Rogers, what I'm talking about is decades back until now. We're talking about the glass ceiling. That's what we're talking about. Decades.
Dude, and Hollywood is
Yeah.
crumbling and mainstream media is fucking falling apart.
Yeah,
There's
but
so many independent
understand.
films that are getting picked up by Netflix. Like all this stuff is like it's very redundant to talk about mainstream media and Hollywood because I'm telling you right now, all that shit's gonna cease to exist.
Mr. Rogers,
It's fucking crumbling.
what did your culture do? Roles did they take in Hollywood? What roles did they start in?
We used to take roles of being landscapers and a bunch of shit. And
In
guess what?
Hollywood.
In
In
Hollywood,
acting.
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
right. What
Yeah.
Which is
actors?
not a good portrayal of that
It's not
culture.
it is not a good portrayal of
It's
that
not
culture.
exact. I know it's not.
And so
So
why should
guess
anyone
what?
settle for
They
that?
kept fighting to be, something else.
What
But like I
makes you
said,
think that Asians aren't fighting? That's my question.
no one said that they're not fighting.
That's what you have been implying this entire time.
No, I didn't. Again, you're twisting my words. Yesterday, what I was saying was that wouldn't you want
You don't
better
have a choice in how
representation?
your words are taken, and I'm giving you feedback that is what it sounds like.
It
Well, and
sounds
I
like it to
understand
me
that's how it
too, really.
sounds, but
Really, there's no other interpretation possible. You keep saying people like yourself need to step up. What do you know about me? Nothing.
we're both minorities living in a country ran by white dudes that keep oppressing people. That doesn't speak any volumes to you. Nothing.
I mean, we have
You
that
can't
in
learn. So
common, but do you
you're
not
saying that
understand that the way that you phrased things, saying the only reason Asian people have problems with representation is because Asians are not stepping up. That's not something somebody who thinks Asians have been putting in an effort would say, is my interpretation of what you said.
hey, like I said, we live two different lives. I come from like a real athletic sports background, so if you think that I'm talking to you a certain way, don't take it that way at all. It's just I don't like I said, I'm very blunt. So I mean, it is what it is. If that's how you feel about it, I'm sorry, but those weren't my intentions at all. I wasn't trying to phrase
Yeah,
it
I
that
think I
way.
understand that they're not your intentions, but if you just take the words literally, I think it can give off the impression that you feel that I
Well,
forget what
yeah,
you said. Oh,
because
you're
remember, like I
Mexican.
said, you try to speak very eloquently when you talk. So when I'm giving it to you raw, it's different because you phrase things in a certain way as to not offend people. I don't do that.
I mean, I
I
just kind of
think
yelled at you.
the basic assumption that's built into the question is not a matter of whether the wording is fancy or plain. It's the question is basically, why didn't you stop yourself from being oppressed? The observation is, the problem isn't with being oppressed. It's with uh, uh, allowing yourself to be oppressed. It's not the now I'm adding the word oppressed. You didn't say it that way, but the fact of the matter is that 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 steps like discrimination, redlining, and uh, other institutional expressions of bias are not are it's very inefficient to wait for that to be changed by the person who's on the ground with your weight on their neck or back while you're saying, why don't you stand up for yourself? If we want the
I
situation
think
to
I agree
improve,
with
I think
everything Guy was saying. It's blaming, right? Victim blaming.
exactly. And if a number of people are hearing victim blaming in the assumptions that your questions come from, I would suggest that the possibility that you might want to check what you're saying rather than just thinking we've all got faulty hearing, you ought to keep that possibility on the table. Just a suggestion.
Thank you, Gaia. I really appreciate everything you just said.
Thanks. You were doing such a good job, but you shouldn't be the only one having to answer that. When people start from the assumption that everything's fine except for a few malcontents, or that I mean, nobody was saying that exactly, but but these things that go around the assumptions that support the way the world has been and or for far too long. When these things when these old ways are perpetuated in today's conversations, then we're losing so much. We're shutting ourselves off from the ideas and the respect and the understanding and the solutions or even awareness of the problems. I mean, from one point of view, uh, why should the city pay for different or for curb cuts, or a ramp into the street for the so that disabled people can get there without or can get on and off the sidewalk without getting hurt? Uh, well, the answer is, when you have a ramp, then not only the disabled people, but somebody with a cane or somebody on crutches or somebody pushing a stroller or somebody pulling a ready suitcase, anybody but the small minority of people who that was built for, who the sidewalk curb was built for in the first place, is going to benefit from it. And in fact, a lot of those people who are hale and strong now might need a bit of accommodation in a few decades if they live that long. So the that analogy of the curb cut or the ramp is just one concrete, literally concrete, because they're made of that illustration of the need to build, to design, and to maintain the systems or institutions that are inclusive, that design for the needs of the outliers, not just the majority. And then we see again and again the majority are better served too. It just does a better job if we don't say only the
I'm gonna
people
say it.
who.
I know a lot of people aren't gonna
Hey,
say
Dan.
it, but I gotta say it. You're sucking all the air out of this room. I love
Sorry.
you to death.
It's okay.
Not really.
Gotta keep it down to
I feel the
30
need to be
seconds.
nice to you, but in reality, I'm going insane. So I'd like to hear some hands, please.
Dan was first.
Okay, thank you for that. I had something to say, but I've kind of forgotten. Oh, there, that's right. Okay, it's interesting, like how we measure success, because it sounds like we're all getting worked up over some award ceremony for movie acting, and is that like the pinnacle of success? You know, like depending on, oh, hey, they've got some, like, I'm white, okay. Oh, look at that white person, they've won an award. Wow, feel real good about myself now. I just wouldn't even think like that. It kind of reminds me of sometimes I've heard and it's pretty racist. It's like, I've heard from someone else, this is many times, I've heard the saying, we invented the light bulb, right? And then you got to think to yourself, well, I didn't see you inventing any light bulbs. I don't see any light bulbs coming out of you. You know what I mean? It's kind of like, yeah, I don't think it's like, and the other thing is you got to look at is like the whole proportional representation. Well, when I think about that, I'd think about, well, in America, what percentage of the population are Asian? And then you'd look at the actors and say, out of all the actors, do we have kind of like the representation there? So does that kind of match the population? So let's say, I don't know, maybe 5% of Americans are Asian. Are 5% of actors also Asian? And on average, are we, it's going to ebb and flow, but are 5% of the awards going to Asians? So, yeah, that's how I kind of think of it.
I guess I can try to answer Dan's questions first before trying to remember why I originally raised my hand. I don't have the numbers off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure that representation is not there. I think there are many different reasons why that is the case. But first of all, I don't think proportional representation on screen for things like acting make a lot of sense to begin with, because I mean, already in America, if you break it down by, I guess, what countries of origin or whatever, groups of origin, it's all over the place. So like certain groups are very, very, very overrepresented. And that has not really felt like a problem in many cases, because whoever does make it to the top has, like, I think before we switched to this trend of only making remakes of franchises of, superhero films and shit like this, before we got to that terrible point in our like American media making lives, like I think when I was growing up and watching movies, I never felt like, oh my God, like that actor is absolutely horrible. Like they're terrible at their job. Like they should never have gotten that job. Like I don't think I started feeling that way until you got more straightforward sort of celebrity vehicle films, and it just didn't seem like they were growing as actors. The question of, is there proportional representation I think the answer has to be no for so many groups in America, not just skin color minorities, but even within the European Americans, because I think traditionally, because of how Hollywood itself was founded, there is a huge over representation of very specific groups. Yes, Dan.
I was just going to say, I looked it up now, and so like 6% or 5.9% of Americans are Asian or Asian descent. And then there's another study saying the title of the study says there's a lingering problem with Asian representation. But in this one here, they were saying 5.9%, which is actually the exact same percent of the actors were Asian or Pacific Islander. So they've
No, but Dan, I want you. I'm glad you did the looking up things, because not even people don't even do that a lot of the time. And I see Ruckus's hand, but
so that would indicate that it
it
is
doesn't.
pretty representative.
It's not something. That's not the path I want you to go down, because what's not going to show
Is
up.
it because the data
So
didn't
what's
fit
not going
what
to
you
show up in
wanted
the
to
data?
prove, or what? I don't know.
No, you can look at the data, and it'll take you time to get through that, and that's fine too. But what the data probably will not show is also what the representation of Asians in higher education and sort of the traditional corridors, the traditional path to the corridors of power. And if you look at that, there is a sort of expected representation from that subgroup. And that is definitely completely terrible for Asians. I think it was Ruckus first and then Mintmok.
I just want to quickly point out to Dan that one of the pieces of conversation we're having is that when, over the decades, instead of using an Asian actress or an actor, they used someone who's white. Who's not Asian. So that was a piece of it as well. It wasn't necessarily, I know what you're saying as far as the data is representation, but there have been, historically in Hollywood, they have used a white person instead of an Asian person.
It's called a yellow face, right? With the prosthetic eyelids and stuff.
Yes.
They pull their eyes back.
Yeah. That's all.
That stuff wouldn't fly today, though. We're talking about
I don't
the
think
past.
No, it
there's
happened
anything
very
wrong.
recently. It happens constantly.
I don't think there's anything wrong with Tom Cruise being the last samurai. What do you think, Mint Mocha?
Yeah, that's what Nia just said. She just said the same thing. She said, she said Tom Cruise.
That's not weird at all, right?
I know. She said,
look, at least I can tell Tom Cruise from the rest of the
It's done by
characters.
Chinese actors and directors.
I mean, the whole
Uh-oh.
the whole point of being an actor is to pretend to be someone you're not, right? So you got to give the actors a bit of freedom to play different roles, and that might involve controversially playing someone of a different race. But
that wouldn't be a problem if other people got a chance to play any roles to begin with.
Hold on one second. Mint Mocha, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. To, I guess, Ruckus's point, with white people taking over Asian roles. I mean, Bruce Lee's role was taken away from him, and that was his own show, right? What was that show called again?
The Hornet, was it? Not the Green. Yeah. He was in the Green
He was in the Green Hornet, and they took that from him. But there was another show that he created that they put the David Carradine in.
Oh yeah, that wasn't. Grasshopper.
It's just a kung fu series.
Yes, and he created that, and he wasn't allowed to be in it because yellow face. But look how far we've come. We've been able to, in my lifetime, gone from Bruce Lee not being able to be in his own films to being able to see Michelle Yeoh get an Oscar. So yeah, we don't have as much representation as we would like to have, but to see over my own small lifetime, being able to see representation like, I don't know, Kim's Convenience, where you get to see an authentic relationship of Asian families and first gen relationships it's in Canada, but on TV, which I think is pretty cool. So yeah, that's all I had to say on that.
I have so many things to say about Kim's Convenience, but I will spare everybody. But what do you call it? Just to give Dan a couple more examples of how recently there were roles just taken by white actresses that we really like. For some reason, I can't really think off the top of my head instances where men's roles were taken, but I just remember two really big ones that I think the community was in a huge uproar about. I guess this is already like 10 years ago. But there was Ghost in the Shell with Scarlett Johansson. That was actually a little bit after, I can't fucking remember the name of the movie, but you know Emma Stone, like the cute blonde girl who played in La La Land? She played in some film that's set in Hawaii, and Emma Stone, who is like one of the blondest people you've ever seen, she played a half, probably like a half Native Hawaiian, half white character in that film. And, you know, people had many things to say about that. And then shortly thereafter, the live action film version of Ghost in the Shell, a very beloved, I think anime originally. I can't remember if it was like text first and then images. I don't know. But yeah,
It was
for
a
Ghost in the
manga, and then it
There's
turned
some
into an
manga,
anime.
yeah.
So hold on, wait. Do you guys really think about this a lot? Like, you guys are jealous that you don't have more inclusion? I
Jealous.
legit never think of it. I'm like,
Jealous?
if they
But
don't
what do you, who's
like,
you?
I'm an elf. Like, do you think that like, do you think about this a lot? Like, you want more Asians to be in more films? That would make you happy?
I don't think I thought about it at all until it became clearer and clearer over the years that the roles were not being distributed to the
Yeah,
people
that's
who would theoretically play them. Like the role that
because they don't
Scarlett
want
Johansson
you
played,
there.
the
They
Scarlett
don't want
Johansson
you
role.
there. That's
What?
their thing.
Who's
That's
there?
their thing. Like, when somebody
Who's
creates,
they?
the people who create films and produce films and invest money in films, if you want to see yourself in films, then the community is going to have to do that for themselves, or they're going to get whatever scraps are handed to them.
And you know,
Ouch. Ouch. That hurt.
What, Ruckus? Do you disagree?
No, I agree.
What are you?
both agree.
Are you? Let me, Ruckus. Are you happy with the scraps to be had?
No,
You know,
because you're
and
right.
then be happy with it.
Go create my own shit then. You know?
Create your own shit. That's the only answer. Because why are you going to complain to someone who doesn't even want you there by just looking at their actions?
BET came about, which is why Jet Magazine came about, because there wasn't an outlet for them.
That's true. I mean, it has a good point. Jet Magazine, BET, Black Entertainment Television, all these other things start coming out because there wasn't proper representation. So we created our own shit.
BET was like the biggest show ever to come out when I was a kid because I was like, whoa, you mean there's rap music videos? This is incredible.
They get all of the kung fu meme. I mean, they get all of that. I mean, that'll never be associated with a white guy ever, other than Chuck Norris. And even then, he worked tirelessly for decades to try to misappropriate Asian culture for his own, and it didn't work. So, I mean, I don't know. I just think it's okay.
I think there's a few like sources of racism, let's say, that's been leveled at the film industry. So one of them I'm hearing is that they're just not hiring the people from the minorities. Okay, so that's one potential one you could look at. It's their true representation. Another source of racism would be not giving those people the roles when it seems obvious that you'd get someone to play that role. So, like Ruckus mentioned, or Elf, was it, Emma Stone, who's white and she's playing the part that, they dress her up to make her look Asian. And then the third one would be, I'm not sure if you've discussed it, but stereotyping. So this to me seems like the most, the worst one out of them would be, okay, well, we'll get the Asian person to play this particular character, and it's a very stereotypical character. Yeah, so going back to like the whole, with actors, there's a complaint now about, there might be a trans character in a film, but then they got someone who's not transgender to play that character. And then, then lots of people get upset about it these days. But back then, no one was upset about it. And actually, people were like, oh, hey, it's good that they're covering these types of storylines. And when you think about it, like what I was saying before, like the actors they have to have that ability to play different roles. If you tell an actor, okay, well, you look like this, you're always going to have to play these given stereotypes. Well, that's pretty limiting for the actor. But on the same hand, you want to have like some representation happening. And I think when I looked at the data before, I didn't actually see a problem. But that's not to say there isn't racism happening in the industry. I'm sure there is. I mean, it's a pretty bad industry from all I hear. And this going back to Michael's point, I never think about this. So I'm kind of surprised people get all worked up over it. But I mean, that's the society we live in. I mean, if none of the actors were white, it would be like, I'd probably say to myself, well, something's going on. But if 50% of them aren't, I wouldn't care, you know? And I mean, look at I don't know what the Oscars version of Bollywood is, but, I'm pretty sure they've got probably a representation problem too,
Yeah, I mean, I see Gaia's hand up also. It's not that people are just going about their day and then suddenly, like, without reason, becoming worked up about it. It's just a very, very gradual thing over time. And it's that analogy, like, the frog in boiling water. Like, the frog doesn't fucking realize it's in boiling water until it's too late, right? And I think in the same way, I don't think people had built-in suspicions that something, racist or malicious was afoot. And maybe half the time it's not even conscious. But just the number of times that you are like, oh, cool, they're going to make a film based on this story that everybody knows. We all know where the story comes from. It comes from like some sort of Asian background. And even without it being an all Asian story or a cast, like there are specific characters where, because of what their names are in the stories, you know that the character is supposed to be Japanese or Korean. But then when the cast is announced, like the casting decisions are announced, it just repeatedly, like time after time, again and again, it would be like some European descent actress, and you're just like, it's not even that we don't like those actresses. Like they might be great at what they do as actresses, but it's like in the background context of a lack of representation, why does that need to be like left unquestioned as part of artistic freedom? Nobody's questioning the value of artistic freedom. I don't think racism though should really be counted under that umbrella. Gaia?
It's it's not. Uh, we have a problem when this doesn't work both ways. It's okay for a white person to play an Asian, but it isn't all right to have a Latino playing President Lincoln or that nice girl who's such a great actress playing the Little Mermaid. There you can really see where the disconnect is when you can't when the shoe won't go on the other foot. We have it, we all there's also the message. You might think that it's just a matter of feelings hurt, but it's not. People who grow up knowing that it's people who look a certain way or are a certain uh, gender or something are the ones who get the government jobs, the positions of authority, the and and everything all the things of power and prestige and privilege in society. That we're setting it up so that people are going, even if they aren't actively limited. An awful lot of those kids who grow up knowing that nobody who looks like them was ever going to be president of the country or whatever, they get that they are not going to contribute the way they would if they really did believe they could do whatever they set their minds on. So So not only are we hurting the people who are being oppressed, we're also hurting everybody that they'd find a cure for the disease for, or be great teachers for, or whatever, instead of just bagging groceries in the supermarket.
By the way, since Mint is still in the room, I just want to quickly say, in case she has not heard, Kim's Convenience was not created by Asian people, and then they did have that all Asian cast, but I don't know if you kept up with it. I stopped paying attention after the first few seasons, but after it ended, all the drama from behind it came out, and reportedly there was just like a lot of drama about not compensating the actors appropriately and a lot of disagreement about cultural authenticity of the content because the writers room itself was not very Asian, or Asian at all. Maybe they were all white, I don't know. But either way, I'm Korean American. I speak the language fluently, and I've seen a lot of small businesses like the one that Kim's Convenience was attempting to portray. While I applaud the general attempt to portray Asians as opposed to not, Kim's Convenience was not, in my opinion, a successful representation. But kudos for
That's
trying.
what I'm just getting at, that like we actually have somebody trying out there. Because like I don't know if you've seen or attempted to watch Fresh Off the Boat, but like that's pretty garbage. But at least we're getting representation.
Oh my
I
God, I
mean, we
hated
got
Fresh
a
Off the
superhero, didn't we? And we've got like Crazy Rich Asians. All I'm saying is that we're putting out content now that we never got to see before. I mean, when I was a kid, the only Asian that I got to see on TV was Margaret Cho. And that was it. It was like All American Girl, and that was it. You know what I mean? So to be able to like now see that they're trying. I mean,
Wait, but did you ever like consume media content from
of
overseas though?
course, that's where I got all my content and like all my pride for being an Asian is that I watched a lot of Asian content. So I think that's part of it, is that our artistic expression doesn't have to be in Hollywood. We have amazing movie skills across the board elsewhere.
Right, but I think it's understandable that Americans who are born here and feel like this like domestic structure is all we have, to want to work through it and to achieve recognition through the domestic system as well. I feel like that's also part of, I see you, Dan. Um, I'm gonna try to wrap it up quickly. I think that is also goes back to something that was said last night. I forget who said it, but when I brought this up originally after seeing the Oscars, one pushback was, well, I tried to look at content with an all Asian cast and I couldn't fucking tell them apart. I was trying to, but I couldn't. And, that's another classic complaint, but it usually improves with more exposure. Dan?
I don't know about exposure. That was my husband, and he's married to an Asian.
That was your husband?
Sorry, Dan, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, that's cool. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, that's right, about movies and stuff. Okay. I think yeah, I don't know, because a lot of people that I talk to, maybe it's just the people who I talk to, but a lot of, and myself included, actually, I've never really watched much movies, but I found even people who do or did used to watch movies, they don't really watch movies anymore. There's a couple of reasons. Sometimes they're just sick of all the woke stuff that basically all the movies are these days. So it's not everyone's cup of tea. And then the other thing is that people are just so used to short form content now. So people are just, why watch a movie when you can watch TikTok or a YouTube clip? Um, and what people will watch, some people will like binge watch Netflix. That's still happening, right? So that's something that people do. But yeah, I don't know. Movies don't seem to have that that, I don't know, that what do you call it? That big appeal that they used to have. Um all right, help me out here, Ruckus. I'm dying. All right, you talk.
I just want to, from Mr. Rogers and Elf and Mocha, representation does matter, right? I'm a huge proponent of representation, and I do believe, we've come a long way. And then one of the tools that we have is the internet, which gave a lot of access to different actresses and actors and people to express themselves. Um, and that's a great thing. We've made strides, right? And it's only going to get better. It is, you know. Um, and that we can look back. I look back on the 50 years, or you know, since I've been watching television, and I can see the growth. It's okay to look what's in front of us, the days in front of us, but let's look at the historical data as well. Yes, it was hard getting here, but we're here, right? I mean, we're here.
Okay, the last time I saw a movie was just on the Valentine's Day just been. I had to go, right? And I was really shocked that there was hardly anyone in the movie theater. Um, you know what I mean? And it was like I had to sit through this whole movie. It was really painful. And, like, it was just like, oh, well, there's like 3 hours gone, of my life. Yeah, I don't know. Um,
What movie was it?
oh, I don't want to say what it was, but
Was it porn?
no, no,
You're
no,
watching 3 hour porn?
no.
3 hour
It
porn?
was
That's a
well.
lot. It's excessive.
It was a movie. It was the movie itself was okay. I think it was called "It's Not About Love" or something. It was about arranged marriages. There was this guy who was. Basically it was the best of a bad bunch of movie options to choose from, and it was okay. It was well done. It was like Pakistani man who had an he decided he wanted an arranged marriage, and then his friend who was British, she was going to make a documentary out of it. And then anyway, the marriage didn't work out, and he fell in love with his true love, and you could have guessed the plot from the very start. But anyway, it was pretty good for a Valentine's Day movie, but it was a predictable plot. You had to sit through it, watch it, and I was kind of surprised that there was hardly anyone else in the movie theater. There was a few people, but people aren't really going to the movies anymore. Like Netflix is bigger than, these TV shows are bigger. Um, and yeah, and like I was saying a lot before, a lot of the movie lines, a lot of people can't relate to as well, or they're turned off by. And, you know, like take for example, like young men, do they have the same role models from the movies that they did? Probably not. So they're looking for their role models in other places now, like social media
Sorry, who's Young
influencers.
Men? Oh,
Yeah,
Young
yeah,
Men.
I would say, because it's all this um you know I don't know, I just describe it as kind of woke stuff, right? And yeah, I think a lot of them have been are looking for. Okay, Andrew Tate's a good example. Andrew Tate is probably like their new role model, because they're not getting it from other places. So they turn to the likes of Hustler University, and here we are.
To respond to something that I think the host asked earlier, I can't remember if it was the host or Dan, but not the Dan that just spoke, but the other Dan in the suit.
Yeah, it's probably the other Dan. He can be a bit risque. Yeah.
But it could have been the unicorn. I just don't remember anymore. I think the
If it was
response
good, it
to
was me. If it was bad, it was Dan.
I don't think it was risque, but it was a question specifically about why would you want to be somewhere where they don't want you?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think that is a fair framing, because if you're talking about just immigrants in general, like if like once you have legal citizenship, you are indisputably just an American citizen. And with that doesn't come any, I guess, legal guarantee that you will be included in everything. That's not part of the deal. But it's like something about where the communities like find joy together, and movies are and TV shows are obviously like something that most people indulge in. And it's just a natural understanding over time that, we're just not showing up in those places nearly as much as you would expect. And other places, though, we do show up, like in schools, like you see us, in workplaces, you see us.
I mean, I live in Toronto, so maybe it's different here because we have more cultures than most places per
Oh,
like
you're in
square inch.
Toronto.
Yeah, so it's like the immigrants I know, they're like, oh, they don't want us to play in their reindeer games. All right, I'll create my own business. Like that's what their answer was, and they didn't see it as too complicated. Just like they tried to play in the reindeer games of other people and found that they weren't really invited to the table, and so they took their
Dude,
destiny
what
in
are
their own
reindeer
hands.
games? I've never heard anybody say that in conversation. What are reindeer games?
The reindeer, yeah, that's what we think of them as. It's reindeer games where you're giving awards to your friends, and you're calling it the Oscars. That's what the Oscar is. It's watch me give awards to my friends, and then we're gonna make you feel so left out that you beg us to be a part of it. Get the fuck out of here. You keep that shit. I'll make my own shit. I'll give myself a pat on the back.
I mean that's probably because you're cooler than most other people. The question of whether mainstream art should count as political, though, I think bears discussion. Not a long discussion because I know Dan Burrow down there in a suit will riot. But just to touch upon it, I think that it's kind of myopic to dismiss mainstream art out of hand altogether. I mean, yeah, it's cool to make your own shit. It's cool to go indie. Everybody loves the indie shit as well. But the mainstream stuff has a role to play in that it tends to be family friendlier, so you don't have to like argue with your aunts and uncles about whether they want to watch it over the holiday breaks. But B, it's also a way to reach the people who are not so crazily online. We, as extremely online people who spend like more than 20 consecutive minutes in a Twitter space, like I think we're in the minority. We're very, very online, and it feels like we're the majority because we only see each other here. But if you take the rest of the country, some people don't even have internet access. And even the ones with internet access, there are plenty of people who hate social media, don't spend any time on social media, and they consume media through more traditional channels, like literally cable subscriptions that I think most people in the younger generations have renounced. Is that the word? Like they've cut the cord and they've gone all like Netflix and streaming platforms. But again, the country is not just super young, super online people, and things like the Oscars are sort of besides the hyper young people, like everybody under like 20, 22, it's a shorthand way of communicating across generations in America. That's partly what the role plays. That's why it feels political to me. I think it was Ruckus and then Dan.
How do you feel, Elf, about you know what solution? Or maybe that's not right. How do you feel about like what solution are you doing? Like what are you moving on? Do you not care? Are you just done with it, or are you still advocating seeing more representation in Hollywood? Are you know what I mean? Are you gonna wait for that? Because Asians are represented in other areas too, right? Like, uh, eh, I'm not trying to sound bad or anything, but you're represented in other areas that are coveted positions, like tech. Okay, like I'm in tech, and so it's like that's like my
Yeah, our film industry for Indians is IT. That's our
yeah,
Oscar.
exactly. Thank you, Mike. Yeah, exactly. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you
And
can
I want
have
to
the
be there.
films. We'll have the AI jobs. You
Yeah,
have your games, and
yeah.
we'll have ours.
Thank you. Like
We'll
focus.
write the software. You'll act in the
You
movies.
Indians
know how many
also
black
have a film industry.
you know how many black people are in tech? You know what I mean? Some of college, there's no black people in
Yeah, let
tech.
me tell you something. The entire black culture is waking up to owning their own music. Trust me. It's
Yeah.
Snoop Dogg is 80 years old and he only owns his catalog now.
Yes.
They're waking up. They're waking up.
Yeah. I
It'll
mean,
happen.
Isn't that everyone though? Didn't even fucking like Taylor Swift have to fight and then eventually had to
Well,
re-record?
I mean, look, if you sign something with your parents there, then you sign something with your parents there. That goes deep. Go ahead, Dan.
Well, Dan's been waiting, yeah.
Yeah, I think yeah, you're right. Like it doesn't really matter because it's not it's not that important, but people get worked up over it. So in that sense, it does matter. Yeah, and I'm looking at like the the ratings data for the Oscars, and like back in the year 2000, there was 46 million people watched it, and then last year 2022, even with the slap, which got everyone excited, that was 15 million people watched that. So the ratings
It's
over time
dying.
have basically fallen off a cliff. So there's a large chunk of America who just aren't watching it anymore. And they've moved on, you know.
Is that including the video replays?
Yeah, no, it's dying. It's been a dying show, so that's a good thing. That's what you want. The viewership is down.
Yeah, and
No, I mean, I agree that it's better, but like my question is, did the data include things like clips being sent around?
I don't know. I'm just looking at a graph. I could be completely wrong, but the whole general idea kind of fits what fits what I kind of see, that people aren't really paying attention to movies anymore. I kind of think that's a good thing, to be honest, because there's more important things, like Michael mentioned, like software development and owning your own music and stuff like that. So yeah, goodbye to movies.
Well, not. I think there's more competition too with the internet, YouTube, social media, right? So that takes away from television and movies. That's competition.
I mean, if you all want to just paint books and, films as the equivalent of like ballet or like orchestral classical music, I guess you can start to do that for sure with like legitimate reason. But I will stand by my viewpoint that, like it or not, there are older generations of Americans for whom like books published through actual like publishing houses that they recognize and films created the ways that they are more accustomed to, although obviously technology is contributing more and more. That will continue to matter from a cultural standpoint. When if you want to say like, oh, it will really stop mattering and it will be completely replaced by Web3 or what's the other like new media, internet native sort of things. I mean, it's coming. I don't think though movies in general and books are going anywhere anytime soon.
Hey guys, I hope you know a lot about Guyana because I'm about to quiz you, and if you don't know the answers, you're a piece of shit.
Are you sure that you mean Guyana and not Ghana like you did last
Yeah,
time?
I never heard of Guyana until you mentioned it, Mike. Like never. That was
See,
the first
this
time.
is what I'm talking
That's the
about.
first.
Do you know
Guyana's
that
in
there's
South
less?
America.
Do you
Which
know that
Guyana? There are three.
See, there you go. Part of the colonialization. So, don't you know that Guyana? Okay, now I get to talk for an hour about Guyana and how you're not supposed to talk about the other Guyanas because that's a remnant of colonization, and we can talk about that for an hour. So that whenever you meet a Guyanese person at a party, you don't ask them if they're from North Guyana or South Guyana because that's ignorant. That's ignorant. What do we think?
But two of them are Guyana, just one of them spelled with a Y and the other with an I.
I know, I was just joking. You're listening to the Syndicate. Affirmative action. You guys are fun. What are you guys up to besides getting mad at Whitey? I'm learning
nobody's
how to
mad.
code. What are you guys doing besides getting mad at Whitey?
No one's
Hey,
mad at
Whitey doesn't want to include us. Oh, yeah? How long has that been happening? 7,000 years? Oh, okay, well, get right on it. In the meantime, I'm using ChatGPT to write code. What are you guys up to?
I was doing that the other day. It was kind of fun. Um, it kept I think what's interesting is when you ask it to do, what is it, additive, like as in like you give it a prompt and then it gives you a little snippet of code and then you try to play it in the editor and it just looks a little off and you ask it verbally to tweak it. I have found that often it seems to give me a piece of code that gives me what I just asked for, but it doesn't necessarily incorporate it into the previous output. And sometimes it gives you the output, but it doesn't like finish it. So I think like at least 25% of the time when I'm talking with ChatGPT, I'm asking it to complete your last answer so that I can run the program. But other than that, it's been very interesting.
I walk around for like 5 minutes and think about the next, how to correctly phrase the thing I want next. So I'm technically coding with my hand on the keyboard for maybe 5 minutes, and the other 55 minutes I'm spending pacing around the house thinking, wonder how I should ask this next. How do I make a circle? Okay, I can ask it to make a circle. Okay, how do I make one of the circles change color? Okay, I can do that. How do I make it play a sound when I hit one of the circles? Okay, I can do that. Right? So I find that it will give me what I want if I can learn how to be specific enough about my question.
But sometimes if what you're saying is complicated enough, it will definitely pay attention to like 12 of the things that you've said, but conveniently forget like 7 important things that it's also trying to integrate. So you get these like Franken results and you're like, that's cool too, but this is not where I was going. It's a journey. But Mike, you're the host, right? The unicorn?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I've been wondering throughout these couple of Syndicate sessions, some of them recorded, some of them not. And because like there does seem to be in your style of hosting, as well as I think Dan, I don't know if he's like the one in the floozy speak. Like I don't know if he's also sometimes a host, but in your style of responding to some of the issues we talked about, it felt like it was either sarcasm or sincerity about like whether or not it's a real problem. So are you saying though that like regardless of who's in power of a country or like the various systems, it's not truly problematic if there is racism?
I understand that racism exists, and I also understand it in terms of its historical sense, that it has always existed. I see it existing between people of the same color. And I found that the only solution that's worked for people that I know is to take their futures into their own hands, especially when it comes to trying to get included into a party or get included into an oligarchy. I found for the most part, the people who are in charge don't necessarily want other people of other colors to be in charge. And so while we could fight for inclusion, I think if we redirected that energy to create our own things, that energy would be better spent.
So your solution to anybody who is having a problem with the system or society is to always just start things from scratch?
Learn how to do it and then do it on your own. You have to be an employee before you can become an entrepreneur.
And that's kind of what the Jewish people did very successfully with
Easy
banking.
there, Kanye West. Sorry, go on. I'm just joking.
No, I'm not. I'm not being anti-Semitic at all. I mean,
no,
yeah.
I've always wanted. Every day I want to say that, but there's never the right context.
You can't say that somebody's being anti-Semitic just because they mention the existence of Jewish people. Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, well, you know as well as I do, Michael. We've had a few anti-Semites in this space before.
Some of them are here right now. Nudge, wink, wink.
I don't appreciate.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I can't help myself sometimes. I'm fucking autistic when it comes to this shit.
No, but seriously though, I mean, Jewish people have successfully done what you just described in the banking sector, in film. So we're talking about film, you know, like look at what Jewish people have achieved there. So yeah, that is an option. I'm not sure I completely agree with that. They should just try and that's always the best approach, but it certainly is an approach. I think the better approach is to try and resolve these issues, but some of them are pretty hard to resolve. So yeah,
It's also not necessarily a problem of inclusion as opposed to complete misrepresentation, which is, I think, what happens very often. So, like, people will include your physical body in institutions oftentimes, but then when it comes to the content that is being learned, like in a school and for a curriculum, that's what I mean. Like, we'll only have to learn stories of other people, or like, I don't know. So it's like not all that clear cut a lot of the time. And then you're also leaving out, I think, in that sort of recommendation, different class struggles. So like, yeah, there is a creator class. And yeah, of course, many of the tools have been at this point democratized beyond our wildest imaginations compared to like 10 years ago, definitely 20 years ago. But, and that's a process. The tools will keep getting dematerialized and democratized. But I don't know, like it just seems to be passing the buck to people with less power and not holding people with power sufficiently accountable.
it's interesting that you mention class, because there's an idea going around the internet that that I heard a while ago, that the media and the elites, I sound like a conspiracy theorist now, but the elites or whatever, they would prefer that the masses just argue about racism and they get hung up on that, and then they don't realize that actually it's more of a class issue, and you've got, like Bernie would say, like, I don't know, 0.001% controlling most of the wealth and all that.
I like that you're looking at it from a lot of points of view. I like that you're looking at solutions as well as the problem, and listening to dissenting opinions. I hope that we can work toward solutions. I think the racist or classist or genderist or whateverist has the same dynamic, and the exclusion and all the other forms of trying to keep certain people in the center and certain people out of the picture just because some people think they don't belong. That all these things tend to amplify each other. Yeah, one of the tools that helps to make the system more inclusive is not just to say uh, to say we this is wrong, but to say who's not being heard. Instead of blame, it's looking for active ways to find the barriers and address the barriers themselves. That because it isn't always people choosing not to go. Or sometimes people choose not to go, but there are really valid reasons for that. Thanks.
You're listening to the Syndicate, talking to the Z.
I really agree with Mike. I mean, you do have to just create your own stuff and hope that it's so successful that they'll want to buy it back. You know what I mean? Like they want to, sell them.
That's so dark.
You know what I mean?
What does it mean to buy it back?
What does it mean to buy it back? Like if you, I believe Dave Chappelle would be a good one example, right? after he left Fallout with Netflix. Like he became just as successful, even more successful after that debacle. That his value increased. You know, they tried to really screw him. Um,
I
out
don't
of a
even
lot of.
remember why he was canceled. I remember there being something, but I don't remember the details. What did he do?
I believe the network was what was he on, Mike? Comedy, was it Comedy Central?
Who's this?
Dave Chappelle. Remember Dave Chappelle left? He
Oh
was
yeah. He fucked off and gave away $150 million because they probably want to put him in a dress or something.
yeah, but he ended up becoming more valuable.
But he had to go through that
Yes.
to overcome it. This is the same process, right?
Yes, that's the same.
You know, and you can look at Damon Dash or Jay-Z or Master P or Birdman, and you can see it in hip hop, right? In fact, hip hop owners gave probably a lot of black people the attitude of owning their own stuff because you can see what happens. And now everybody knows Leo Cohen's name because of the Breakfast Club and, you know, people talking about it. Now, it's not to say that the agreements that you signed aren't the agreements you signed. People are just like, you're asking themselves, how might we improve our equity rather than getting in a situation like we did with Motown?
And then you increase your value and make them buy it back from you. You know,
I mean,
that's
I
What do you mean
also
buy it back though? Like when did you sell it? Or
you
when
can
did they
sell the
sell it?
you can license it, right? You can license your music to Spotify and this, that, and the other. Again, I guess it's weird. I maybe have a skewed look at this thing because I come from Toronto. That's given a lot of people of, you know, different skin color opportunity, right? So maybe I have a skewed way of looking at the market because I have so many examples of minority success around me.
Maybe that's the case. And maybe we have that here as well, but it's kind of not evenly distributed. And it's weird though, because different groups will have very firm opinions about whether certain verticals or industries or areas are meritocratic. And for whatever reason, like when it comes to conversations, especially about like entertainment or sports and other things, like there are people who will claim that, oh yeah, those areas are meritocratic, but other areas are not. And there's not like consistency. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
like capitalism and communism, there's never 100% meritocracy, correct? Meritocracy is like it's
it's
an
an idea.
ideal.
It's not a
Yeah.
reality anywhere.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Because, you know, if it's you versus the owner's son-in-law, right? You know, and they look at it as a fixed pie thing, they're gonna pick the family member. And, you know, who wouldn't in a lot of cases?
Yeah, because it's the idea of incentives. Hard to deny.
On the flip side of that, there are also companies, I imagine there's like Fortune 500 companies that would prefer a minority candidate. And if there were two CVs, they would actually pick the minority because they want to increase their diversity.
See, that is how they sold the idea to us from the beginning. And I never had a problem with it. It sounded fine. And the only time I decided, oh my God, like there's other shit going on here is when it's two CVs and they're not of the same quality, but they are choosing a minority candidate or whatever group they feel is underrepresented. And I feel like that is what creates all these problems. If it's literally you have 500 applications and they are identical qualifications wise, and you are like just throwing a random die so that it evens out better than like kind of like who went to my frat, you know, who's from my university or sports team. Like, you know, if they're just trying to correct for that kind of bias, that's one thing. But they've taken the concept and gone way off the deep far end in many cases. Not in all industries, but in various places. And I think people's resentments that are built up in very specific areas, they carry them over into sort of irrelevant irrelevant other places of society. So it does create more confusion than solutions a lot of the time, which is unfortunate because I think the intent originally was good.
They might argue, though, that let's say you've got two CVs and the minority on paper they didn't look so good as the other candidate, the majority. But then they may say, well, the minority, they've had a harder life. They didn't get all that support that the majority candidate got who went to a good university. See what I mean? So there may be a little more leeway there as well, which could be understandable.
So what do we do to make opportunities more equal so that so that we get
Oh, I thought about this a lot, Gaia. So the one answer that I give a lot is we have to focus on like birth to grade 8 education. I don't care if you say the solution is public or private or some mix between or all homeschooled, whatever. Like I can have opinions about that, but I think that's immaterial to the actual like vision, which is that it's very hard for children to catch up. And for whatever reason, I can't really articulate it myself. The point where people's paths seem to take a huge divide is like around grade 7 or 8. So that's why I feel like those how many years is that? It's up to like age 13ish, right? 13, 14. From age 0 to 14ish, I think that the educational opportunities really need to be evened out as much as possible for there to be any hope of like equality in the future. And that comes with a host of problems, which is why I think our society is the way that it is right now. I mean, the bad parts, the good parts are good.
It seems to me like everyone's kind of focused on what's happening in America. But it seems like America is doing pretty well in terms of equality compared to other countries.
Oh my God, I'm leaving this space. I can't deal with this.
Well, no, I'm
Why do you think
100%
America's doing
serious,
okay?
because everyone's just focused on the low-hanging fruit, which is America. But what about other non-Western countries? No one talks about that. Or they do, but there's no proposed solution. Like everyone's proposing solutions, ideas for what to do in America because it's easy to do. It's easy to have a voice. Because of freedom of speech, and I think that that's where this for other people who know what I'm talking about. Lagerfeld, what she was talking about the other day. It's always blaming America, but then not looking at other places. Yeah. But
isn't it obvious? Oh, hi, Gaia. You're next. But what do you call it? Isn't it obvious though why the United States always takes center stage in these discussions? I think it's pretty obviously tied to the fact that the U.S. has such an enormous military. So like, I think the general intuition, even if people aren't able to put words to it, is the idea that if the US can finally get its shit together structurally, like internally, domestically, and have a more realistic piece as opposed to something that's just glossy on the surface, hopefully, like we'll also get a handle on our military and either like downsize it or do something, just something. But just the fact that the United States has as its interaction apparatus with the rest of the world be the size and force of our military, what are they called? They're not academies. You know what I mean though. They're the different branches. It's just so crazily imbalanced when it comes to the US versus other, like the next biggest militaries, that I think that's the unspoken subtext most of the time. Because if like the US goes bonkers internally, I mean, we've gone bonkers before, but like even more so, like the domestic stability of the United States can be directly tied to the stability of the world, just because like if we go fucked up internally enough, Like we might lose control of the military and like it will go do whatever it wants to do out there with all of its like
I don't know.
tools.
I kind of disagree with you completely on what you said there. And I mean, this is the kind of the problem. People who get in power and then not spend so much on the US military. I mean, good luck with that. I mean, with all its military might, look what's happening in Ukraine, China is also increasing military spending, and China actually always discounts, so you can't trust the official figures. That it's believed they spend a lot more on defense spending than they make public. So, I mean, I think it would be a hugely bad move for the world if America reduced its military spending. You would have more problems, not less.
KC is a white cisgender male. What do you think we should do about the U.S.'s military spending?
Well, I really just want an answer to Ruckus's question on how we capitalize on the situation for personal gain.
It is what it is, homie. It is what it is. Don't fade my lyrics, bro.
Like, I knew you guys were going to come at me right off the bat, so I was ready.
Yeah.
I was ready.
Look, to be honest with you, most of the Twitter Spaces is just waiting for you to come back.
At least he didn't ask us to sing.
Oh yeah.
Fair.
I remember this.
Fair.
I wouldn't mind doing karaoke. I think it's getting too serious.
But let's have Gaia say her thing before we convert to karaoke.
I think you were asking whether the U.S. Is being being grilled about human rights when there are demonstrably far worse human rights violations going on in China, in India, in a lot of ways. You hear more about human rights evils in the U.S. than Indonesia and Chile and North Korea and Congo and Russia. By and large, you can put all the coverage together, and it's still drowned out by the news from the U.S. Part of it is because so many of the news media centers are in the U.S., and so English-speaking news does tend to focus on this superpower. Another is because it is so rich and powerful that that when America sneezes, other countries catch a cold, and and so what you put on your Oscar-winning dramas and stuff like that tends to give a sense of what's normal to people who are never going to visit that country. So you're disproportionately affecting other countries. But another and much more positive reason that there's a lot more noise about human rights issues in the U.S. than a lot of these other countries is because there are so many allies trying to make this country of yours a better place, and so this is
Wait, Gaia, are you not
the
American?
fight. Pardon?
Gaia, did you say before whether you're American?
I'm Canadian.
Oh, I see.
So very closely linked culture, but not quite the same country.
KC, do you have a song for us, buddy?
I have a song, but I'm really nervous.
It's okay to be nervous, KC. If you guys don't know KC speaks with his notes, not with his words. KC, how you feeling today?
Real nervous. I've practiced this song a bunch, but I still choke up on it, so
Oh
Yeah.
man, is it your favorite? Phil Collins, I Can Feel It in the Air Tonight? Hey, Allie, you're supposed to play it straight. Sorry, Allie broke character, guys. We gotta start again. Did I tell you I heard somebody do that? He sings Phil Collins, I Can Feel It in the Air Tonight. And halfway through, I realized, oh, that's the only lyrics in the whole song. And it's 7 minutes. And he just starts being quiet. And over the course of the song, he just starts yelling. I would love to commission that from Ruckus. Maybe we can design the 11 Labs. Can you
Oh,
imagine cloning
yes.
Ruckus's voice? Fuck your voice.
Yes.
You should clone Ruckus.
Yeah, dude.
He's like the young Morgan Freeman.
Yes.
How do you guys all know each other so well? Did you guys meet in spaces like
Uh-huh.
many months ago, or do you know each other in real life?
Is real life on Zoom?
Sure, let's call it Zoom for the purposes of pandemic
Oh, yeah,
discussion.
we go way back.
I've known Casey for maybe a year at least. At least.
I think we're a little
4
more.
months before Voyager. When is Voyager? That's my
Was it
Voyager
four?
is June. So at least February.
Yeah.
Yeah, we met online. And then we started doing shit together. And now we just kind of meet up while we do shit in the background.
Oh, Casey, are you also in Canada?
No way.
He will be. I'm doing the reverse brain drain where I'm taking the best of the Americans and bringing them to Toronto. Hey, Rockets, are you safe? Remember, I know you had that incident.
Oh yeah, I am. Actually, my boss reached out to me and was like, "That's such a stupid thing that person did."
Yay!
Yeah, I was
So it
like,
makes you look better.
yeah, it did.
Awesome.
And I
Nothing
kind of
like a
just
crisis to make you look better than you did before by
right.
you doing nothing.
Yeah, I
You
kind
need
of
to have more crises. They might think you're more important than you actually are. You know?
I think it's just because the labor shortage and companies are really nice, now, and I feel like more like I feel like not a client, but a customer more than an employee.
Interesting. Can you say more words about that?
Yeah. So, pre-pandemic, it was, get this done by Wednesday. The tone was very different.
Okay.
You
It's
know what I
more
mean?
authoritative before the pandemic.
It was.
Now they're asking for permission to assign you tasks.
Now it's like, hey, when you get around to it, you know what I mean? Or if you
yeah.
have bandwidth.
Congratulations.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, what was the crisis? What danger were you in, Ruckus?
Sorry?
What was the crisis? What danger were you in?
Oh, I had a salesperson reach out, kind of lash out to our team about a product that went off the tracks. And so he didn't understand the product. And I responded to him in his, an email, and not everything goes over an email very well. That was, so I had my wife help me pen out a response, and it was kind of like, she's really good at being a classy asshole. She's great at it. And he came back and said something, and then my boss kind of like, hey, he's being stupid, I'll get it, don't you worry about it, take off, go ahead, you know what I mean? And so that kind of tone in the office has pretty much been standard since the pandemic happened because of the labor shortage. And it's a very different environment, very different climate. It's more like a customer. I thought about today, I'm like, man, we're being treated like customers in the workplace. So it's a good time. I think one of the things that you mentioned, like what can you do to, as far as change, or maybe Gia mentioned it, is take advantage of this climate that we're in with the labor shortage, and develop some skills, and to move up, and to the new ism, classism, take full advantage of it, because this, like Dan said, it's not racism as much as it is classism.
Could we rename residencies to residencies? Because you're hiring a Gen Z.
Yeah, I mean, I like that.
Residency, right? Because
Yeah.
you know how Dan has his token Z that he has work on his team? He always wants to keep at least one Gen Z on the team. I've never
How
heard
dare you?
Yeah, he calls him my Z.
He does?
Yeah, he has a Z, and his Z does like it's kind of his ears to the ground for like what's popping with the Z's. You know what I mean?
This Dan or Kiwi Dan?
No, no, Floozy. Yeah, he tells me about his Z. My Z discovered this today. It's pretty interesting. He's really excited about this, but that won't last too long.
I'm going to report him.
He's my Z.
I'm going to report him. We do
what up,
not.
my Z?
No, that's rude.
Oh, by the way, how'd you like that playlist? Did you find anything you liked?
Yeah, that playlist was dope, man. I like that. That was Meek Mills is, I like him.
Oh, that Jada Kiss song is the best verse I've ever heard of Jada.
Yeah. Jada Kiss is he's nice.
Next level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Zach.
Can we go back to the topic of how Ruckus was a white Karen and he doesn't know the plight of being a white Karen? I'd just like to talk about that instead.
A white Karen?
Yeah.
As opposed to what other color Karen?
I mean, aren't once you're a Karen, aren't you white?
No, you could
be.
be.
I think that's the accepted illusion mentally, like imagery. Like when I think Karen, it's not an Indian lady that comes to my mind's eye.
Yeah, you could be a black Karen, Kevin. My
that
son
would be
calls me.
Karan,
He calls me a Karen. He says I'm acting Karen sometimes. You can be black. You can be of color Karen.
Color Karen?
Yeah, you can be of color.
But what would be the name, though? The name's not Karen. It would be like Keisha or something.
How dare you? How dare you?
What? You telling me Keisha's not a black name?
No,
the sky's purple now?
Oh, my God. You know what? You're so...
Sky is sometimes purple, like at sunset.
Look, there's Kesha, but not
This
Keisha.
is a melanated argument, so I'm going to see myself out of this.
Oh, you're fine.
No,
You see what I did there, though, Unicorn? I turned it into the sky, and the sky is the Karen. Sky is sometimes purple, just like sometimes Karens are apparently black.
Zach is the honorary melanated, like we've christened him, just like Casey, so we can bestow, melanated capabilities.
I've gotten this now, like from 4 different groups of friends of mine, and now I'm just wondering, what have I earned through that?
You've got what? No.
I've got melanated protection.
Yes, exactly.
What does that mean?
It means he can call us if he's in conflict with other melanins, and we'll back him up.
We're there.
We're there for him.
Unicorn, you're not a white dude.
No.
Neither is Ruckus.
Why are you laughing?
Amazing.
Allie, wasn't that hilarious?
I
didn't get like any kind of intro. No, I don't know. I didn't know his name was Mike until today. I didn't ask what the Syndicate was for until last time. I mean, I don't think I filtered into one of the Syndicate's Twitter spaces until a couple weeks ago.
We're the coconuts. We're brown people that sound white.
Uh-huh. I mean, I sound pretty white if I don't say to everybody I meet that I'm Korean. So that's, I guess, what does that make me a coconut too?
Ooh.
Or am I different fruit?
Ooh, she's got a point, Mike. She's got a point.
She's a banana. What are you talking about?
Okay, but I just don't like bananas. Pick a different fruit. And you pick another fruit.
If you were a Karen, you could be a mango, like yellow on the outside, like orangish on the inside.
Plantain.
If you're a Trump supporter. Say again?
I said plantain.
Ah, you could be a plantain.
Plantain's just a more boring banana. I said I don't like
Elf.
Hey, you're looking like a plantain. Yeah, I could see it.
Elf, it's funny that sometimes when people come in here and we sound white and they start talking about ethnic culture, they'd be like, boy, can't stand those blacks. And we're like, yeah.
Fuck those blacks.
Fuck those blacks.
The assholes that never worked a day in their life. The only people who lazier are Mexicans. You know, tell us more about how you feel. You know, my friend and I have a pact. If anyone is talking shit about us, our only response is, "No way! What'd they do this time?" Just so you can find out more information. Right? You always have to lean into it.
What about a Lacatan?
Lacatan sounds like a people. The Lacatan clan.
I like Lacatan. Did you just make that up, Zach?
No, I looked up variations of banana, and so now I'm just reading off the variations.
No, it sounds like
bananas.
whites, though. It sounds like Lacatans.
Of all the uses for ChatGPT. You're listening to the Syndicate, coconut-driven development. How do coconuts and bananas work together to create a dessert of equity and optionality?
My grandma called that hollow bamboo.
What?
You like that one better? Hollow bamboo?
Hollow bamboo?
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing
Wait, I
on
have
the
a
inside.
technical question about coconutdom. Are you a true coconut if you are able to code switch to a different language and be fluent in that language?
Isn't that the definition?
Isn't that one of the features, attributes, and benefits of a coconut?
Being a coconut, yeah.
Being able to code switch as a service?
No, but like, what are you switching to?
I'm about to
And-
ask a really
And
white
is it
question.
classified as a foreign language?
What is code switching? Is that the whitest question anyone's heard? Because I don't know what code switching is.
Well, have you ever heard
Are you being
Ruckus talking
serious,
to...
Zach? Because it's different if you're being
Ruckus,
serious.
give him some code switching.
No,
Let
like
him understand.
honestly, I honestly haven't, and I like to be educated, and I've never heard that term before, ever.
You've never heard that term before in the
Code
States?
switching?
Never have I heard that before here. I
Wow.
feel like I'm playing Never Have
I've
I
never
Ever.
met anybody who's never heard the term code switching before, so it's new for both of us.
Ruckus, can you
Ruckus,
demonstrate?
you said you were black. You want to take it away?
Oh, gosh. Like on demand, like right now, like that's
Just remember, I am here to learn, and I just I like when I'm educated about things, not like I'm sitting here like going to be offended. Like,
okay. So okay,
we have a heinous history, and I understand that, so I want to learn.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell a story real quick, 30-second story, and it'll allow me to code switch because we was out shopping, and then we was at a store, and the D Boys was in the store, and my wife got nervous because the D Boys was up in the store, and she was peeping the D Boys, and we were like, that one doesn't look cool, that one doesn't look cool, and I was like, look, just stay calm and pay for my shit. We're gonna get up out of here. We're gonna roll. And one of the D Boys got to the register, was causing a little commotion because his card got declined, and it was taken care of though. It was straight. We were good. I paid for my shit. We bounced. So a D boy is a dope boy. So we went Sunday to go shopping, and it was nothing but dope boys in the store, which made my wife nervous. And that's code switching. I guess.
Does that mean sellers of drugs, Ruckus?
Yeah, they were dope boys. And so because I grew up with dope boys, I know when they come in, I know when I'm around them, right? And so I just kind of looked over them, just kind of did my thing, and I just kind of kept it moving, right? And so it didn't bother me, but my wife picked up on it because she was like, that guy's acting a little suspicious. And I was like, oh, just keep it moving. And it got a little tense in the store, but it was cool. They're there to shop. They're there to shop for their babies. They just there to pick up their shit, they gear, and it is what it is. And you just move accordingly. There's not going to be any problems, but that's it. So we got I paid for my stuff, and then we left. We bounced.
I am imagining now the Key and Peele Barack Obama skit where he's like saying hi to everyone, and he's like giving like high fives and hugs.
That's it. That's code switching.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it. Yeah. But you do it because I work in an office, so I have to sound white. You know what I mean? To sell. You know what I mean? To talk to my colleagues. But if I'm talking to a black person, then I can code switch it.
Yeah. It's after years and years of being forced to assimilate to a specific type of linguistics.
No, well, my dad is because
Yeah.
Mike and I have something in common. My dad's a teacher. So
Well, I think it goes back to like the talk we had, is that I will never understand the thought. I will have to explain to my daughter the idea of boys and what is on their mind and what they might do. But I don't have to also explain to my daughter that when she gets pulled over, she's going to be treated differently. Like, I don't have to have that conversation. And because I don't have to, I don't think about it. And because I don't think about it, I don't understand it.
Gaya made a great point yesterday about, she had a good example about where to put your license. Like we knew to put our hands up on the we knew to put our hands on the wheel or put our hands on the hood of the car, or the top of the car, the headliner. You know what I mean? So that's
I worked at an inner city camp, and I was the only white person in the whole camp. And I felt like I learned a lot about what I've never learned. And what I just mean is, like, I learned a lot because I had all black coworkers, and I would like go to say something to like one of the kids, and they're like, look, like they need this because of the culture that they will grow up in. Like, you can't protect them from this. Like, they need to be able to talk like this. They need to be able to do this. And I was just like, well, it doesn't make sense. Like, and they're like, you wouldn't understand because of where these kids live and what they're like. You can either protect them and they'll grow up naive and then they're going to end up dead because of it, or you don't protect them, they grow up harder and maybe they can get their way out or something. And I was just like, I couldn't understand it. I could not process it in my brain because I'd never been exposed to it. And so just thank you for explaining that, because I'd never been exposed to the word code switching. Now I know.
You're good. I mean, you're good. You're a good dude, man. So it's good. You know what I mean? Like, you're a very humble guy. So
I just appreciate you understanding that I don't know what I don't know, and I'm always willing to learn. Just like I'm not ever going to be sitting here going like, I don't know what that is, and I'm not going to ask. Like, I'm going to ask because it's better to educate, because there's probably other people either in the room or in another room that didn't know, and they're sitting there going like, what are they talking about? I don't want to ask. So if
what are you gonna run on, Zach?
Me?
Yeah, what's gonna be your platform?
I want to be fiscally conservative and socially liberal.
But so, I mean, how are you going to talk? What are you going to run on? Like, that's a tough job, right? Because you have to cater to a lot of people, different groups.
My thought process is I will run on the few things that I hold to be true. I hold that if you treat people the way you want to be treated and always try to learn about other individuals, you can never go wrong. And that diversity is not the best tool we have against future problems and future issues. It is the only tool we have against future problems and future issues. And so if you are not working to diversify your thoughts, your intelligence, your understanding of the world and the people around you, then you are ill prepared for the future. And that goes for every thought basis. I think that if you want me to call you whatever pronoun you want me to call you, I will mess up, and I understand that. But if it will make you feel better and make you work more efficiently and make you do better, I will do that out of respect for you. But I also believe that if people don't want to, they shouldn't be forced to by any type of legislation. I think that you should just want to be a good human being and make the other people around you good.
You just
Hang
nailed
on.
it.
Somehow the conversation went to Zach running for office, which I'm in support of because he sounds like a cool guy.
Yeah.
When we get the chance, can we return to code switching?
I plan to in like 10, 15 years. So that's why
Oh, a long ways away. But you're planning now. Whoa.
But it's going to be more diverse, right? Like in 5 to 10 years.
I hope so. And if
it's
I
gonna be
end
more
up
diverse,
just being on someone's staff, or I end up being on someone's team because they're a better they're a better representation of what I believe, I am all for it. So it doesn't have to be me, but what I want is the ideals to run. It's not about me. It's about someone who's, who's going to not run up debt for social policy, right? And I don't think we need the tax for it. I think if we use more tax incentives, but apply them in the right places, then we can build more jobs and we can do the right things while also having more social programs and things like that. So I think that there's a way to do both and give more tax breaks, but at the same time, if you're going to get tax breaks, that money has to go towards funding social programs. Like, we'll give you up to X amount of $1 million, but you need to then fund your, so many social programs in your state or in the country, whatever. So,
do you think the country is fine paying taxes as long as everyone pays taxes? It doesn't have to be the same amount, but do you think?
I think that really wealthy people pay a different form of taxes than everyone else. So while you're paying your personal income tax, the billionaires are not paying income tax, but they're paying taxes on what they've sold, and they're paying taxes on every job that they have at their company. They're paying for the health insurance of the individuals. They're paying taxes in different ways that we don't consider tax, but is a tax if you look at it more broadly, if you zoom out. And I think that as long as the overall ratio, if you take all things that are considered taxes into account, then I think it is. But I think that there's other ways of doing it. Maybe with paying, they should be paying for more carbon offsets for every mile that their jet flies, and that for every supercar that they own, some of these luxury things could increase, whereas the basics of capitalism can stay intact. So if you go beyond, right, if you go and buy a Toyota, pay regular tax. If you go and buy a Lamborghini, then maybe that needs to be a different story. So not saying to remove people from wanting to get to that level, but if you get to that level, I don't think paying an extra X% on your supercar is really going to be your problem. And if you look at the richest man in the world was a luxury goods sales or CEO. So that would just be my thing. Is I think there's different ways to do it, and I don't think it will fill the gap. I think we definitely have to look at what we're spending money on. I'm in the military, and I think that personally, I think that we are above and beyond the combination of our adversaries, and that our military spending doesn't need to be as high. Because if we lose in the technology and innovation sector from capitalist businesses, then we've already lost militarily, regardless of how much we spend on jets, planes, and everything else. So that's the broader thing. I just think that mental health is a huge issue, and we need to put a ton of money towards that. And I think, homelessness and the lack of education and the education system as a whole, I think that those are all more pressing issues than some of the things that we're focused on. Because as you can see, I don't want to be overzealous or say anything, but a lot of our adversaries that we've been really focused on are not even close to on our level. So that's just my whole kind of thought process. And anything that I don't know, I really hope that people will give me the leeway to say, let me refer to an expert. I don't have enough information on this to really speak on it. I want to surround myself with good people from both sides that can give me varying opinions, because like I said, diversity is the most important thing. That is all. Oh boy, now I don't have to ask more questions on my platform, do I?
No, not questions. I raised my hand because I had a question about code switching before the talk turned to
Oh, I
Zach
apologize.
run for
I
presidency in 15 years, which seems
I
like a
I,
cool topic
s-
too.
I stole the stage and I apologize.
No, it was cool. It was refreshing. I do have a question about that after I ask my original question. The original question was about code switching, and then Ruckus explained what code switching was, and then I completely missed the transition to political platform stuff. But my question, like, given my background, is I understand what code switching is, or from the explanations, I can sort of imagine what it is for African Americans or Black people, whichever label you prefer. But that's still sort of mutually understandable, and I think it still falls under the umbrella of some variant of English. I think it's like AAVE or something. I always forget what the acronym stands for. Oh, probably it's like African American Vernacular English or something like that. But so you have that. But when it comes to, I guess I can't speak for all Asians, but when it comes to Koreans, like there's not anything to switch to. So what I've encountered over the years, and it always confused me, and I don't know what to say, is like this sense that essentially the accusation is that I sound too white or like so-called white adjacent. But my question to everyone then, either in this room or anybody who's not in the room who will be like listening to this later, I don't know how many people like listen to these recordings, but like, do you have in your mind what an Asian American born and raised here is supposed to sound like? Because I didn't, and I'm just a product of my environment. And I have friends who were born and raised here just in different environments, and they sound, I guess, they sound completely Black, or they sound like Hispanic, or a mixture of that, or something else. And I've seen every variant attacked. Like, I've definitely seen people attacked for having an accent from a different country. But I've also been like, verbally attacked myself for sounding too white. And then I've also seen like Asians who happen to grow up in different neighborhoods who just reflect the vocal norm of their surroundings, then be accused of appropriation. So my point is, what do people want us to sound like? Because if I'm Korean and I speak Korean, if I code switch, I'll be speaking in a completely different language. Like I don't have a Korean American born and raised here accent or way of speaking to switch to. This is literally just how I sound at all times when I'm speaking in English. Yeah, that's my question.
I guess it depends on your culture. For me, it's my environment, right? It's an informal way of talking. That's it.
Right. Like you'd never hear me speak in a Caribbean accent unless I'm around my family, because I've learned that that's not, you know, you don't speak like that in front of an audience. So I don't know if code switching is the same thing with Asian Americans as it is with people who have, a Caribbean or are, Black background. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, do you like I don't want to treat you like some sort of record player, but do you mind doing a tiny bit so we have an idea of what you're referring to?
You mean the Caribbean accent?
Yeah, like a sentence or something. I'm not sure. Like, is it like a
Yeah,
regional
what
thing?
you for doing? What you say? Like that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's not something in not a way that I would speak unless
I
I was with my
forget that
family
you're.
or.
I forget that you're from the Caribbean as well.
Yeah, man. But I don't speak that way in front of groups. I don't feel comfortable. You know what I mean?
Aw.
I was told growing up that Asian Americans were forced into this assimilation pattern that makes it hard to connect to that identity. And I just was wondering if that's kind of what you're like drawing on, Elf. I just don't know. Like,
No. The question is like, so I learned Korean, and so I can switch to speaking Korean. right? But it won't be intelligible to non-Korean speaking Americans, which is like most Americans.
Well, I think that's what I was saying is that there's white Americans in the North and the South have dialects of English. Black Americans have dialects, and like Asian Americans have accents or just English, and that's or a totally different language. But it's because, from what I was told, is that it's just like for a long time when individuals came over here, they just wanted to assimilate more than anything else and not be the center of attention because they saw what Black communities got being the center of everyone's unwanted attention. That's just what I've been told. I'm trying to tell you what the story that they tell white people is, and I'm trying to see if that's what the story should be told, or is this like, no, that's completely off base. So we can change that narrative. At least I can change that narrative with my daughter when we talk about it or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I'm asking the question in the right way, but I guess my frustration is like there doesn't even seem to be a right answer for what people want us to sound like. Because I think my dream like endpoint is like people stop giving us shit for how we sound. But I thought when I was a child, like, okay, my parents speak with an accent because they were born and raised in a different country before moving here, and becoming naturalized citizens. And to this day, they have accents. It's like definitely softer now. But in my mind, when I was a kid, they always told me, and I was told by all of my teachers that like I will not have a problem when I grow up because I will sound like a completely native speaker of English. But in my experience, there has not been a sort of a proportional lessening of stress because now it seems like no matter what you sound like, if you're Asian, there will be people who are confused. Like some people are expecting us to all have accents. Some people are expecting us to, otherwise we're not being authentic, or they're expecting us to sound white, or depending on the neighborhood, they're expecting us to sound like Black or Hispanic. And there's nobody in existence who's going to like live up to all of those expectations. So I guess I'm just expressing my question or frustration that like, what do people want? Like, is there a general like expectation that we should be living up to? I thought learning the language was going to be sufficient, but it hasn't been sufficient is my point. I don't know whose hand was up first. Gaia or Dan?
Sorry, I can't answer the question of what you're supposed to sound like because I doubt there is an answer. It might be just uh, like like people wishing that they could figure out how to speak another language when they think it's a code for the one that they're speaking. But it's a whole different way of thinking as well as a different vocabulary. Code switching, it's interesting to hear that you don't experience or that you don't see that to the same extent in that language as in this one. I understood code switching is a feature in all kinds of human languages. We speak differently to children, to babies, like our voices get higher, the vocabulary gets simpler with more repetition, and we start to use more imitation. Oh, and we tend to use one set of vocabulary when talking with other young folks, and a different set when we're talking to our parents. So that's the code switching that we all do. Although sometimes it's quite dramatic, like speaking to people in an accent you grew up with, and others in an accent you've acquired.
You're totally right. I forgot about the baby talk. Dan?
Yeah, I was going to say something, but I think Gaia pretty well summed it up. Yeah, so just echo her opinions. Um, when you said, like, what do people expect me to sound like? Well, it's not, you shouldn't feel an expectation from them. You should sound however you want to sound. Um, and some of it may just be a bit of cognitive dissonance, like if they first meet you, maybe they might just be surprised that you sound uh, like your everyday American compared to they were expecting you might have because of how you look, you might have a Korean accent. So it might be just surprise, not like some, like expectation that you should sound that way.
Oh, you know what?
Um,
What you just said reminded me of a relatively recent experience. I was taking a ride share, like an Uber or a Lyft, and the chances are, this is not everywhere, but the chances are, like where I am, if you're driving an Uber or a Lyft, you are very often a recent immigrant. And like, I was born and raised here, and I sound the way that I sound. Like you guys hear me talking for like a couple hours now. I swear to God, like multiple Uber and Lyft drivers have attempted to correct my English, um, like trying to explain to me how the grammar works and how to pronounce words correctly. And I always have to wonder if I'm dreaming. But it happens constantly. And so maybe you're right, and maybe people still have this cognitive dissonance, as you say. Like they just don't expect Asians to sound the way that I sound for whatever reason.
yeah, it's kind of like those studies where, that it's like there's the color green, but like you might have the word green, but it's then colored red and stuff like that. And then people get tripped up and their brain just doesn't process it. And it's kind of like that maybe with the Uber taxi driver.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's ironic because you think that the discrimination will always come from like punching down, but sometimes it's literally like people who moved here a week ago and they're just assuming that because I'm Asian, like I have my English incorrect. So there's that. I don't know. Oh yeah, Zach, you're going to be president, right? Or something like what are you going for? Are you going to be governor, mayor first? Like is there a path that you've foreseen? Let's bring it back to whatever you're talking about before. Oh, one last thing. I don't remember who was saying this before. I think was it Dan? I think it was Dan. Remember Dan, like we were discussing like an hour or two ago about the American military, like whatever Zach said before I turned it back to code switching. I mean that's how I feel about the American military. Just we're too far ahead of the other countries to make sense for it to make sense to not turn a bit more attention towards like structural problems domestically. But Zach or Dan.
Yeah, I guess I mean, I'm not an expert, but I'm just looking at, say, what's happening in Ukraine, right? What's happening in China. Everyone's tooling up at the moment, and it's now really the right time to cut your military spending. I don't think so. Uh, so I don't know. But it'll be interesting to see if China, like, how will Americans adjust to China becoming, say, the number one superpower? I think that's a real
Does it
possibility.
make you uncomfortable? And is it because of politics or race? But Zach was gonna.
It'll
Um,
never happen.
See, that's what I'm pointing at. Like Americans will supremely confident that it'll never happen, and you know, but it might.
There's one thing different about me than maybe than I'm going to assume most Americans that you talk to, and that's I am in the military, and the entire reason why we put bases in other countries, and the entire reason we sell the one of the biggest debt creators for the United States is our export of helicopters, tanks, and other weapon systems to fringe allies, meaning, yeah, they're allies, but they probably would turn on us in a heartbeat. But because we are the ones supplying them, they won't. because it would take a lot of money and a lot of time for them to get a whole new weapon system and train their people on it if they ever wanted to. And so while
Wait,
Russia
Zach, when
was,
you say we're supplying them, you mean that we're giving it to them as opposed to
yeah,
selling them?
yeah.
So we're not even selling at a loss. We're just being like, hey, take these.
We give it to them and say, hey, pay it back over the next 100 years.
I see. So it's basically a very long-term loan.
Very, very, very long term.
Very long-term.
And on top of it, then they have to buy all of the ammunition for it from us because we're the only ones that make the ammunition. And so, not only are they paying for the weapon system, but then they're paying all for the lifetime of that weapon system with, for the ammunition from us and the companies. And then that doesn't include the parts to repair it, and then coming to our country to train on how to repair and fix it, and how new upgrades to it, and then
So
sending.
ammunition, maintenance, parts, and training, these are all also covered by the American military?
They're not covered. They're covered by the company that creates it. So then we go straight over to the capitalist side.
So it's like a warranty system?
Yes, there is for a certain amount of time, but then we come out with a new version. We stop making the old parts. They got to get the new parts. And so we essentially make some countries reliant on us for their military technology, not because we want them as a partner, but because we don't want them on the other side, number one. And number two, we can gain intelligence based on proximity, closeness, connections. It allows us to home base for other things out of there, all sorts of reasons. Where if you look at China on a global scale, China has the technology. They make all the things, but we also make, I think 10% of America. This is a bad statistic because I'm just pulling it off the top of my head, but I heard it at one point. I think it's like 10% or 20% of America makes 80% of America's food or something. Like, we're pretty up there in sustainable, like we could eat off of what America produces. But so we're able to export those things, influence, might. Countries, a lot of countries want to not oppose us because of things like Hollywood and all of that. And so there's reasons why I don't think that they would ever become a superpower. And that's also why we go and put bases all over the planet to make sure it doesn't happen, so that we don't care if they keep growing and their economy's strong and all this stuff. But what we care about is how countries, like, I got it. There's two sides to every coin. American government's not great. It's not like we're treating everyone fair and perfect, but the thought process of certain countries being the new superpower reduces our ability to make sure that they don't want to, like, create an all-out war and take land like what's happening in Europe. So it's
Could
it's
you
like,
could you see any scenario in the future in which America isn't the number one and say China is the number one, or is that just beyond possibility for you?
what do you describe as number one?
Probably, or would it be more of a multipolar world? Maybe there is no number one, because at the moment,
There
the
you
way
go.
you've described
Right, because
America, the
if
way
you
you've
look,
described
yeah,
it earlier, is we're so far ahead of everyone else, it's almost impossible for them to catch up. And so I'm saying, what if they were able to catch up in terms of their defense, in terms of their influence worldwide?
well, I think I don't think, I think them catching up in terms of the defense is, that could happen. But I think that catching up in terms of the influence, in terms of culture. And I mean, you look at how many Americans are watching movies that are released by China or the Chinese Hollywood in Chinese or in English versus how many people in China are watching American movies. And so I just think that there's an influence that we allow, which is why we also allow some elitism in certain areas, is because it also helps us to control some of the intelligence and things that we do in foreign countries.
I'm not saying you're wrong, because I think you're probably right, but I'm saying that a lot of Americans kind of discount the possibility because I think they've got a very nationalistic worldview, like at most countries, but that kind of clouds their thinking, you know?
Mine is not based on nationalism at all in terms of the defense sector side of it. Mine is based on things that I can't talk about in Twitter spaces. Like nationalistic, like, yeah, I love the United States. And like I said, I think that China's going to leapfrog us in some of these technologies and things. And that what they're going to put out into the world is going to be incredible. I just...
Yeah, like what if China leapfrogs the US in terms of AI? That could be something like that changes the power balance. And also, what about other countries destabilizing the US, causing, internal, I don't know, polarization, let's say, that could also diminish the US.
Yeah, I'm gonna just leave it here and just say I will agree to disagree, and I think that it could happen, and the ability for a country to leapfrog so fast that they take a definitive number one in an area could happen. But the minute that happens, I think that there's a conflict that I don't ever want to be a part of.
But what would the conflict be over? Because we're now in 2023.
Can we change the subject just a little bit? It's just a little too close to what I do.
You want us to go back to racism?
No, but I mean, it is kind of about racism, which is sort of like...
I would prefer that, actually.
I mean, I'm gonna.
So you're saying you prefer racism?
I'm going to reframe it as racism. Ready? I'm going to do it very easily. One of the things that made no sense to me, and even to this day, nobody's been able to really give me a straight answer that's divorced from straight up racism or some sort of xenophobia, is how come when we read papers like on the topic of economics, let's say you just read The Economist, which I believe is a British publication and not even an American publication. If you read all these news articles put out by Western media about, what we should keep an eye on regarding China and its like rise to power, and you guys have heard this all before over the last like 10, 20 years. And every time there's like some kind of hand wringing, and I go rush to see the article, and all it says is, oh my God, China's like what is it, GDP or whatever they get paid annually per capita has now reached, and I'm sure it's like different now, but like I think when I first started noticing how crazy the rhetoric was, like I would go read it and it would be like, oh my God. But in like academic jargon, it'll be like, oh my God. The average Chinese person is now making like 30% or 40% of what the average American worker makes. Like, we cannot stand for this, like blah, blah, blah. But see, my perspective is a little like informed by the fact that like physically, just the same way that in audio, I'm indistinguishable from your regular American. Physically, I'm indistinguishable from any Asian, East Asian woman. So it is very uncomfortable to see so much of the rhetoric seem to surround the idea that it's unacceptable for people with Asian bodies to be paid the same amount for the same labor just because of where they live. And so I guess like the burning question that is always on my mind, whether it's about Russia or China, it's usually about those two, but like, you know, whatever other superpower potential country, I'm always like wondering like, is it just a continuation of the Cold War? Like, is it some like extension of the Cold War still? Or is it some other like deep, dark, dystopic vision that we're trying to prevent? Because it seems like everybody else got some kind of memo explaining to them like what we're trying to prevent. And I'm like not clear on what we're supposed to be so afraid of, like because I'm Asian and I'm like visualizing what if they do take over? I'm like, what do we just eat more Chinese food and watch Chinese movies?
Most people define quote unquote the world number one or the world superpower as the country with the largest GDP. And that's why they talk about how much they make per person and all this stuff, because that's the reflection of it. If a country was to have the world's largest GDP above the US, then small countries would go to that country to buy treasuries because they think that is going to be the most stable bet for buying and storing their money. In turn, if you're already putting treasuries there, then you can take a lot of these countries that we give our military weapons to are against whatever monies they put into treasuries and things in the past, and or whatever amount they're willing to buy in the future. And so if they start buying, government, securities or treasuries or whatever from China and not us, then that increases China's influence. And then you don't see Chinese bases being built all over the world because they don't have the partnerships due to not having the world number one GDP. And so that's where that rhetoric comes from. I'm not saying that it's correct. I'm just saying that that's militarily why, is so that we are able to have the partnerships with small countries that can't afford, attack helicopters, right? They can't afford a fleet of attack helicopters, the billions of dollars. So we give them to them as long as they buy government securities for the next 50 years. And if we are no longer the number one GDP, then why would they agree to that, or why would they still do it? And so it all goes back to us being able to build bases so that if, God forbid, right, when Russia originally invaded Ukraine, I jumped into Ukraine. Like big plane, jump out, parachute in to the western side of Ukraine, established a base with the Ukrainian National Guard and started training them to go to the front lines. Like, we would train a unit every 2 weeks and then ship them to the front lines when they first took over Crimea. And so, like, we were able to do that on such short notice and to prepare them a lot. How do I say this? A lot of strategies and tactics that I hear people talking about in Twitter are uninformed as to why Ukraine is doing so well, because we have really been there training them and preparing them for this since 2015. And so our ability to do that so that they don't lose their sovereignty is directly dependent on us being able to put these bases, right? Like Poland and even non-NATO, like, we have places in Taiwan. I have friends in the Philippines right now. I have friends in North Africa and places that people don't even know. We're there and we're partnering because we have these agreements, because we have the GDP. And because we have the GDP, we're able to react. And because we're able to react when US tourists go missing, you don't even hear about it because there's a unit that's able to infell into a base and then cross borders, retrieve the hostage and bring them back. And so those large scale things allow us to do small scale things to protect individuals at home and abroad.
Interesting. Thank you for explaining that, because all my life I've been wondering, like, why the fuck do I need to deal with people who are like, let's say, negotiating salary with me? And I like make my case. I'm like, this is my background, blah, blah, blah. And then they follow that up sometimes with a comment that seems completely off the wall. And it goes something like, but it's more than what you would make in a factory in China.
If anyone ever says that to you,
they've said that to me.
What?
I sound the way that I do. You can, I'm sure, make inferences about my background, and I hear it. And so I'm just that this has caused me over time to slowly wonder, like, literally, like, what is going through people's minds when they envision a future where, like, let's say, for a hypothetical, like, China gains more power, maybe it inches ahead of US for a few years in some domain or another. Like, what are people so afraid of? Like, if Asians are in charge, like, do you think that we're going to torture you to learn more math? Like, I don't know what the horror story scenario is, but I'm like really appreciative about your explanation, because I'm just like, this makes me feel less crazy.
Yeah,
I've
I
got a
don't
different.
I don't think it's right, but that's the explanation that I have for you. So I mean,
Okay,
I
but
don't think it's right as in like it's correct
it's right,
morally and
right,
ethically.
right.
Right. So okay.
Yeah. Okay,
As
so
an
now that you've
American,
explained all that, do you feel like, sorry, Dan, now that you've
yeah,
explained all that, do you feel like, for example, there's any chance that the United States will like decrease the size of the bases that they have? Because as you know, Zach, like, they have really big ones in Korea, and some, I think there's still one in Okinawa, which is in Japan. And there's ever so many US bases if you ever look at a map. And as you say, like, that helps us to be responsive in emergency situations, or to protect our foreign interests, or global interests. But like,
It's also
yeah,
to protect our partners, like South Korea. If the North was to like say, screw it, we're gonna do this. Um, just like if we hadn't jumped in and started training, not saying they wouldn't have lasted, but most of the countries we're helping don't have the intelligence capabilities that we have. And so it's more based on our ability to provide real-time intelligence so that they can be up to date with what they need to be doing and where they need to be focusing forces. Less on us just being like, we call our base in South Korea that's on the front lines Operation Speed Bump, because the amount of artillery that North Korea has pointed directly at that base would obliterate the entire base. We understand that. We know that. But it is assets further south. It's assets, in the sea. It's intelligence assets that are flying overhead and all of that makes our presence there, you know, more important. But we put people right on the front border with our allies, because us being there but not being able to put lives on the line, why do they want us there? So we put people, and we put these massive bases really at the point of most friction, so that we have as much on the line, and so that these countries know that if shit hits the fan, we're not just all of a sudden bailing on them and going, hey, sorry, you're on your own. Thanks for letting us stay, but we didn't sign up for this and leaving. So that's the other reason why we put these massive bases in certain particular areas, is so that, unfortunately, U.S. men and women are on the line to show our commitment to these partner nations.
I see. No, but I guess what I was interested in is, like, before, when you were explaining your future political platform, which I'm sure will evolve
Oh
even
yeah,
more over time,
yeah.
you were
We
saying, like,
have
how,
to downsize.
yeah,
We
we have to
are
downsize.
we can consolidate most of our European bases into Germany because Italy really doesn't want us there anyway. I think that Lithuania, Latvia, Poland would still want us there. Poland's about to build a base. Unfortunately, I don't know if that's going to go through or not, but they've closed 3 bases in Korea and consolidated them. I think now there's only 3 left. The one in the Philippines, they've already downsized. As many of you probably have heard, we've had a recruiting problem of like 40,000 people low. And so we are roughly a brigade and a half, which means one full, we have 3 full units short on soldiers. So we've really had to reduce, our presence in some of these places. So, yeah, I think it's going to.
You mean the U.S. Army or military in general is having a recruitment problem?
The entire military, but the Army, it was 40,000 short. The Marines, I think, were like 10, and I can't tell you about the other ones.
So what I'm hearing is that the US they're still number one, but they're having recruiting problems and they're considering closing bases, and that kind of signals like like a withdrawal from the world stage. Like, yeah, they're battling it out in Ukraine, but the Russians will just kind of grind it out for as long as it takes. Doesn't care how many people die. It's like, oh,
I
and
think
then we should cut our
it's
military spending. Yeah, I don't know.
I think that oh boy. Okay. Russia's thing is a weird story because I think that we failed to respond for years and years and years, which allowed for this to happen. I think that the Republic of Georgia was invaded in 2008, then Crimea was invaded, and now the entire country of Ukraine. Did NATO expand over time, which caused this? Sure. But are we supposed to tell nations across Europe that they're not allowed to join if they want to? Well, then we're not really letting them be sovereign anyway. We're just supposed to let them not join any treaty. Like, what is that supposed to be? So I think that we failed politically way before we failed to respond militarily. But once we allowed them to move into a region, take that region, not respond, then move into another region, take that region, not respond. What were we expecting when they moved into another region? That we just weren't going to respond. So I think that that's been the fall. And until we figure out what actual border lines are appropriate for either one of the countries, we won't ever get to a treaty. But that's a whole different thing. I think there was a lot of failures in Ukraine, but now that the failures are made, we have to do something because there's so many refugees. Like when we went to Ukraine, we already saw the refugee camps from Crimea. When we went to Republic of Georgia, there was still hundreds of thousands of Georgians living in refugee camps. And it was in 2016 I went to Georgia, and it was 2008 when they got invaded. They still are at war with Russia, technically. So, I think that a lot of people don't realize these things, and it's just a different way of thinking. But I have to run. I have to go get my daughter ready for bed. Thanks for everyone listening to my soapbox. Sorry, I just wrote a Twitter post about using this word, but I hope I didn't pontificate. That's the new buzzword of the year. I think it was gaslighting last year, and now it's pontificate. So I've heard it in 4 or 5 Twitter spaces. So now I'm just going to use it as much as I can.
Bye, Zach. Tell us more about the military later. It's fascinating. But then do you worry a lot about like the US losing power?
Yes.
And in your view, now that, you know, the person with classified info is not going to get upset, like what do you fear? Like what are you trying to protect?
Okay, I fear the global instability. Because I think like Vladimir Putin sensed like his enemies were weak, and so he tried to seize an opportunity. So you might see more of that, and the big one would be China trying to retake Taiwan. And so who knows what that could cause. Um, and so if you know, like Zach said, I mean, he's pretty confident, like most Americans are, in their military and whatnot. But then you know, but then he mentions things like, oh, they're not able to recruit as many young people now. A lot of people just aren't interested in joining the US military, or they're not fit enough anymore. You've also got people in America who basically don't want to spend money on the military, and that will just create a vacuum which will be filled by other countries. And maybe I'm worrying about nothing. Maybe everything will work out okay. And this going back to your point about, why do people worry that if America's not number one anymore? Zach was right when he mentioned like American hegemony with the money and all that. But there's also, hey Hills, how's it going? There's also what do you call it? Other issues around that, because like back in the Cold War, it wasn't the Chinese, it was the Russians. Why didn't they want the Russians to be number one? Well, in America, they still have freedom of speech, all of that, so it's kind of like Ronald Reagan. I've forgotten the famous quote that he used to say, but it's like the free world stops here, there's nothing else, kind of thing. I'll try and find the quote, but it's pretty good. you know yeah, so yeah, I think we're probably heading towards a multipolar world, but it might be a bit rocky to get there.
I think one thing to perhaps think about, I don't know, this is just a guess, but you know, the way that people have always told me about war, like what the definition of war is, why does it ever happen, like in the modern world? And it's always been defined for me as the point at which diplomacy fails. Like you try to find a political or diplomatic solution to most conflicts. And then when push comes to shove and like there's not an agreement reached, then it might escalate into war. But I think if you look at what the US has been going through in more recent years, yeah, like, okay, if things fail diplomatically or politically, and you've now entered into conflict in some area with your giant military, one solution, one way to deal with the situation, even if it's not a solution, is to throw more money at it. And like we did that for a long time. But as everybody knows, not all of those wars ended successfully. And just like putting more and more money into the military solutions has not yielded, I think, like what feels like it's like worth the investment. And so maybe the attention turning more towards prevention as opposed to, you know, treatment, if you look at it like a disease, like conflict as a disease. I think maybe that is perhaps like what the younger generation is feeling, because like all we hear about domestically, because Dan, you're not stateside, right? You're across the pond.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
American. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm an American, and everything that we've been hearing for the last, like, I don't know, 20 years is all the things that are broken domestically and the amount of money that it would take to fix these domestic problems, and how it is absolutely dwarfed the vast majority of the time by these eye-wateringly high things in the defense budget. So if you look at it from just an American citizen's perspective, it's not to say that we don't feel a responsibility to those of us who have taken the history and know that we don't feel a responsibility towards the allies and especially the very under-discussed territories. The United States has just crazy number of territories and bases. It's not that we don't feel a responsibility. It's just that I guess like it's more obvious to me because I'm here. Like things here are very broken, like internally. And so the fact that people can just see the numbers side by side, like what the government is investing in to this like black box that is the military defense budget versus like the domestic problems that are very like near to us and like that we're immersed in. I think that is basically what changed the public sentiment towards being sort of very, it's like it just became less of a priority, the military, like because all you hear is how much bigger it is compared to other defense budgets. And if you look at the numbers side by side, it always looks very comical. Like it's just like, why there has to be some fat that you can cut out because it's just so much higher than the spending of other countries.
From what I've heard, it's because the some of these advanced weapon systems, they need to actually sell it to other companies to actually make it viable economically. So that may be one of the reasons why. But like Zach mentioned, the US has some obligations to its allies like South Korea, Germany, but then there's also a bit of a pushback there because it's like with Trump, they should be paying their fair share. So for example, some of the Germans are quite happy not to spend on their military because the US is spending it for them. So you might see if US like declines on the world stage, then you might have other countries then try and spend more on their own defense. Yeah. So, I don't know what the
But
future is going to be.
you know the airplane analogy, right, Dan? Like the whole mask situation. Like if the plane is going haywire and the masks fall from the upper head compartment or wherever it is, maybe under your seat, I don't know, depends on the plane's design. The instructions are always to put on your own mask first, right?
Yes.
Yes, and like that's the situation the United States is in. Yes, we have alliances, and you can split hairs about why we have certain alliances, why the bases were put there to begin with, et cetera, et cetera. And then like things probably evolved to where they are now, and maybe that can be described a little differently. But at the end of the day, the question we need to ask is, as like Americans who just happen to live in this country, what are we like? Are we trading off like our basic survival needs here, like in order to
Yeah,
keep
but you're
up with
getting
all of these
stuff in
alliances?
return, right? You're getting stuff in return.
Right, but the question is, the stuff that we are getting in return, are those specific things vital to our like future and survival now as a country, as like say better education or healthcare? I mean, I think that one is a very difficult thing to answer. Like, how many of our military alliances and like the cost benefit analysis just fails a lot when you look at the fact that like I mean, I don't know if you heard, but there's a state in America called Michigan. It's in the Midwest. It looks like a min, and they had that whole thing with the quality of water in Flint. Like people in America turn on their water. We're supposed to be the richest, most developed country in the fucking world, and you have Americans turn on their tap water and get poisoned. So, like, this is the kind of stuff that's very embarrassing for us, and like, this is the kind of thing that we would like to see more investment in. And if there's like an alliance that we need to trade off or downsize, maybe that's something that we should do.
What if America is like Walt Whitman? I contain a multitudes.
Plumbing, though, like on the grid, is that a Walt Whitman topic?
Yeah, it is. I mean, America, who said this? Finance quant. We cannot have the solutions in Denmark in the US because there are more people in Brooklyn than in all of Denmark. Right? We'd like to be able to copy and paste these solutions from countries that have magnitudinally less population and geography.
Yeah, and I mean, let's say that they they cut all the military spending and diverted all that money so that they had better standard of living and not, whatever. Okay. Well, firstly, it's a big country trying to implement it. I don't know, the state level, the national level. It might be pretty hard to do. And then the other thing is that they'll lose a lot of influence they have around the world, which may in turn diminish their tax take that they bring in. It might increase risk of wars. Um, it could result in like instability. So there's a reason. All I'm trying
But
to say is I'm pretty sure
what
there's a
is more
reason why.
destabilizing though than a lack of drinking water and a lack of education?
Yeah, but I mean, you're giving one situation, but I imagine that you drank some water today and it was probably perfectly fine. Like,
It was basically fine because I got it from a different source. Like, I mean, like people do what they can, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like there's maybe this vision of America from what you're describing as like having a vested interest and responsibility to uphold certain things around the entire world. And maybe that continues to be true to an extent, but perhaps just not quite as big of an extent as in decades past because the landscape has changed.
yes, it has. Yeah, and whether Americans like it or not, even with their current spending of defense, they've already lost some power. Well, that's my
Yeah, and I don't
perception
understand
anyway.
I don't understand why the United States or people who like really look up to the US need to subscribe to a vision of American exceptionalism. Like I just don't see the United States, even as an American, and I'm proud of various things about America, even as I complain all the time about it. Like I don't see why we need to encourage or perpetuate a vision of some version of, I don't know, Western democratic manifest destiny. Like, I think it's weird that we use certain vocabulary to describe different countries' systems, but then we don't like turn that level of scrutiny upon ourselves. So I am very allergic to this idea that like the United States is very special, that like we'll always make it. Like I see failure all around me every day, walking around in our political systems.
I think technically failure is the reason that people vote with their feet and come to North America in the first place.
What? One more time.
Failure is the reason that people vote with their feet to come to North America in the first place.
Failure of what?
Failure of their own system. I mean,
Or sometimes people that have more power come fight proxy wars on the land that they used to live on, so they have no choice but to leave and come here.
I mean, America had to take charge because of what happened in Europe. They became powerful in defense, if you think about it. Winston Churchill begged Roosevelt to come into the war for 2 years before he could politically do it. So it's not like US said, hey, let's go beat up on everybody. No, it was like, all right, what's going on? Germany again? Fuck, dude.
I think to an extent, but the US was behaving very much like a traditional empire before that became unfashionable. And then we switched the vocabulary. And now we basically have an empire in terms of like how much territory we control, but we don't call it that because like that's no longer politically correct and has not been for a very long time. But if you look at a map of what the United States actually controls on the planet, people who live on like land that we totally control, they just don't have American citizenship. I think that's really startling, even for me. I only learned that a couple of years ago because of some random internet article, and I went down the rabbit hole. I just think that we need to think harder about what we're really doing when we direct all of these resources constantly to the military using the same justifications as generations past. I think that we have to make room for more questioning about what we do with our resources moving forward.
Technically, we're lucky to be like we have the ability to speak out about these things, which is more than you can say for some places. I'm not saying America's great or it's the place that everyone should aspire to be. It is who it is. And I think that it's done a good a job as any other civilization has. Because if you look at the history of civilizations, I don't think the way that America is acting is much different than any other civilization or race of people who have had a military might. I don't see it
I
as
mean,
being a
that part seems
uniquely
fair.
American thing.
Whenever you have military might, you have abusive practices, so I will concede on that. But I think the worry here is that it's become so like there, I don't know about now, but certainly in decades past, I don't think people would argue the point that we basically had a hegemony of sorts. And at that point, you're really looking at a lot of danger because if you get so big that nobody can realistically or, meaningfully disagree with you because like you have so much you just outweigh people so much militaristically, then you are, I mean, traditionally speaking, historically speaking, you're looking at a risk of societal decay because if you have unbalanced power, then corruption tends to follow.
Yeah, I mean, corruption has been with us since the dawn of humankind. No, right?
Yes, but there's a range of things, and so if you stay too powerful without questioning things, without reining things in a little, like the chances of it becoming abusive are unfortunately quite high. So I don't know why like people would get upset that our influence might fluctuate over time. Like I think it's weird to expect it to keep going up or maintain itself.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of saying to Zach is like, but some Americans just cannot picture a world where they are not number one. And I'm saying, yeah, okay, you'll be number one until you're not number one. You know what I mean? Like anything's possible in the future.
And we're number
Um,
one, maybe for GDP. I don't know. I haven't kept track of recent years, but like maybe we're number one with the money. We're definitely number one with, the military. But what about all of the other metrics, of education and like happiness or welfare, all of that stuff? Like, yeah, you can't copy and paste things from a tiny Scandinavian country and try to copy and paste onto a country the size that the United States is with the population that we have. That's definitely stupid. But, you know,
these Scandinavian countries have problems too, you know.
yes,
Um,
absolutely.
and you know, you can't even like a lot of these countries have like an overburden of regulation. So it's very hard to like say start your own business and things like that compared to maybe the US. So yeah, they definitely have their own problems. And
Do you know
it's
Aaron
those sorts of
Sorkinbaum?
reasons that they rely on the US militarily. And it kind of suits their needs because they don't have to worry about it themselves so much. So they have like, you know, these some of these European countries, not all of them, but you know, they haven't spent much on military because they haven't had to. So they can, you know, they've got that luxury. And maybe you're right. Maybe everyone should, you know, each country should put their own face mask on first if the airplane's going down. And Trump was kind of about that, like, let's look after ourselves, not the rest of the world. Um, so it's kind of ironic that you kind of like that sort of way of thinking about things, which is a bit insular. But you know, it's like there may be long-term problems when uh especially moving to a world that might be multipolar instead of completely dominated by the US hegemony system, right? So yeah, like uh and when you say about it hasn't been that successful with US spending over the past decades, well, we haven't, yeah, there've been small wars, but there hasn't been any major global war since World War II. So in some respects, it's actually been pretty successful. And it's quite a stable system to have this one player who's number one, but they don't actually you know, they don't, they're
Well,
still,
hold on. But don't you think that some of the credit needs to be given to the fact that we have moved largely away from conventional warfare to sort of like deterrence of nuclear proliferation? Like the character of warfare has completely changed because of modern technology since World War II. So I think comparing the present appearance of peace to the crazy violence of the beginning of the 20th century, I think is a little bit unfair, even though it hasn't been that much time in the context of all of history. But I think that you have to give some credit here to just how explosive technological development has been. I think some of that has to be given to tech as opposed to crediting like the size and might and treasury of the, American military.
Yeah, certainly for the big powers. I mean, yeah, you got to give some credit to the nuclear weapons and the mutually assured destruction strategy. But it's kind of like no one's gonna like say invade Russia, right? Because then that may set off a nuclear war. So what you have instead is proxy wars. Um, and there's always the risk that you might get a rogue state that hasn't got that same way of thinking, and they might use a nuclear weapon even if it's not rational to do so. Um, so I don't know. There's no easy solution,
Dan,
but
I don't want to
yeah.
give you nightmares, but let me give you my dystopic scenario. I feel like your dystopic scenario is that the US will lose power, it will become more multipolar, and there will be less stability because different value systems will more meaningfully collide on the world stage. That seems to be potentially your nightmare scenario. My domestic nightmare scenario is looking at where American education is now and like the outcomes of public education and all of that. I just don't foresee a functioning, like, even if for some reason they do good marketing job and the youth are convinced that spending their lives in military careers is a great option, even if you somehow make that shift, I just don't see enough talent being nurtured sufficiently with the systems that we currently have to make it feel safe to put that much power and money in the hands of people who are coming out through the current systems. Like our systems are that broken is what I'm trying to say. And so if like the military has to be run by humans, maybe AI partially in the future, or maybe even now, but it has to be like at base still humans, and we're just not as a country investing sufficiently into our human resources. Does that make sense, Dan, to you?
Yeah, it does make sense. I mean, US does have an advantage when it comes to their immigration policy. So if they're lacking in certain talents, they can bring in immigrants. But there's other countries where China where they don't, they don't want to do that. Same with sort of Japan. So like that's where US, let's say their education system is failing the US students to some extent. But you can kind of bring in those roles, bring in those people from other countries.
You don't think that
Um,
all on its own, what you said right now, is a very destabilizing thing domestically to say?
Not really, no. I mean, America was built on immigration. It's kind of like America is built on different ideals. Of course, there's going to be problems like we've talked about with racism and whatnot. But I mean, at the end of the day, everyone kind of gets on to a good enough extent.
According
And
to whose standards? I think that's my first question. And then the second question is, why wouldn't you think it's a very destabilizing thing to propose to tell people who are like indigenous or, who are descended from slaves, or I don't know, like those people often feel very short shrifted by the education system as it is. Already as it is, they're very unhappy. And then when you add on to that the rhetoric of, oh yeah, the US has labor shortage, we need to bolster it with immigration. This is not about, again, uh, xenophobia. I'm a product of immigrants myself. Like I'm
yeah,
just
I,
not
I mean, yeah. I mean, so you're like you're doing okay in America, right? I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like the other thing is that there's not just like the education system, but another factor is that people are having less children, so that's another reason why you might bring in people um on the immigration visas to fill
Yes,
those
but Dan,
skill
like, this is
shortages.
not a solution for the people who are already here. And then you're proposing a vision where
it absolutely is a solution for the people already here.
You're proposing a vision where people are not getting access to the kinds of education that they would need to get the jobs that they want here currently because of a lack of investment in the infrastructure. But then you are proposing a so-called solution where we just import the talent that we need.
It might not be okay. Let's do one thing at a time. Let's do that.
So that people who are more recent arrivals get access to jobs that people who have been here for generations and generations and generations cannot dream of even trying. And it's already created so much conflict, and like I just don't see it as a viable solution going into the future. Like certainly that rhetoric will fail domestically.
No, I don't think it will at all. The people that the things that people get upset about, particularly the Republicans, are people who come to the US illegally, but generally they're for the whole like legal immigration, bring in the people that we need, who have the skills, who have, who are gonna like, do well in the economy and contribute, right? So, and like, okay, go back to your education system. You seem to think if you throw more money at the problem, it's going to make it better, right? It's not always the case. I mean, look at Cuba. They had very high literacy rates, but, they were pretty poor. So there's other problems with the education system. You can't just keep throwing money at it and think it's going to get fixed. So
teachers are incredibly underpaid here.
I mean, that might be true, but yeah, all I'm saying is there's probably other problems where you can't, maybe if you've paid the teachers more.
Alpha, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to solve all problems all the time.
Yeah, come on, Michael. I've been trying to solve problems, but I'm about my brain's fried.
Look, do you think that there's any possible way that even if all of the changes that Alpha wanted were made, that she'd be happy? She'd just move on to something, find another speck in the ointment, right, Alpha?
That's true.
You don't seem you're satisfied all that easily.
I think that's basically what they've wired me to become in order to navigate the current systems. So I'll take that. Although I may move on to sort of fictional problems, like in fictional universes. Yeah.
Fan fiction.
I don't know. Like I've just never met somebody from a different country that has such firm opinions about what the United States military should do with itself, or like how the domestic residents should feel about, like, I don't know, the distribution of the American budget. Like it seems very much a domestic problem for me and then like the execution of things outside the borders, it's another thing altogether.
I try to influence my American friends so they can be agents of change for my own agenda.
This is classic British stuff, no? What about the British? Like, how do you feel about British politics? You haven't said a single word about your own country's politics.
Oh, I'm not actually British, but yeah, but yeah, I mean the British like.
But you're not British. I thought you
Rishi
were British
Sunak,
because
he
of
seems
the
pretty
way
cool.
that you speak. No,
Sorry,
you're not British.
No, I'm Kiwi.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but I guess like with like our politics for what we do doesn't really matter. So it's kind of like what America does kind of does matter on the world stage. So that's why it's more interesting. And actually, if you turn on our TV, they'll devote probably, I don't know, a third of the time to kind of world events, which is mainly focused on like America and China and the UK, and then maybe 2/3 of the time will be on like just domestic stuff, like um, dog got rescued from house, this domestic small stuff like that.
If only our news was boring. That would be great for a while.
All right, it was good debating, solving world problems, but I need to do some work, so catch you guys
There are
later.
no solutions, only trade-offs. Dan was like, fuck this conversation. I remember how this went yesterday. I'm staying down until they tire themselves out. Fuck this conversation. Are they done complaining about the races yet? No? How long do you think they'll go? Another 5 hours. All right. I'll go check back in with you.
So we've already gone through racism and the American military. Certainly we can move on to something else.
That's what the American military said. You're listening to the Syndicate, coconut-driven development.
Host name is Mike.
Yeah.
Oh, I have total name blindness. I'll try to remember that. I see Melody down below. I want to apologize to Melody because I think it was me and Mr. Roger or somebody else. We were talking and we weren't done, and we saw the hand, but I think we both thought that you would just unmic and say something. But if you were very upset or genuinely upset by that, I want to sincerely apologize. That's not the intention. With so few people in the room, I think the assumption was that you would just interject like everybody else does.
It's okay. This is like classic colonizer mentality. So, no, she understands.
I'm the colonizer?
Audio colonizer.
I won't accept that as the definition of what I was doing until everybody sounds like me.
Dan's like, is it safe yet? No? All right.
Now I'm kind of sad that Casey's gone because it was theoretically supposed to turn to karaoke like half an hour ago.
I know, we lost him.
Do we need Casey to turn it into karaoke though? Mike, you don't have a song for us? You said you were in music.
Yeah, I should plug in the mic. Where's the mic?
You already have a mic. We can hear you.
Oh no, I was going to play something. You have a song? Or a spoken word about the things that America needs to change? You could do like a slam poetry.
Oh God, no. I don't understand slam poetry at all. I don't know why.
But I think your opinions would fall into the slam poetry category, right? Of rising up against the oppressor.
I don't know. I feel like I was trying to keep opinions limited to what America should do because I'm American. I try not to form opinions or try to tell people from other countries what they should be doing with their country, which I'm sure is very un-American. But that's why I was going on and on about the U.S. If we talk to like a fictional country about a fictional country, maybe it will become like less heavy and more lighthearted. Yeah, if anybody wants to debate the economics of Narnia or whatever lands in the Lord of the Rings exist, or what is that other TV show, Game of Thrones, we can have that as well. But do you have like fictional universes that you have firm opinions about, like in Star Wars or something like?
I don't think so. I think I watch enough things. Gaia, you fell asleep on us or what? Even Gaia was like, "Fuck this."
No, I've been listening, but there's a radio show on too in the house, so I left it. So I've just been trying to divide my attention. Thompson Highway is talking about myths.
What type of myths? You mean like disinformation?
No, ancient myths and from different places, indigenous and indigenous to other parts of the world too. Language and myths and meaning. It's
I've
on
been.
CBC Radio Ideas. You can find it if you like. If you Google that, it's available for free as a podcast too.
You ever come across any of Zechariah Sitchin's work?
I don't remember the name.
Yeah, he talked a lot about just reinterpreting different myths and looking at some commonalities between what's in the Bible and, tracing it back to Mesopotamian myths.
All that stuff is really interesting, sort of the history of the recycling of literature.
Oh man, it's the craziest thing ever.
It's totally insane, like especially the examples of like ancient Christianity just swallowing whole pagan rituals. Like I thought that was really fascinating because definitely they did not tell me those things when I grew up in like church.
The footnotes from the Bible would be wild.
Oh yeah, and I think some of the more like academic publications of the Bible's translations, they do include copious footnotes. There's a dude who did a sort of more modern translation of Genesis. If I find it, I'll post it on top. Robert Alter. Ring a bell? Robert Alter.
No.
I don't know the name either.
Yeah, people will sometimes translate random books of the Bible and then publish that as like their new translation. But instead of it being sort of like, oh, another branch of this religion, like it trying to be an authoritative text, it's more trying to be sort of like a scholarly, what do you call it? Like almost more like a literary analysis exercise. Okay, it's been pinned. Mike, do you spend much time on TikTok delving through the non-neurotypical content?
What's non-neurotypical?
So I don't know if you spend any time on TikTok, but I found out a few years ago that if you just scroll through the videos, it will start like just recommending content to you. And I saw that it was recommending a lot of content for me for non-neurotypical. So I think it's like a smattering of things, but including but not limited to like autism, ADHD, other ones. And it's like reached a point on the platform where it's like they have their own inside jokes now and like people who I don't know how to describe it. It's like it's as if like there's late night comedy, but instead of it being aired at a particular time, it's just clips uploaded by random people on TikTok and then it's all I don't know, like the algorithm just keeps feeding it to you. But I found that some of the things are pretty funny. I think I tried to mention it to you yesterday and I tried and failed to find the video of the family. But there's other stuff as well.
Yeah, Mr. Rogers has grown to almost 900 followers in about 30 days by posting about his work in HVAC. And it's just him with his camera going about his day. And so I'm finding that with all the stuff on TikTok, he's been able to carve out a niche like so super
What's an
quick.
organ HVAC?
Sorry?
I heard organ HVAC. I don't know what you said.
Oh yeah, so he's in HVAC.
What does that mean? Oh, HVAC like for fixing the I know what that is. It's like it was a big deal during the height of the fixing of things for COVID. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
But
You're
I
dead
never
on.
know what it stands for. Like I only know it from context. What does HVAC? I have to Google that.
No, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. I just looked it up myself.
See, like we see it all the time, but just
but I didn't
nobody
know.
ever tells us what
Yeah.
it fucking stands for.
Yeah, that's some physical trade shit, you know? We're keyboard warriors. We don't need that shit.
No, we do need that shit,
I
but
know.
also I have friends who are completely obsessed about this topic and they just became louder because of the pandemic. So I have a friend who, like, if you're bored and you just tap him on the shoulder and you're like, okay, what's going on for you? Like 3 times out of 10, 30% of the time is my estimation, he will launch into his spiel about how he wants to invent a personal air filtration device and he's sorry that he just hasn't gotten into it yet. So this is like his obsession. And his like whole obsession is about how he wants to get more outside air indoors, or at the very like a combination of that plus like filtering the air that is inside and expelling bad stuff outside. And I'm just like, what if you happen to be standing outside? But I don't know, maybe that's part of the inventive process. I just don't understand his vision yet, like how it's different from the systems that we have now. But I'm sure it all makes sense in his head. There's another weird fact that I learned on TikTok the other day that I'd never heard anywhere before, and I only did very little fact checking. It was something like only 11 people ever, or only 11 women ever, have been put on the FBI's most wanted list. And then the follow-up factoid that blew my mind was 3 out of those 11 women had gone to Brandeis, which is a university in the northeast of the United States, somewhere, I think, in Boston or near it. So I had never heard that before, and then was shocked that when I Googled it, it wasn't like some kind of conspiracy theory. It was real. but somehow I haven't seen like a documentary focused on this or anything. If you guys know anything about this, let me know. And then it made me curious then how many men have been on the FBI's most wanted list. And it was actually lower than I had imagined. It was under 600, I believe. So it was like, the total number was under 600. And so 500 something men. And out of that, or other than that, like 11 women, which was interesting because I don't remember ever learning that in a class or something like that. Are we all sleeping? Or has my app rugged? What's going on?
No, things were just quiet.
We all decided to take a collective nap. Did you learn anything new from your radio show, Gaia?
I'd have to sort it out from what I learned earlier. He was talking about the Cree language and other languages, and the way sounds and observations of nature turn into the ways we communicate. But there was a point there in the middle that if I can remember what it is now rather than when it comes up in conversation, maybe I can answer that well. The stories and the attitudes toward them were really interesting to explore. Anyway, I'll try to remember the thread of that part that I remember surprising me, but I can't remember what the point was.
That's okay. Your story was reminding me of something I saw the other day about, because you were talking about like free language. You know those paintings on the caves, I think in France, like Lascaux, France,
Yeah.
you know? And apparently some guy was bored and looking at them online, like the high resolution images. And he somehow managed to decode these like markings that nobody had decoded before, and possibly pushed back the date for like written language all the way back to those drawings, which because like I think those drawings were supposed to be from before writing systems had been invented, but maybe like whatever he managed to decode like technically fell under the umbrella of written language as opposed to just representative drawings. So
Yeah.
I guess we're learning new things all the time about the history of.
It was either on CBC Ideas or CBC Radio Ideas or CBC Radio Quirks and Quarks, one of those shows that they were talking last year about somebody who was studying writing in the ancient cave paintings, and they had I don't know if it was the same person, but this was somebody who had been studying this for just a few years now, and it was clear that these were that these were basically writing, though what they were saying was not clear at all. But they weren't just random strokes or tally marks. There were systems of markings that seemed to be put there for a, a purpose, and that purpose really couldn't be anything but communication. And so that's symbolic symbols, so that's written symbols, so that certainly does push back writing to a lot earlier than they'd recognized. The artistry of those paintings and many other paintings too of different styles and skill is pretty impressive.
How did you first find the Syndicate guide? Like, is that how you know everybody here?
followed a friend. I saw Twitter suggested an event that somebody was in that I knew, and it was, I think it was either E-Rich or yeah, I think that's who it was. But I think Dahl and Septima might have been here too.
Okay, well, I should go to sleep, but I probably will go into a different space because my friends have opened it maybe like 2 hours ago. But this has been fun. I have no idea what was going on for other people since they were not jumping in. But so Ioana or Mike, thanks for hosting. If you're there.
Thank you. By the way, what was the other name? Do you know? I posted. You saw that I posted that, but I misspelled Thompson Highway. I didn't
What's the
know.
other name?
I had heard. Yeah, somebody mentioned another name, and then you mentioned the one you posted.
I don't think I heard. But it was great meeting you. Or I don't remember. I think this was the first time we met, Gaia. Good meeting you.
Yeah, it is good. It's good meeting you. Very appreciate it.
All right, I'm gonna close this down. Gaia, I'll talk to you soon. Gaia? Gaia, you there? So, everyone, have you figured out how to solve all of the world's problems? Mr. Raj, mostly I blame you. You should be making it easy or for Asian Americans to be seen in film. You selfish.
Bro, you try to give some people the key to the city. You try to hand them the key to the city. You're like, hey, here's the key. The door's right there. I'm gonna give you all the tools and resources that you fucking need to do whatever the fuck you want. Because we're in 2023 and we have the technology and a lot of shit's free now, and you don't want it. Like, what the fuck?
People, it's like people at the Garden of Eden complaining about the mango.
Yeah, like they're like, why can't I eat the fucking apple? I want the apple. I want the apple. The apple's the fucking Oscar. Fuck the Oscar, dude. You got a whole lush fucking garden. God, I don't know.
That's so. But I
She
want
was,
their
bro.
mango.
Like I was like she thought that I was yelling, bro. Like,
Mr. Raj. Mr. Raj is a little too Mexican for some people, you know?
bro. Exactly. That's the thing, though. Like, those are the culture things that people that they don't understand. Like, I'm naturally fucking just. I'm just a loud person in general. Like, y'all don't really see it because I'm like a little bit more reserved. But when I'm at home, dude, I'm pretty loud. My wife has to tell me sometimes. She's like, yo, relax, and I'm like, what? I'm like, oh shit, I am being fucking loud.
No, the thing that got me is like he's trying to explain to a Mexican and indigenous and a black guy about lack of representation in movies.
Well, the thing that had me fucked up about it was that Ruckus was fucking agreeing with her.
Well, he's an ally though, so he's always going to be on the side of Gen Z. You know what I mean? Like he wants to be that guy.
And I'm just like, well, I mean, I'm on their side too, but come on, dude, look who's been raising them.
Mm-hmm.
You feel me? Look who's
Mm-hmm.
been raising these little fucks.
Actually, it's Ruckus. We should blame Ruckus for most of the positions.
You know, I mean,
No, we think it's Ruckus. That's funny. Look, I understand why people are upset because I used to be upset too about not being able to do what I wanted to. But then when I realized that, you know what, if it's not my company, I don't really get to decide what they do. And so I just decided, you know, instead of begging people for the chance of doing something, I'd rather start at the bottom with the interest of doing it myself rather than asking someone's permission.
the moment that I had that thought at a very young age. I think I was like 19 years old. So I had just graduated high school, and I was on a scholarship to go play football at a university here in Texas. And I I had like I was like really good. I already had a starting position. I mean, dude, I was a 6'5" fucking 315-pound defensive tackle. I still was able to run a 4.9 40. That probably doesn't mean anything to you, but I was pretty quick for a big fucking dude. And I had like a lot of promise, and like a lot of the coaches saw it and they were super invested in me. And it sucked because I was also on a Hispanic. I was the only like one of the only Hispanic guys on the team. There was only two of us, me and this other dude named um I think his name was like Alfonso or something like that, or I don't know.
It's not,
And he and the
yeah.
and the thing is that he didn't even speak any English. He didn't speak no English at all. And I was just like, God damn, like I was like, God damn, like the disparity between like on the team was like very fucked up. So like I was always constantly like getting dogged on by the fucking black dudes, getting dogged on by the fucking white dudes, because like there's no Mexicans that really play football. There's not really many Hispanics that make it to that next level. So
Mhm.
you know I'm playing and I'm playing and I'm taking shit. Like I took shit my whole life. I thought going to college I wasn't gonna have to take shit. Well, I was fucking wrong. I was still taking shit from people,
Mhm.
and I'm fucking this big ass dude, But what does it matter when you're in you're a big ass dude in a room of big ass fucking dudes? You're nobody.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? The only thing I had was me being Mexican, and then I was still the fucking minority. You in a room full of big ass black dudes and white dudes, I was still the fucking minority. So, you know,
God damn it! Not again. This sucks. You should have went to baseball or something,
I
or
should have, bro. I
baseball.
should have. I fucking should have. I told my mom.
Should have been a Spanish move on.
I tell my mom that all the time. I'm like, Mom, why the fuck did you not let me play baseball? Like, but no, like, and then, um, I was like, I was on top of the world. I felt like I was on top of the world because, like, even though I was like getting just constant shit from everybody, and like, I couldn't really talk to anybody because like they saw me as like, I don't know if they saw me as an enemy or something, but like there was always like this like stigma like that everybody had towards me because I'm not gonna toot my own horn, but all the girls they would talk to me, anytime we would go somewhere, I was like, I was that guy. And I don't know if it was like, and it wasn't, it was just because like I was super nice, I was chill, I talked to everybody. I didn't really like I wasn't trying to be popular or anything like that. I was just like trying to spread like positivity and stuff like that. I even made fun of the way I talked, bro. They made fun of the way I fucking talked, like, because I would say awesome, oh that's cool as fuck, like, and they would be saying like, oh no, you got to be saying like, oh yo, that shit's live, and saying like telling me to use like all this different lingo, and that's not how I grew up. And then I went and it was I think my red shirt year was like it's red shirting is like your freshman year, but they don't put you in. So it was like my red shirt year, and I went through that, and then I started playing. We had like a live scrimmage, and the school, like, they just treated me like a workhorse. Like I had a really bad back injury, and it was just getting worse and worse and worse. And they kept putting me in, like in like physical therapy with like the trainers and stuff like that. And then they would throw me back out there, and I kept telling them like, yo, like this is not like feeling good at all. And they're like, no, you're fine, you'll be okay, like the coaches say they need you. And I'm just like, fuck the coaches, like, dude, like my fucking back is hurting. And they straight up just kept putting me down the wire. And I mean, because if you didn't, they would discipline you. They'd make you fucking run if you don't listen. You know what I mean? It's like literally the military. Like that's how it was. And one day we were doing a scrimmage, and I'm running and my back's hurt, and I fucking twist up and I herniate 3 discs in my lower back, and I'm paralyzed for like from the waist down for like a good 5 to 10 minutes. I can't feel anything. So like my whole fucking career's gone at that point. Like poof. Just imagine like you're on top of the world, you think you're gonna go places, and then just poof, gone. No more football. The doctor told me that if I take one more hit that I could be paralyzed for the rest of my life. And I was like, well fuck, dude, like I can't do that. so then this is how I knew that they didn't give like nobody gave a shit about me, dude. The moment that I got hurt, everybody was telling me that I was being a little bitch, that I'm not really hurt, that I just don't want to play. And like I'm talking about like I was literally like the one that was always going like 100% at practice, like every single time. And they fucking just like treating me like dog crap, dude. And not even that, bro. Not even that. The one thing that I would have thought that I would have been able to like retain my scholarship, and like they would have helped me or something like that to keep me to go into class, because like I was like super messed up. Like my back was messed up. I couldn't walk. I couldn't like I was just always in bed for like a good 6 months, and nobody checked on me. The school never even checked on me. None of the counselors checked on me.
Mhm.
Like nobody fucking checked on me, bro, at all. and it was probably because my fucking name on my name on my stuff, it's it's my legal name. It's not the name that I go by. They just completely just threw me to the fucking wolves, and I was just like, fuck. So then I picked up HVAC, and I was like, you know what? I was like, fuck everybody. I was like, because college is an institution, it's an institution just like anything else, and they only want one thing, and that's those greenbacks. So, at that point, I was like, well, fuck, dude. I mean, if that's how they're gonna treat me when I fucking, I still had to pay because I wasn't on a full scholarship. They just fucking took my money and fucking ran with it. I was like, man, fuck these people. I'm gonna have to pick myself up by my bootstraps and make something happen. So that's what I've been doing. So now I don't make excuses now. I just say, you know what, fuck it. If I've already been at my lowest, and I was at my lowest at a real young age, I was like, ain't nothing worse than that. So just keep pushing forward.
But how do we have more Mexican, Spanish, American inclusion in films, though? Don't laugh. It's serious.
I know.
Bro, it's already there. Like I said, dude, there's it's already there.
What about the Guyanese Canadian inclusion? I never saw any Guyanese Canadian people win an Oscar.
Yeah, but you got fucking tons of fucking kids and people that look up to you, dude, as a fucking role model. All those people that when you did that backpack drive, for all those people, that's the shit that I like to see. I don't care about fucking Captain America or the Hulk or fucking Iron Man on TV. I care about fucking Mike doing his fucking service and doing whatever he can to make the world a better place. The money doesn't. They're not fucking. Look. I bet you that lady, she won the fucking Oscar. She's not gonna go out and fucking donate all this fucking money for all this stuff. And if she does, good for her. But I doubt it. It's her money, and nobody's gonna tell her what to do with it. But the fact of the matter, I mean, the fact is, I mean, we just got to do it on our own. Like I said, we've been there before, but that's why we have this stuff. And the funny thing is that the only reason that she really even has a right to even say anything is because brown people and black people have been fighting the good fight to give people like, minorities like herself a fucking platform to stand on. I don't know. I don't even want to get into it. It's a touchy subject for me, bro. Like that stuff right there, like I don't know how to say it. I don't know. I can't really talk about it, bro. I need to stop talking about it.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, like, I think I thought like that earlier. I probably thought that like that at some time. How come there's all these barriers? How come this? How come that? And it's like, you know what? When it's your company, you get to complain. When it's their company, you better eat that shit. Or shut the fuck up. Because that's not your shit. That's their shit.
Well, yeah, I mean, everywhere I've worked, like, I was always super opinionated, and they never liked it. Like, I always just told them, like, how it was. And be like, no, I don't like the way you're talking to me. I don't want to, like, you didn't hire me for this. And people didn't like that. I mean, shit, dude, the boss that I work for now, which is like I said, my family member, I still tell him stuff. But if I don't tell him anything, he knows this too, because we had like a serious conversation. And I was like, dude, if I don't tell you anything that you're fucking up, I said, who's gonna hold you accountable when the whole company fucking dies? I was like, I got kids and I gotta fucking, I gotta pay fucking bills. Like I said, I can't afford you not to grow your business. I was like, you need to fucking scale. I was like, because I got, especially with the economy, I can't like start my own company right now. Like, I gotta freaking just keep stacking up and until I can, right? But it's gonna be a process. Until then, shit.
Now, if I showed you, I'm not sure if I showed you, but I posted a link to the latest gig, or at least a clip from the latest gig. What the hell? Spooky's verified?
Yeah.
How the hell is Spooky verified and he's in Ghana and I'm in Toronto? I'm not verified.
Wait, is this you? Are you in this
Yeah,
video?
that's me. Yeah.
You know I love seeing you in these videos, bro. Always inspiring me. Bro, you make me want to be a better public speaker. Like, no lie. I swear to God, dude. Hey, but I've been getting better at it. I've been
Yeah,
getting a
yeah, yeah.
lot better at it.
Well, I never thought you weren't a good speaker. I thought that people didn't listen. But, what else is new? People,
Bro, they don't listen to me because I don't, like I said, I don't speak all fucking fancy and I don't have all
yeah.
these, you know what I mean? I
Mm-hmm.
don't, like, I
Mm-hmm.
give it bare bones straight to you, and it's fucking, sometimes it's harsh and sometimes it's nice, but that's the lovely thing about it. You know what I mean? Why do I have to like phrase everything to where it's so eloquent and so beautiful that there's no emotion behind it because it's just one
Mm-hmm.
thing. It just becomes one thing.
Yeah. It's because my parents were teachers, so I read a lot, So
Hmm.
when people talk to me, I've in a lot of cases I've read the books that they've read, and I've also read the footnotes. And by the way, most people have only read like one Wikipedia piece into most of their stuff, right? And so I have the ability to kind of go into, whatever doctrine, metaphor, framework they have, and I can feel my way around. And because I've been around these university type people, I know that if you don't use complicated language, they don't think you're talking about something that's complex. Does that make sense?
Exactly. But the thing, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean because that's how I used to be. I used to think that, if I use big words and I, try to phrase
Mm-hmm.
things a certain way that people would feel me
Talk
more.
like your glasses, kind of.
Yeah, talk like my glasses, exactly. When people see my, exactly, dude, exactly. Talk like the fucking glasses that I wear. But when I talk the way I do, I mean, people feel it. They feel it more. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? It's
Mm-hmm.
more
Mm-hmm.
felt because it's
Yeah,
more direct.
people think that if Ali taught me this people don't remember what you did for them. They remember how you made them feel.
Yeah, how you made them feel,
And it's
exactly.
a completely different plane of operation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And some
exactly.
people will say, "Oh, you're being unsophisticated." No, no, no. I'm connecting with someone. We're trying to do different things. Some
Hey,
people are
Mike.
trying to do Ultimate Idea Championship.
Hey, Mike.
Hey,
I'm about to run to a day job meeting. In the background, I'm working on my
mm,
workshop for next week, but I'm also listening along in that thing you're just talking about with, how you made them feel. I was like, oh, I should just start my workshop by saying, like, here's how I want you to go away feeling. Like, just
I
install
like
that, like
that.
just set them up. But then I remembered this other trick I learned, which I'm definitely going to use, is you start your workshop by saying, before we begin today, I want to tell you a story or I want to share
Yeah,
something with you, because they immediately
before we
relax because
begin.
you haven't started yet. We haven't
Oh,
started yet. It's
that's a
okay. We
great
can
way
just
to start.
relax, right? So you just start with, before we begin, I want to just talk about this thing or something. And then they're like, oh, okay. This isn't the
Yeah.
presentation. We're just talking to him. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So
You're just saying hi.
I just
It's a
remembered
long
that
hi
exactly. And the next thing they know, you're like in the workshop, you're in the
in the way.
presentation, and they're like, oh, wait, we did begin, didn't we?
It's such a genius way to start something before we begin. You're gonna remember that. We talked about it before, but I'm jealous you get to use
Just,
it.
but you're just saying that reminded me. I was like, oh yeah, let's go. I finally get to use it.
Yes.
All right, back to the day.
Yeah.
Get
Mm-hmm.
y'all soon.
All right, take care.
No, yeah, no, I mean, it's true. I think a lot of people, like, it's because everybody nowadays is walking on eggshells without knowing it.
Tell me.
Because, like, the world is so sensitive right now, bro. Like you can't say anything, And then the ones that get away with it, like, they have to be like that all the time to be funny. Like for instance, Andrew Schultz, like he has to be
Hmm.
offensive and controversial like all the time. The moment that he has an intelligent thought, like people don't take him as serious. You know what I mean? Like you
Yeah,
have
you kind
like
of get
roles, like
typecast
these.
in that way.
Yeah, like these guys have roles now. Like they have to be that type of guy. In the moment that they're not that guy, like they're automatically
It's
don't.
funny because like with stand up, I always I found in my stand up that I never sounded the way I wanted to sound, right? Because the audience would all the effect of having an audience there made me change the way I talked. And that wasn't the audience's fault. That was my relationship with myself more than anything else. And I found a home here.
Yeah, no, this is good. I like this. I think what I'm gonna eventually do is I'm gonna, like, once I do lives and stuff, like with people that don't
Oh,
have
the
enough
lives.
followers.
Ooh.
Well, with people that don't have enough followers, I'm gonna see if I can
Oh,
start
dude.
spaces to bring them over here,
Yes.
so I can
You
talk to them
should.
and interact with them. Smart, right?
I mean, you have like a bunch of HVAC accounts that are established commenting. And so it's like you're not gonna ever lack.
Oh yeah, dude. I even got like this educational channel called Love to HVAC. Like they
No
have
way.
like a shit ton of followers, and they make like professional educational videos, and they followed me.
Wow.
I'm just not gonna get into that whole HVAC army crap. Like if they even try to, I'm gonna be like, nah, bruh. I'm gonna start my own stuff. I don't need y'all white boys. Nah, just kidding. I love you, white boys. Don't be getting all butthurt. These are different type of white boys. They're not like Dan. I love Dan.
We could have to have like the HVAC Raza, you know what I mean? Like the Mexican HVAC folks.
Well, it's not just that, dude. I just want to see more people of color like making more content, bro. Like even all the minority groups, like I just want more content for the trades. Like, and that's the representation that I want.
Hmm.
That's what I want to see. That's why I'm doing it, because I want people to see that you don't have to look like a fucking like a fucking redneck or talk a certain way or, be a certain way and wear fucking cowboy boots. Like, no, you can be like me and, you know, wear cool glasses and, have a nice clean shaven beard and, like get nice haircuts. Like you don't have to be like the whole stereotype of an HVAC person or like some dude in the
Hmm.
trades. That's a
Yeah.
like I hate the term blue collar.
Mm.
Like I fucking hate that term, dude. Because HVAC is just what I do. Because I do a bunch of other shit too. Like that doesn't define me. You know what I mean? Like I know it's blue collar work, but I mean at this point I'm becoming like an actual, like, I mean a technician because I'm gonna have to start using it. I'm gonna become IT almost. Like that's what we're transitioning into. Like I'm pretty much gonna be IT. I'm gonna have to
Hmm.
carry around a laptop to connect to these interfaces.
Hmm. That's all controlled by systems now.
I mean, I'm already doing it now. I mean, my a lot of the units, I go into my smartphone and I connect it to an app, and then I
Right.
do all the. Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm pretty much IT already. You know what I mean? Like,
Uh-huh.
but that's the learning curve. Is that it's always ever evolving in our industry. It never stops evolving, and that's the scary thing too, because there's a lot of guys out there, a lot of guys, dude. And it's funny because I've been getting a lot of service calls because companies are turning down work because they can't work on these variable speed or like communicating systems.
Oh shit. Interesting.
Yep. They can't work on them. They just turn them down. And I asked the homeowners, and they're like they just lost a customer because I guess they don't know how to. I guess they can't work on this. I mean, you can, and I was like, yeah, I can work on it.
Mhm.
Work on them all the time. I was like, this shit's a cakewalk. Like I could do this in my sleep. Because dude, it's literally like you have an app or there's a menu that you go to. Like everything, it's like literally like working your smartphone. Like once you learn it, it's like riding a bike, and they're all the same. Like all the systems are the same. They just look different. It's kind of like like I said, like just like in IT, right?
Yeah, I remember learning about that with SCADA systems to control like all these industrial plants. And the guy was telling me how there was this push and pull uh, between engineering and IT because the things like engineering used to have purview over, IT was now getting into the mix.
Yeah, I mean the good thing about it now is that because the systems are becoming so sophisticated, they are actually able to run like a various types of scenarios with the equipment itself to simulate like certain things because everything's computerized. Before it was just you have three speeds on the blower motor off or on. Now they can like ramp up the compressor to 100%, put the blower speed up high. You know what I mean? Like they can do a lot of different things with the technology. But I think it scares people because they're like, fuck dude, this board is, dude, a board, just a control board, bro, $4,000 on some of these condensers. $4,000 for a control board, and the unit costs 5. It's pretty crazy.
And now you have to secure all those systems.
Oh, dude, they're encrypted, bro. You ain't gonna get into those things. They're like those. They're like because they're not Wi-Fi unless you connect it to like your thermostat.
Mm.
You know, some of it uses like radio frequencies, certain radio frequencies.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. Like there's some equipment that we can use called Red Link, so it uses like radio frequencies to transmit the data in the home. So that way, like, because if Wi-Fi ever goes out and you still have power, I mean, you can still have your air conditioner running. What's up, Hurls?
Hey, how are we? Never say never. They're always finding ways. I remember reading a story about how they were using the frequency of certain devices in a computer to be able to communicate at a certain bit rate. It's a very low bit rate, but and using certain types of antennas to communicate between devices, something like that. It was crazy, like the way that they can use certain technology that's not meant for doing those specific types of jobs, but then all of a sudden they're using it for different roles and communicating and just finding these very intricate ways of hacking into things. It's crazy. When there's a will, there's a way. For whatever reason, I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I
The,
understand that, but we're talking about like, they're not using Wi-Fi to freaking. They're not using Wi-Fi. It's just radio signals. Like the Wi-Fi, the wavelength of Wi-Fi and the radio frequency are they're too different for them to even communicate with each other. That's why they don't interfere with each other. You know what I mean?
yeah, right. On a yeah, I get what you're trying to say. On a side note, did anyone catch the poll that I did with the Elon Musk?
Where is that?
I threw it up on the fridge.
Mm.
So what I'm hoping people do is to vote on whether they see Elon Musk as a superhero, super villain, and then I just added in like a hyper hero, hyper villain, and then see where they go, and then where they vote, and then develop a storyline along whatever the poll turns out to be.
Oh.
I'm sure it's been done before. I'm sure that's been done before on Twitter, but yeah.
Hey, Casey, how's it going? It's past your bedtime, you know.
Oh, way past my bedtime.
It's really past your bedtime, buddy.
Yeah, I
You
know.
want some milk?
No, yeah.
Did you catch the poll, KC?
Yes, I was the first one to vote.
You don't have my choice on there, so I can't vote.
Not yet? What's your choice?
I consider myself an anti-hero, but I think Elon Musk is an anti-hero too. We got a little Deathstroke over there. Slade Wilson.
So what do you mean by anti-hero? Like
that the dude will do whatever he needs to do, like whether you're good or bad, to get his shit done. Like if you're in his way.
That's where I was thinking the hyper. That's what I don't know if there's already a definition on the hyper hero or the hyper villain, but that's where I was thinking like if the votes more go for that, I could twist.
Oh yeah, that's
a little bit.
That's an anti-hero. An anti-hero is someone that's not good or bad, but they will take out someone good if they're in their way. Like they won't go kill innocent people, but if you're in their way, they will kill you. Like if you're trying to stop them, they know that you're good, they'll still kill you. That's an anti-hero.
Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, definitely.
And then you have vigilantes or mercenaries and all the different other heroes.
Yeah.
So, Earls, I'm so glad you're diving into the Wombo world. It makes me so proud.
It's just something that I can sort of delve into sort of during breaks and still maybe if it's sort of chopping it up a bit. So doing voice work is getting a lot harder while I'm working. So I just figure I could do this and play around with it and maybe narrate a little bit instead of doing big, massive stories or going off and interviewing people. And then plus, the other thing I wanted to try and do is to try and involve communities without taking up too much of their time in decision making. So by doing a poll and sort of creating a storyline, then they can choose where the story goes, and then you can maybe get some interest in it. And then just like what Rogers just said, is about the anti-hero. So perhaps we could tie that into the storyline later on. And Wombo came up with you should see some of the images that I came up with Elon Musk's face, and it's freaky. Like when I type in Elon Musk is the villain, it just comes up with Elon Musk. There's no changes to it whatsoever. It's like you have to get a bit creative.
Yeah, because like you've seen like the Marvel movies, right? Infinity War and all those movies. Have you seen those?
Oh yeah, shit yeah, yep.
Okay, so Thanos is actually, like, if you really, really dissect the film, Thanos is actually an anti-hero if you think about it. Because the only reason that he wanted to destroy half the population of the universe was to save humanity.
Yeah, it took a heavy toll on him too. Like it's almost like he's driven to do it.
Yeah, people think that Thanos is a bad guy, but if you really think about it, he's not a bad guy. He's just doing bad things to do what he thinks is correct, is right, It's weird.
Yeah.
I know. I like to see it because, like, there's always, with every villain, there's always like an origin story and how they got there and all that stuff. And I always love to see like the torment, or not the torment, but the pain and the suffering. What took them to that point? You know what I mean? Because like they weren't always like that. Something had to turn them into that. And sometimes, I mean, sometimes they just You know, they just keep having to put up with shit and all that stuff. But you know,
Yeah.
but it's just a good way to look at it. I don't know. I just like looking at the movies like that because it gives me a different way of seeing like how the like I guess the director or the artist or whoever like really was thinking, because remember they put like thought into these characters. It's not just for the fucking movie. Like,
Oh yeah, these characters have been able to evolve over decades, nearly I'd say now. Like that long, and so they can really get in deep and explore those the divergence of people's perception. And it's just a way of, I guess, some people how they justify their means to an end. I guess. Too.
yeah. Have you seen the show like Cobra Kai?
Oh, is that on Netflix?
Yeah, it's on Netflix. So in
Is
the
it any good?
karate, it's really good actually. So there was the Karate Kid movies. Have you seen those?
I remember watching them. Yeah, a long
Okay.
time ago. I
So
think
the
I watched
Karate
maybe
Kid,
one of the
yeah,
Karate
in the Karate Kid movies, they show Daniel Russo. He's the kid that looks like he's getting picked on and stuff. They show
Yeah,
Daniel Russo getting picked on by this kid and getting bullied and stuff like that, right? And then in
yeah.
Cobra Kai, it shows you from his perspective, and from his perspective, Daniel Russo was the fucking bully, was the villain. Daniel Russo was beating him up. Daniel Russo stole his girlfriend. Daniel Russo freaking, destroyed his life. This guy is getting shit on by his dad every day. Like, it shows you like a bunch of stuff. And then like he
Right.
starts up a dojo and it's called Cobra Kai, and it brought back a bunch of memories, and he's just trying to do better for himself and for these kids. And then Daniel Russo comes out and he's over here like they're both thinking that they're both the villain.
Nice. I'll have to watch it.
It's pretty good. Like they're both like they literally both think that each other's a villain, so they're like going after each other. And you're just like, and I'm just sitting there the whole time like, when are they gonna like talk?
Nice. So, what do
It's
you
good.
think, KC? Do you think it's a good idea doing this, or has it been done before? Surely it has.
Oh, dude, he took off, bro.
Oh, did he? I
Yeah,
can't see
Mentis
the
is up
screen.
here.
Right. Hey, Vincent. What's been happening with the Syndicate? Anything going on at the moment? Any
Oh
wins?
my God, you weren't here for that You weren't here for those 3 hours of hell that we just had. 4 hours, I
No,
think.
I've been working. I've been working.
Oh,
Hurls, I came in to say hi.
Hey, how Melody? How are
¿Cómo
we?
estás? ¿Cómo estás?
Did you vote on the poll?
No, but I'm going to.
Hey, how have you been?
I'm chilling right now. I'm in Houston, Texas. Driving through.
Are
oh
you on
hell
a
no!
road
I
trip?
hate driving.
What?
You on a road trip?
Uh-huh. Yep.
You
I
don't
love.
sound
I
happy.
took off. I'm dead right now. I just came back from the gym. I took off January. I've been on the road since January.
Oh, wow.
Uh-huh. I've been sleeping on couches. It's fun until it's not, you know? So I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
dead. I'm dead right now. I came from I'm with my cousin and we went to the gym and did hard workout and then sat in the tub, the hot tub, cold and hot, cold and
Oh, nice.
sauna. So I'm like gearing, should not be my bedtime
You got
story. I should actually go read a book.
You got to keep moving when you're in the cold tub state. That's cold tub though. That's when people make the mistake. You got to keep the blood flow happening. To get that'll get the blood pumping when you've got the cold. People make the mistake. They all go stagnant still. You got to keep moving. Otherwise, you don't get the benefit as much.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing, moving it. But yeah, what are you up to?
No. I'm just about to go through drive-through, so I'm going to go on mute for a little bit. But tell us where you've been traveling to. I'll listen in.
No, I'm low energy right now. I'm listening. I just wanted to say hi, send you a hug and a kiss.
Thanks for saying hi. I missed your voice. Right back at you.
We should. Yeah, I'll reply to the thing.
Thanks, Melody. Appreciate it.
Good night, people.
Good night. Get some rest.
Sleep well.
Did you say you went to the drive-through? What you gonna eat? What type of restaurants they got over there? What you fast food? I'm curious. I'm like real curious to know what he's eating over there.
It's KFC.
KFC? Oh, that's not that bad though. I like KFC actually. I like getting their roasted chicken though. Their roasted chicken, oh, so good. You ever tried KFC's roasted chicken?
I don't think they have roasted chicken over here. They just do the fried chicken.
Did you?
The guys in America are saying KFC has roasted chicken over there. Do you guys do roast chicken here? No. Yeah. Build it. Kentucky Fried Chicken, not Kentucky Roasted Chicken. To go to a different place for that. Oh.
Damn, dude, we even got Wingstops here that sell thighs. But you have to remember, bro. Like, we have a lot of extra shit for no reason. Yo, you know who has a lot of extra shit for no reason, bro? Fucking China, Japan, dude. I want all that stuff, bro. Like, I saw this TikTok, and this chick was visiting Japan, and they went to this district that had nothing but vending machines. And dude, you could get full fucking meals out of those bastards. Imagine, dude, imagine going and getting a bowl of pho or a bowl of fucking ramen or a bowl of fucking, some Szechuan chicken or some General Tso's, just, or even some fucking Mexican food or something from a vending machine. That would be, imagine, just be like, nah, I want something. Just bloop, cooks it up. Damn. We're going there though. We should be there hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. I just don't think that our population is dense enough though. Our population is even dense enough to have that stuff. Like, it would have to be only in like major cities. Because it makes sense for them to have all those vending machines because they have like their population density is so fucking crazy. They're like living on top of each other. That not everybody can just go to the store, so they have vending machines. Oh, dude, I bet you those vending machines are fucking killing it too. Those vending machines are probably killing it. Damn, that must be a business, like a real fucking business over there. Oh, shit. Any thoughts on that, Mike, or did you fall asleep?
No, I'm here. I've just been staring at code all day. Oh man.
What are you up to, Yui?
Creating an app that teaches all of music theory. And so I started, yeah. So I'm just going back and forth with ChatGPT, and it's writing, little snippets here and there, and I'm breaking my head against the wall because I don't know what JavaScript is, so I'm learning what that is now. I never really knew what CSS was, but learning what that is now. So it's good. It's like, powerful shit to be able to create an entire instrument using just characters of code. Weird. It's a weird feeling.
Okay, Mike, I fucking see you jamming the fuck out.
Mm-hmm. And
you definitely don't move like you sound. Motherfucker.
Alf was so surprised. She was like, "What? Hold on, wait a minute. I was talking to a white person this entire time." You know what's so funny? You never know how much people's opposition. You never know how much people's opposition is because they think you're white.
Dude, it's so I know, dude. It's so funny that she was like the one person that was talking about, oh, I can sound like the whitest person, which I've already tried to perfect, but it still doesn't help. And I'm just like, and you're over here fucking judging
You're making
Mike.
Allie die right now. Allie, don't laugh. These are important racial discussions, and I will not have any laughing. Don't laugh, Allie.
I can't help it.
These are important things to think about.
Like, oh
Equality.
my god, bro! Like I've never met someone so uneducated that's educated. Oh
That
my
most people with like
fucking god.
PhDs and degrees.
I mean, everybody has their specialty, but like some people just don't mess with social sciences at all. Like, don't even go there. Don't.
Oh, just go read a book. Holy shit.
I mean, yeah, just read a book or just, not pay attention to Hollywood and mainstream media, and you'll be good. Like fuck.
Incredible.
I don't know. I just thought it was funny. And I just thought it was even funnier that, like I said, I was like saying that she said that I was screaming or whatever, and I was like, I'm just getting loud. Like, I'm speaking with fire in my soul. But like I said, not everybody. I grew up.
Tis never probably interacted with a Latin.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, we just get loud in general. I
You know
wasn't
what I
like,
mean? That's a thing. It's
I
like
wasn't just freaking trying to be a dick. I was just getting loud.
You were just being Mexican. You weren't being a dick.
passionate.
Yeah, I was being passionate. Exactly.
Conversations with my immigrant kids all the time, especially the Latin ones. They're like, Miss, like people here don't get me. They don't get my sense of humor because it's just so different. You know what I mean? Like they think I'm being like an asshole or whatever, but I'm just being Latin. I'm like, I know. It's different.
I mean, whenever your family's calling you gordito and,
Exactly. I was Gorda there. Like, I get it.
You know what I mean? Like, if they're over here calling you nicknames that are mean, you kind of get used to it.
Yeah, West Indians will nickname you Fatso. I had a friend whose name was Fatso, and they just called him Fatso. And he was given that name by one of the ants. Fatso, wait a boy. You're still fat? Yeah, you're still fat. Come over here, grab a plate. You know what I mean? Like,
was he what was he Jamaican?
He was Guyanese.
Guyanese.
Yeah. They call him Fatso. Poor guy.
So did they all have Jamaican accents or what?
Mm-hmm. Fatso, hey there, buddy. You steady eat. All you offer to do is eat. Poor guy.
Damn, dude.
That's what it was.
Imagine being called Fatso, bro.
That's his fake name.
I mean, he had to have been being called Fatso like at a young enough age that he was like, "Oh,
Yeah.
they keep calling me Fatso. I'm Fatso."
Yeah, probably around 18. You know?
At 18.
Yeah.
Why are you calling me Fatso?
And the thing is, it's not like he was skinny. You know what I mean? So the name stuck.
I mean, he's Fatso and we got Fat Joe. I mean, there's no
Yeah,
difference.
why not? He just embraced it. Fat. You know, you never think about Fat Joe as fat. He's fat.
He's
right?
fat.
He's just Fat Joe.
Or Big Pun. Or Big Pun.
Big Pun is just Big Pun.
He's just Big Pun, yeah.
Of course he is. It's in his name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's so funny. Reclaim the belly.
Oh my god! And the one thing that pissed me off though, dude, was like every time I would say something, bro, she would say something to like completely try to make me look like an ass, and I'm just like, that is not what I fucking said at all.
It's funny because it's when you see the moving on from one argument to the next, you realize, you know what? I don't think if you got everything you wanted, you'd be happy. And the thing is, when I brought that up, she agreed with me, and I was like, well, we could have ended this a while ago. But it's interesting because you don't really get a chance to interact with the Z's too much. You know, Dan called them the Z's.
No, I do. I interact with them all the time, dude.
Yeah,
all the time
I don't
because
get.
we have young guys
Yeah.
in the trades.
True.
We have like
True.
real dude. When I started training a 20-year-old dude, but the thing is that I like to stay current with all my shit. So I'm watching all the latest anime stuff. I'm keeping up with all the latest games, you know. But that's the stuff that I like. It keeps me young, you know. Without that stuff, I'd be fucking bitter and think that everybody's out to get me. I use that stuff as my way to get the fuck out of this world, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be like, why would I want to be here when I can take my mind somewhere else, you know. But the thing is that
Mm-hmm.
people lose that, you know. With age, they're like, oh, that's for kids, and then they don't do that stuff, and then they start, you know, acting all weird, and then they start bringing their kids into that same feeling, that same thing, because they don't do it anymore. So they're like I have a friend, he's like, I give my kids their tablet in the car, and him, you know, he didn't have one growing up, and he's the same way as his parents. He's like, well, my kids didn't, you know, I didn't drive with no tablet in my car, and you know, I'm fine. I'm like, bro, you were bored out of your fucking mind staring out the window, bro. Give your kids a tablet.
Why should they have to live like an Amish person?
Exactly.
But I have to think that, you know, like I'm fucking 40, dude. Does that make sense? So to a certain extent, I should think differently than other people.
No. Fuck. I mean, yes, when it comes to experience and responsibilities, but
Mm-hmm.
what is life without fucking joys of life? When you suck the fucking joy out of it because you're supposedly fucking old.
Yeah. It's so funny because she got what she wanted, and she was upset that it didn't happen earlier.
I mean, yeah, pretty much.
Right? Like there wasn't a lot of celebration over the win. It was more like there should be 10 more. And then Kiwi Dan, fucking asshole, he said, "You know what? No, I noticed that Asian people are 5.6% of the U.S. population, and your representation in film is 5.7%. So
Well
actually, you got
represented.
0.1% over." In the background. Like, oh shit! If you're looking for proportional development, you actually got, 1 basis point above inflation. So
But the funny thing was is that she kept saying Asians, and then she was like, "Well, I mean, I can't speak for all Asians, but South Koreans." I'm like, okay, are you speaking for Asians or are we speaking for you? I was like, because when we talk
yeah,
about we talk about Hispanics or Mexicans in the States, a fucking Guatemalan's a Mexican in the United States.
yeah, 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 yeah. They they would just call me Packy. You know what I mean? Like South
Oh
America.
my
Get the
god.
fuck out of here, South America. You're a Packy. You're it's either I'm Packy in Canada and I'm Muslim in the States. Does that make sense? Like the way I look?
Bro, when I
So
was younger, they used to call me Al Qaeda. I swear, bro.
that's
Like you would
so
think
funny.
that me being as big as I was, I wouldn't get bullied, bro. No, I got bullied every fucking day, bro.
Okay,
They used
that's
to call me
actually
Al
really funny.
Qaeda, sand N-word. Um,
Uh-huh.
they used to call me, what was it? Um, Iraqi, like all
Wow.
the fucking names that you could think of, like terrorist, like because they said I looked, from I was
Yeah.
like they said I
I
looked like I was a fucking ISIS member, pretty much.
I mean I could, like, if I'm looking just at your photo right now, right? I'm like, yeah, this guy might make me a shawarma, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll make
Yeah.
you a good shawarma.
Yeah.
It has to be halal.
Yeah, it'll be the same thing, but you'll add lime.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, some cilantro and some
Yeah,
onion.
that's it. That's it. I wonder, you think people who use parsley have discovered cilantro?
I mean, you don't put. I mean, dude, bro, you don't want to put fucking cilantro in your fucking chicken Alfredo.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Oh, and I know how to cook too, bro. That's how I know that.
That's wonderful. Yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with America, a lot of things right with America. Sounds like everything on the universe. Sounds like the universe to me.
It is a universe. It is a universe. It's that, like the movie that she was trying to promote, right? That everything, everywhere, all at once.
That's what she wants.
She literally wants the up. Exactly. How ironic, right? The one thing that she's talking about.
Why can't we have everything everywhere all at once? I just don't understand why we can't have everything everywhere all at once.
Oh my god, that makes so much sense.
You're a piece of shit. These are
You know what's
serious
funny?
issues.
What's funny is that my wife always she's always like, how the fuck, she's like, why the fuck can you like not just look at something and like just look at what I'm telling you to look at? You have to look at the fucking guy in the back, what the fucking dude's wearing, what
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like hardcore ADHD, bro.
It's that functional autism. You just got enough of the tism to make it work for you.
That's why I be saying like certain things, because
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I'm like, I'm sure nobody's even thinking about this. So I was just fucking blurted out.
I think that's why I like Curb Your Enthusiasm so much.
You know what's funny though? I've seen a lot of references to that show. I've never watched it.
Oh man, one of my favorites.
It's a like satire, right? Like dark humor.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of the, I like to think of it as all the jokes he never got to tell during Seinfeld. You know?
Dude, but what's funny is that Jerry Seinfeld was actually a pretty funny. He was actually funnier outside of the show.
I read his book Sign Language when I was in high school, and it was hilarious to me. So much sense. It's a great
Sign
book.
language.
Yeah, he had a book. He has a book called Sign Language, SEIN.
What was it? Just like a biography or?
No, it was just a book with jokes. Yeah, jokes
What?
about driving. I'm trying to think back. To some of the jokes in the book. Sign language jokes. Let's see. Excerpts from sign language. Here we go. It was just like one joke after another. Nope. Nobody ever screws up and goes, well, back to Oval 7. Dating. Oval 7. You know, like square one. Let's see. Uh-huh.
Wait, what'd you say?
I'm trying to look up some of the jokes from this book that I read. By
I just
Seinfeld.
sorry. The reason I didn't hear you is because I was responding to a comment on my one of my videos.
Oh shit! What they
Some
said.
dude said, "Here, let me see if I can still read it to you." Well, being on here, he said,
Uh-huh.
"Why are you so sensitive, my dude? Nothing is wrong with your way besides you didn't open the system and clean the pan. I boss techs around all day, my dude." Like, bro, I'm not
Oh
your
my god.
employee, bro. Like, what the fuck?
Mm-hmm. Power trip.
Like, who the fuck? Dude, he must be going around to people like, hey, pick that fucking thing trash up now. I boss text around all day to the fucking old lady at Walmart. God damn.
No, those comments are the key to life.
Yeah, I mean, I just match
Keep them
I just literally
commenting.
match the energy that they give me. If they're chill and they ask like appropriate questions, then I'm chill and I ask appropriate questions. But if you're a dick, I'm a dick. I mean,
Yeah, I feel like I matched the level like -1. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like if you
yeah. I mean, you have to. I'm a little cheeky. That's what I try to be. Like I try to be smooth
Mhm.
with it. I don't try to be like just very flagrant and out there.
Yeah, no. Sarcasm
Slick. Yep.
is uh, is your friend.
Kill him. You gotta beat him with kindness.
Oh, that's my favorite.
Dude, I be when people be bugging me and stuff, I'll just be like, you on my page, you'll probably see a bunch of comments that say, you know, you love me.
Mm-hmm. Or same time
You love
tomorrow.
my stuff, don't you? Jeez, pal, take me to dinner. Once, I did tell this one guy. I told him, I was like, you're old enough to remember what they used to say back in the day when you were mean to people that you liked.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, it's funny though because like especially in the trades, bro, like you start like insinuating like gay stuff, like they be getting all like weirded out. It's funny and like nah, bro. All love.
Look, if you just use the word sweetheart,
Sweet cheeks, not
there,
sweet cheeks.
they're like, oh my god, people go nuts.
Ooh, I'm gonna use that one. I'm gonna say that. I'm like, okay, sweet cheeks. You think that would be you think that they would violate that, like, that would be a violation for like harassment?
I
I
wonder.
think sweetheart would
I
be
think
better.
things
I
like,
think, well, I mean, because sweet
what about
cheeks,
buttercup? Yeah.
sweet cheeks is something else. See, that's the thing though. TikTok, they don't mess around with that. Like, you know how there's a lot of misogyny and stuff like that here on on Twitter. They don't fuck around with that shit on TikTok. They'll fucking get you'll get your for violating the guidelines. It's like like you can be masculine and you could talk like, I wouldn't even say masculine because I don't even consider that masculine. I just consider that like caveman talk. But um yeah, I mean, like you can be macho. I guess macho. There you go. That's the word, macho. There you go. You can be macho and all that stuff, but like the moment that it comes to like harassment or like they fucking take that shit very seriously.
That's why I love sarcasm, because technically you can say something that they agree with. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Right? Like, on paper, it looks like you're a fan. Right? And if anyone asks, what do you mean? You don't think I believe that? You know? Look, I think there should be a lot more Asian representation in film. Right?
Oh, of course there could be.
Of course there should be. I don't think there's enough. You know? I think the next time they make a movie about
No,
Napoleon
I didn't say
Bonaparte,
should. I
they
said
should be
could.
the Chinese people. Yeah,
I said there could be.
there could be. Yeah.
It's not that there should be because we already know that, but there could be.
Oh my God.
You
We
know
got to tell Ruckus that one. That's the one he can use as being an ally.
what?
If he changed his shoulds to a coulds, he could say it. He could agree without agreeing.
That's what I do all the time.
I love it. Yeah, I love it.
Because the thing is that's the thing that I was always saying that. I never once said that they weren't doing anything. You kept saying that. Did you see that? Every time that I said that you guys can do it, you just don't. You're just not doing it. Like the Latinos or the Black Americans and stuff like that. How we're creating our own institutions and we're fighting at a congressional level for equality and different stuff like that. Because how else do we get the money to create films and do all this extra shit and make merchandise if we got no fucking money at the lower level? You know what I mean? Most of us are stuck at the
Well,
bottom, so we need to fight our way up, and that's what we did. We fought for better wages. They weren't paying the fucking field workers enough. We fought for that. There's always been a fight, you know? And the thing is that a lot of these other minority groups, like I said, dude, they should really be thanking the ones that paved the way for them. You know? I don't know, man. But what were you saying? Go ahead.
I remember what it was like to be in first year university too. You know? Reading a bunch of books, it's all new, right? And there's this idea that, because you just learned it, it's new for everyone else, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we go on this crusade, like, here's how we need to change things. And then nobody ever thinks that the changes that they want have any side effects that they can't see, right? They'd be like, I'm going to make this change. This bad thing's going to stop, and only good things will follow. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about all that. That seems very certain to me.
Well, I
But
mean, it is. I mean, that's what I was
but
trying to
if you
explain.
want to if you want to show us how the experiment has run, by all means. But begging other people to change how they act so you can be more comfortable is not an effective strategy from what I've seen. But hey, I could be wrong. Maybe you can complain your way into a Garden of Eden. I just have not seen that be the case.
Well, yeah, I mean, nobody. That's the thing, though. That's what makes us
And it's
unique. Is
also a recipe for bitterness if you're just expecting other people to completely change to make the world the way you want it to be.
well, yeah, but nothing's perfect, you know.
But don't you understand that if we made X, Y, Z changes, things would be perfect? I have my plan right here. It's it's on this napkin.
Yeah, perfect for you, not for me.
Don't you understand? If we made the world perfect for me, then eventually we would get to making the world perfect for you. Don't you see?
The funny thing is like everybody hates the capitalist, but they strive to try and be the capitalist. It's so funny. Like
Well,
like they just like like racism exists, right? But they want like they don't want to end racism. They just wish the roles were reversed. You know what I mean?
that's so dark. Yeah, no, it's true.
But hey, dude, I'm gonna let you go. I gotta get to bed.
Do you think?
Later.
You've been listening to the Syndicate. Coconut-driven development. That's right. Coconut-driven development. How was the meeting? How'd it go?
How'd what go?
I thought you had a meeting.
Oh, yeah. It was fine. It wasn't like I had to present or something.
Mm-hmm. Before I begin, I'm going to remember that. The best way to start a speech ever.
Yeah, before we begin today, I just want to tell you a quick story about this time I buried a body. Wait, what? What'd you say, Mike?
I buried the body between two HTML tags.
Is there any other place?
Right? It's the safest place. Right
More
in the open.
specifically, I buried it between two, a less than and a greater than symbol.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I've been learning how to. Oh, I get it. I've been learning how to create SVGs from scratch today using ChatGPT. It's been so helpful with the mouse over, and now I have this image map that moves.
Dope. Did you see the other day I got it to write Python that could actually like generate an image of 3D topography?
Oh yeah, is it using MATLib or Plotlib or something like that?
Good question. I'll go find it. Let's see which one it was using. I don't remember. Yeah, exactly, but it was something like that. So then it could just.
Yeah, the Plotlib is pretty good. I mean, seeing people use things like D3, which were things that I didn't understand how to use before, but I've been learning Python recently, but now for the web, now learning the more advanced parts of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. because I figure if I can create what I want in HTML, CSS, JavaScript, then moving it to a mobile app will be, as light lifting as possible.
Yeah, it will be. Ah, here it is. I found the thread. Matplot library. PyPlot. That makes sense.
Here it is. Check this out. I'm not sure if this still works.
Yeah, it says import matplotlib.pyplot from mpltoolkits.mplot3d. Whatever that is. But so it made some random 3D terrain mesh for me. Yeah, using Matplot.
I heard it hasn't been working for me recently, but if you go to a Google Colab notebook and you change the github.com to GitHub to google.com, that it creates it pulls in the files.
I heard something similar to that. It was like you go to like getcollab.com instead of GitHub, or there was some URL and it was basically like it would take any GitHub page and basically load it into a dev's environment.
Yeah, the collab for me has been a godsend.
Yeah, me too. I'm just
on my local
getting onto it. Yeah,
it's
like,
just
holy shit. I'm like, holy shit! I don't even need a dev environment. I can just run anything I want right here in my browser now.
And then with Pete told me how he connected it to his local runtime. So I was like, oh fuck! I didn't even notice that as a drop-down item. And there's somebody pointed it out. I haven't looked into it deeply, but where is it? Maybe I deleted it. It was a tutorial. I can just look it up. Llama. Run Llama inference, like large language model, on Apple Silicon GPU. Yeah.
Oh, like on an M1.
Yeah.
Or an M2. Yeah. I've seen people talking about that.
Ever since I started training the image model using Leonardo, I was like, I wonder what it would take to train a language model, especially one that already came pre-trained.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly. If you have a GPT 3.5 instance and you're just telling it you want it to keep out, it's kind of like almost like each conversation ChatGPT is a model that's been trained.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know I can go back to some specific conversation because I fed it all this shit in there. Although it does start to forget, which is annoying me. You know that, yeah. You give it too much information, it starts forgetting the old stuff.
I'm just looking at these GitHub instructions, and it's like, if you have a 64 gigabyte memory Mac or whatever, it's like, oh man, these guys are really pushing it. All day today I've spent, I think sometimes I'll spend like a good 20 minutes thinking of how to best ask ChatGPT for what I want.
And that's basically what I want my workshop to be about, right? How do you actually craft good prompts, right? Like,
Mm-hmm. Oops, sorry. All right, so this is working.
All right, it's working.
Hmm. Selection. So how would I do that? Yeah. On the mouse over. Okay. Mm.
This is how it is.
So, come on. Ah. By the following code. Mm-hmm. On click. On mouse out. Change color. Unclick. C major. I want to click. I want 6. There we go. Okay.